So hey friends, welcome to Soul Fiction. And because of some YouTube policies, I really have to make this face cam intro. So you can just skip this part and move on to the story. But yes, welcome to our channel. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Your support really means a lot to us. Now let's start the story.
Howdy folks. Welcome to Soul Fiction. Today's wild ride is what if Harry Potter was blood adopted by Itachi Uchiha and awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Like this video and subscribe for more awesomeness. Let's roll. Chapter 1, The Crow and the Lightning. Chapter 1, The Crow and the Lightning. The thing about dying is that nobody ever tells you how quiet it gets. Itachi Uchiha knew silence. He'd lived in it most of his life, the silence of ANBU missions completed before dawn, the silence of a clan that whispered behind closed doors about coups and power and the will of fire being nothing more than propaganda. He knew the silence that followed a kunai finding its mark, the silence of a mother who looked at you with love even as your blade ended her world, the silence of a little brother screaming your name into the void you left behind. But this silence was different. This was the silence of a body that had simply run out. Itachi lay on the ground, or what he thought was the ground, because his senses were fading so fast that he couldn't really tell anymore, and he felt the last embers of his chakra guttering out like a candle in a rainstorm. His fight with Sasuke was over. He'd given everything. The disease that had been eating him alive for years had finally collected its debt in full, and the Edo Tensei's borrowed time had expired, and now he was somewhere that wasn't the battlefield. That was the first thing that registered through the fog of dying. The air smelled wrong. Not wrong in a bad way, just different. Like ozone and autumn leaves and something sweet and ancient that he couldn't place. Magic, his instincts whispered, though he'd never used that word before in his life. The ground beneath him was cold stone, not dirt, and somewhere nearby a baby was crying. No. Not just crying. Screaming. The kind of scream that tore itself out of tiny lungs because the world had just become too much, too loud, too painful, too everything for a small body to contain. Itachi opened his eyes. One of them, anyway. His left eye responded. His right was gone, vision destroyed, the Mangekyo's price paid in full and then some. But his left eye, flickering between its normal dark and the crimson of a Sharingan he barely had the chakra to maintain, took in the scene before him and understood. He was in the ruins of a house. Not a shinobi compound, not a military target, a home. He could see the remnants of domesticity scattered among the destruction, a broken picture frame with a photograph of a smiling couple and their infant son, a stuffed stag toy covered in dust, the remains of what had been a warm and welcoming living room before something had ripped through it like a tornado with personal grudges. The ceiling on the upper floor had partially collapsed, and through the jagged hole he could see a nursery. That's where the crying was coming from. Itachi moved. His body screamed at him, every muscle, every tendon, every cell that was in the process of shutting down permanently lodged a formal complaint, but he moved anyway because there was a child crying in the wreckage of its destroyed home, and Itachi Uchiha, the man who had killed his entire clan for the sake of peace, the man who had made his little brother hate him so that Sasuke would have the strength to grow, the man who had carried the weight of the world's worst decisions on shoulders that had been far too young to bear them, was constitutionally incapable of ignoring a child in pain. He dragged himself up the stairs. Each step was its own small war. His lungs rattled with fluid, blood, probably, he was long past the point of caring about medical specifics, and his chakra network was collapsing in on itself like a house of cards in an earthquake. He could feel the dimensional energy that had dragged him here, whatever it was, fading fast. He didn't belong in this world. His very existence here was a glitch, a tear in the fabric of reality caused by something. Something powerful. Something desperate. Something that felt, if he concentrated through the haze of death, almost like love. He reached the nursery. The baby was in a crib that had been partially shielded by a fallen beam. A boy, tiny, maybe a year old, with a shock of black hair and green eyes that were wide and wet and furious at the universe. On his forehead, fresh and angry and pulsing with an energy that made Itachi's dying Sharingan ache, was a scar shaped like a lightning bolt. And on the floor beside the crib, a woman. Red hair. Green eyes, the same green as the baby's, though hers were open and empty and seeing nothing anymore. Her body was positioned between the crib and the door, her arms still outstretched in a gesture of protection even in death. She had placed herself between whatever had come through that door and her son, and she had not moved, and she had died exactly where she chose to stand. Itachi recognized that choice. He'd made it himself, in different ways, 100 times over. "You were braver than me," he whispered to her, because she was. She hadn't hesitated. Hadn't calculated the political ramifications or the strategic value or the long-term implications. She just stood there and said no, not my son, and let the universe do its worst. The baby, Harry, Itachi somehow knew, the name floating up from the ambient magic of the destroyed home like a whisper from the walls themselves, was still crying. But his eyes, those brilliant green eyes, had locked onto Itachi. And in that moment, something passed between the dying shinobi and the orphaned wizard that defied explanation. Recognition. Not of faces or names or shared history. Recognition of pattern. Itachi looked at this child and saw the shape of a life that was about to unfold, tragedy upon tragedy, burden upon burden, a boy who would be marked and hunted and expected to carry the hopes of a world that would never fully understand what it was asking of him. He saw it because he'd lived it. He was looking at a mirror that showed the future instead of the past, and the reflection was devastating. "No," Itachi said. He didn't say it loudly. He didn't say it with anger or defiance or any of the dramatic energy that someone in a story might muster for a pivotal moment. He said it quietly, the way you'd say no to a second cup of tea you didn't want, because Itachi Uchiha had never been theatrical about the things that mattered most. No, this child would not walk the path Itachi had walked. No, this child would not be alone. No, this child would not learn, at far too young an age, that the world expected him to suffer quietly and call it duty. Itachi had failed Sasuke. He knew that. Every strategy, every calculated cruelty, every carefully constructed lie designed to make his brother strong enough to survive, all of it had been built on a foundation of, "I know better," that was, in the final accounting, just arrogance dressed up as sacrifice. He'd made Sasuke strong, sure. But he'd also made him broken. And Itachi would carry that sin into whatever came after death. But this child. This tiny, screaming, lightning-scarred, green-eyed child. Maybe this was why the universe had dragged him here. Not to fight, not to strategize, not to sacrifice. Just to do the one thing he should have done for Sasuke and never did. Stay. Or at least, leave something behind that could stay. Itachi reached into what remained of his chakra, the fumes of the fumes, the last sparks in a fire that had burned for decades, and began to weave. The blood adoption ritual was forbidden. Not forbidden the way most forbidden techniques were, where the label just meant really powerful and someone important decided normal people shouldn't have it. Forbidden because it hurt. Forbidden because it was irreversible. Forbidden because it took everything the person performing it had, blood, chakra, genetic legacy, the literal essence of their bloodline, and fused it permanently into the recipient. In the old days, before the clan massacres and the political purges, it was how the Uchiha adopted war orphans into the family. You didn't just give the child your name. You gave them your eyes. Itachi bit his thumb, an old habit, almost comforting in its familiarity, and let the blood flow. He pressed his bleeding hand to baby Harry's forehead, right over the lightning bolt scar, and the two energies collided. What happened next was, to put it mildly, not what he expected. The ritual was supposed to be a transfer. A one-way flow from adoptive parent to child. Simple, brutal, effective. But the moment Itachi's blood touched Harry's scar, the magic, that desperate, furious, motherly magic that Lily Potter had woven into her son's very skin with her dying breath, surged up to meet it. Not to fight it. To embrace it. Itachi gasped. The pain was extraordinary, and he was a man who had fought through a terminal illness for years without flinching, so that was saying something. He could feel Lily's magic reaching into his blood adoption ritual and amplifying it, weaving itself into the chakra transfer like a second melody joining a harmony. His bloodline wasn't just being copied into Harry, it was being integrated, fused at a level so deep that it went beyond genetics or magic or chakra and into something that touched the fundamental nature of the soul. The baby stopped crying. Harry looked up at Itachi with those green eyes, which, just for a moment, flickered to crimson before settling back to green, and he smiled. A gummy, toothless, completely inappropriate smile, given that his mother was dead on the floor and his father was dead downstairs and the man holding him was dying and the world was falling apart around them. But babies don't know about context. They know about warmth and safety and the instinct that says this person will protect me, and right now, in this moment, Itachi was the warmest and safest thing in Harry's universe. "It's done," Itachi murmured. He could feel it, the ritual completing, the last of his blood and chakra and Uchiha legacy flowing out of him and into the child. Harry James Potter was now, in every way that the old Uchiha rites recognized, Harry James Potter Uchiha. He carried the Sharingan potential in his eyes. He had a chakra network woven alongside his magical core. And somewhere deep in his mindscape, deeper than conscious thought, a door had been opened that connected him to every Uchiha who had ever lived and died with those cursed, blessed, terrible, beautiful red eyes. But Itachi wasn't done. Because he could feel himself going, really going this time, no reprieves, no borrowed time, no miraculous second chances, and he needed to leave one more thing behind. He formed the hand seals. He didn't have enough chakra for this. He didn't have enough life for this. But Lily's magic, still swirling around them both like a protective hurricane, seemed to sense what he was trying to do and threw its weight behind his effort with an almost maternal insistence. The crow appeared. Not a normal crow. Not a summon in the traditional sense. This was something new, something born from the collision of Uchiha blood magic and Potter love sacrifice and the sheer stubborn refusal of a dying man to leave a child alone in the dark. The crow was large, raven-sized, with feathers that shifted between midnight black and deep purple depending on the light, and its left eye was a Sharingan. Not a fully mature one. A single tomo, spinning lazily in a field of crimson. This was Itachi's last fragment. The piece of himself he could leave behind. Not a ghost, not a spirit, a guide. A consciousness woven into a form that could persist, could watch, could teach, could warn. Everything he knew, everything he'd learned, every hard-won piece of wisdom that he wished someone had given him when he was young and scared and carrying the weight of his clan's future on his preteen shoulders, all of it, poured into a crow with mismatched eyes and a temperament that would, over time, prove to be exactly as cryptic and infuriating as its creator. "Your name is Karasu," Itachi told the crow, which was ridiculous because Karasu literally just meant crow in Japanese and it was like naming a dog dog, but Itachi was dying and his creative faculties weren't exactly at their peak. The crow tilted its head and looked at him with an expression that clearly communicated, "Really? That's what you're going with? Watch him," Itachi said. "Teach him. And when the time comes, when his eyes awaken, and they will awaken, because I've just handed him the most double-edged gift in the history of bloodline limits, make sure he understands the cost. Make sure he doesn't make my mistakes." The crow bobbed its head once. A solemn nod from a bird that shouldn't have been capable of solemnity. Itachi looked at Harry one last time. The baby had fallen asleep in his arms, tiny fingers curled around Itachi's thumb, breathing softly and steadily and without any awareness that the universe had just been fundamentally rewritten around him. "Be better than me," Itachi whispered. "Be better than all of us." And then Itachi Uchiha, missing nin of Konohagakure, member of Akatsuki, murderer of his own clan, protector of his village, and the worst big brother in the history of the shinobi world, closed his eyes for the last time. When Rubeus Hagrid arrived 20 minutes later on a flying motorcycle that shouldn't have been able to support his weight, he found baby Harry Potter sleeping peacefully in his crib, unharmed except for the lightning scar, with a large crow perched on the railing and watching the door with the intensity of an ANBU sentinel. Hagrid tried to shoo the bird away. The bird looked at him. Hagrid decided, very wisely, to leave the bird alone. 9 years later, number 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey, was the most boring house on the most boring street in possibly the most boring town in England, and Harry Potter loved it. That was a lie. Harry Potter hated it. But he'd learned, through extensive trial and error and a few incidents that had resulted in being locked in a cupboard under the stairs for days at a time, that the best way to survive in the Dursley household was to make yourself small, make yourself quiet, and make yourself so thoroughly unremarkable that Vernon and Petunia's eyes simply slid over you like you were a piece of furniture. Itachi would have been proud. It was basically the civilian version of suppressing your chakra signature. Harry was 10 years old, almost 11, and he looked nothing like what you'd expect. The Wizarding World, if they'd been watching, and some of them were, though Harry didn't know that yet, would have expected a miniature James Potter, messy hair, glasses, mischievous grin, the kind of kid who'd charm his way out of trouble. And Harry did have the messy hair and the glasses, though the glasses were Dudley's old pair held together with tape, and he'd eventually realize he didn't actually need them because his eyes were considerably better than average. But the rest of it? The mischievous grin, the outgoing personality, the casual confidence. Nah. Harry Potter Uchiha was quiet. Not shy quiet, not awkward quiet, but the kind of quiet that made people subtly uncomfortable without understanding why. He observed. He catalogued. He watched the way Vernon's face went purple before an explosion and learned to read the 3-second warning window. He watched the way Petunia's eyes flickered to him and then away, and he recognized something in that look that she probably didn't even know she was showing: fear. Not of him specifically, but of what he represented. Something she'd spent her entire adult life pretending didn't exist. Harry noticed things. All things. He had since he was small, and he hadn't understood why until Karasu started talking to him. That had been interesting. The first time it happened, Harry was 4. He'd been sitting in his cupboard, his room, according to the Dursleys, though calling it a room was like calling a dog kennel a studio apartment, and the crow that he'd always known was there, the crow that had been perched outside his window for as long as he could remember, suddenly spoke inside his head. "Your posture is terrible," Harry had screamed. Which had earned him a whack on the cupboard door from Vernon and a snarled, "Shut up in there, boy." Harry had slapped both hands over his mouth, heart hammering, eyes wide, staring at the small gap in the cupboard vent where he could see a single crimson eye staring back at him. "Also, you should eat more. You're underweight for your age. You're a bird," Harry had whispered, because when you're 4 years old and a crow starts telepathically critiquing your life choices, leading with the obvious feels reasonable. An astute observation. I can see why they keep you in a cupboard. Clearly too brilliant for a regular room. That was how Harry met Karasu. And over the next 6 years, the crow had become the most important relationship in Harry's life, which said something very depressing about Harry's life but also something genuinely beautiful about the bond between a boy and his weird, sarcastic, occasionally profound supernatural bird. Karasu couldn't come inside the house. The Dursleys would have had simultaneous aneurysms. But he was always there, on the fence, on the roof, on the telephone wire outside Harry's cupboard vent, or later, outside the window of Dudley's second bedroom when Harry was finally upgraded from cupboard to room. And he talked. Constantly. In a voice that was calm and measured and dry as desert sand, with a tendency to drop devastatingly profound life wisdom in between complaints about the quality of British weather. The strongest person in any room is usually the quietest one. This is because they have nothing to prove. Also because loud people are exhausting and life is short. Your cousin is going to die of heart disease before he's 40 if he keeps eating like that. This isn't prophecy, it's cardiovascular science. You have a gift, Harry. Several gifts, actually. The people who raised you have spent a decade trying to beat those gifts out of you. They failed. Do you know why they failed? Because I'm stubborn, 10-year-old Harry had guessed. Because the things that make you different aren't flaws to be corrected. They're tools to be sharpened. And a tool that is feared by the ignorant is usually a tool worth mastering. The gifts. Right. Those. Harry couldn't explain them and Karasu wouldn't explain them, at least not fully. "You're not ready," the crow would say whenever Harry pushed for details, and Harry would resist the urge to throw a shoe at the bird because you can't throw shoes at a bird that's technically a fragment of your adoptive father's consciousness embedded in an avian vessel through a fusion of forbidden blood magic and maternal love sacrifice, even when that bird is being spectacularly unhelpful. But Harry could feel the gifts. Had always been able to feel them. There was the speed thing. When Harry was scared or angry or in danger, Dudley's gang chasing him, Vernon's hand swinging toward his head, a car running a red light while Harry was crossing the street, the world slowed down. Not metaphorically. Not, oh, time seemed to slow. Literally slowed, like someone had hit the half-speed button on reality. Harry could see individual raindrops hanging in the air. He could track the trajectory of a thrown fist and calculate the exact angle needed to step aside so it whistled past his ear. He could read the micro-expressions on someone's face in the split second before they acted, and he could predict what they were going to do with accuracy that bordered on precognition. Karasu called it, "your eyes waking up," and refused to elaborate. There was the sticking thing. Harry had discovered, around age 7, that he could walk up walls. Just, walk right up them. Like gravity had filed for a vacation specifically for the soles of his feet. He'd been running from Dudley's gang, Harry hunting, they called it, because children can be casually monstrous in ways that would make actual villains uncomfortable, and he'd scrambled up a drain pipe and just, kept going. Right up the brick wall. Across the underside of a roof overhang. He'd ended up sitting on top of the school building, legs dangling over the edge, while Dudley and his goons milled around below like confused, aggressive hippos. "Tree walking," Karasu had said from the chimney, sounding almost pleased. "Or wall walking, in this case. You're channeling energy to your feet without being taught. That's unusual. And promising." There was the sense thing. Harry could feel people's emotions. Not like reading minds, more like reading weather. Vernon radiated anger the way a thunderstorm radiated electricity, constant, crackling, overwhelming. Petunia was all sharp, brittle fear, the emotional equivalent of thin ice over deep water. Dudley was a simple creature, all appetite and entitlement, and his emotional signature was basically a warm fog of want that was so uncomplicated it was almost endearing. But other people were more complex. Harry could feel the nervous energy of the mailman, the quiet sadness of Mrs. Fig down the street, the strange, watchful intent coming from strangers who sometimes appeared near Privet Drive and looked at Harry with an intensity that made his eyes itch. "Sensing," Karasu explained. "You're perceiving emotional energy through your chakra network." "My what?" "Think of it as a second circulatory system. You have blood vessels that carry blood. You also have pathways that carry energy. Everyone in your original world had them, to some degree. Yours are special." "Special how?" "You'll find out. When you're ready." "You say that a lot. Because you ask before you're ready a lot." And then there were the eyes themselves. Harry had dark eyes. Almost black, like deep water. This was unusual because both of his biological parents, he'd seen photos, eventually, after a particularly stealthy raid on Petunia's forbidden shoebox of old pictures, had lighter eyes. Lily's were the famous green. James's were hazel. But Harry's were dark as coal, and sometimes, when the light hit them just right, or when his heart rate spiked, or when he felt a surge of that unnameable energy that Karasu called chakra, they flickered red. Just for an instant. A flash of crimson that was there and gone so fast that no one had ever noticed except Harry himself, in mirrors, and one time a very alarmed Petunia who had spent the next 3 hours stress-cleaning the kitchen and muttering about freaks and unnaturalness while Harry sat in his cupboard and tried to replicate the effect by staring at his reflection in a spoon. "Don't force it," Karasu warned him. "Those eyes will awaken when they're meant to. Trying to activate them prematurely is like trying to open a flower by prying the petals apart. You'll just destroy it." "What are they?" Harry asked, for the 100th time. "And for the 100th time," Karasu said, "a gift. And a curse. And the difference between the two will depend entirely on the choices you make once they open." Which was, Harry reflected, the most Karasu answer possible. Helpful enough to tantalize, vague enough to infuriate. Harry loved that bird. He also wanted to strangle that bird. These two feelings coexisted peacefully, like old roommates who'd learned to share the emotional apartment. The morning of July 31st, Harry's 11th birthday, started like every other morning at number 4, Privet Drive. Which meant it started badly. "Get up. Get up." Petunia's sharp rapping on the cupboard door, no, wait, he had the bedroom now, Dudley's second bedroom, earned not through any kindness on the Dursley's part but because Harry had done something at age 9 that had scared Vernon enough to prompt a sudden and uncharacteristic upgrade in living conditions. Harry still wasn't entirely sure what he'd done. He remembered Vernon grabbing his arm hard enough to bruise, remembered the surge of cold energy rushing through his body, and remembered Vernon slamming backward into the wall like he'd been hit by an invisible truck, eyes wide and face white as paper. No one had spoken about it. The next day, Harry's things had been moved to the upstairs bedroom. The Dursleys treated him with a wary distance after that, like zookeepers who'd been reminded that the animal in the enclosure was, in fact, still wild. Fear is a more reliable protector than love in environments like this, Karasu had observed from the window that night. It shouldn't be. But it is. Harry rolled out of bed, dressed in Dudley's hand-me-downs that hung off his thin frame like a circus tent, and padded downstairs to start breakfast. This was the deal: Harry cooked, Harry cleaned, Harry maintained the garden, Harry existed as a combination servant ghost, and in exchange the Dursleys allowed him to continue existing under their roof. It was, when Harry thought about it objectively, a terrible deal. But he was 10, almost 11, as of today, though nobody in this house would acknowledge that, and his options were limited. Bacon. Eggs. Toast. Coffee for Vernon, tea for Petunia, approximately 11 metric tons of food for Dudley. Harry went through the motions with the practiced efficiency of someone who'd been doing this since he could reach the stove, and let his mind drift to the thing that had been bothering him for the past week. The letters. They'd started arriving 5 days ago. Addressed to him. Specifically, personally, unmistakably addressed to Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs, 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Then, after the bedroom upgrade, the address had changed to the smallest bedroom. Which meant whoever was sending them knew. Knew where he slept, knew when he'd been moved, knew everything about his living situation with a granularity that was either impressively thorough or deeply unsettling, depending on your perspective. Vernon had destroyed the first letter before Harry could read it. Then the second. Then the third. Then a dozen more. He'd nailed the mail slot shut. He'd boarded up the door. He'd bought a shotgun, which Petunia had quietly returned the next day because even she recognized that Vernon plus a firearm equaled an insurance liability. The letters kept coming. Through the chimney. Under the door cracks. Somehow inside the eggs Petunia bought from the supermarket, which had really been a neat trick. Persistent, Karasu had noted from the roof, watching the chaos with what Harry could only describe as amusement. Whoever wants to reach you is not accustomed to being ignored. Do you know who's sending them? Harry had asked. I have a theory. But you should read one first. The truth is more impactful when it arrives on its own terms. This morning, though, the letters had stopped. Which was somehow worse. Vernon looked cautiously optimistic over his coffee, which in Vernon's case meant he was only moderately purple instead of his usual alarming shade of puce. Petunia was tight-lipped and tense, but when wasn't she? Dudley was shoveling bacon into his mouth like a bulldozer processing gravel and was, as always, completely oblivious to anything that didn't directly involve his own immediate gratification. Harry sat at the table with his single piece of toast, the Dursleys' idea of an appropriate portion for a growing boy, apparently, and watched the clock tick toward midnight. His birthday. Not that anyone cared. He went to bed at 10. Lay in the dark. Listened to the house settle. Karasu was a dark shape on the windowsill, barely visible against the night sky except for the occasional glint of one red eye. "Something's coming," Harry said quietly. It wasn't a question. He could feel it, a buildup of energy in the air, like the pressure change before a thunderstorm, but localized. Focused. Directed. Yes, Karasu agreed. Something is. Something big. Something that will change everything. Are you ready? Harry thought about that. Really thought about it. Was he ready? For what? He didn't even know what was coming. He was a 10-year-old, 11 in 2 hours, living in a house where he wasn't wanted, talking to a telepathic crow, with eyes that sometimes turned red and an ability to stick to walls and a speed that defied physics and absolutely zero understanding of why any of this was happening. "I don't think I have a choice about being ready," Harry said finally. Karasu made a sound that, in a human, would have been a soft laugh. "You sound like him." "Like who?" "Like someone I knew once. Someone who was never ready for anything and was always ready for everything. You have his eyes, you know. Not just the Sharingan. The look in them. That quiet refusal to be broken." Harry didn't know what a Sharingan was. He'd asked before. Karasu had said when you're ready, and Harry had groaned so loudly that Vernon had thumped on the wall and told him to shut up. Midnight came. And with it, right on the dot, so precisely timed that Harry suspected the visitor had been standing outside counting down, came a knock on the front door that was less a knock and more a full-body assault on the concept of doors. Boom. The house shook. Harry sat up in bed. Dudley fell off his bed in the next room with a squeal. Vernon came thundering down the stairs in his bathrobe, shotgun in hand. Apparently Petunia hadn't returned it after all, bellowing threats. Boom. The door came off its hinges. And standing in the doorway, filling it completely and then some, was the largest human being Harry had ever seen. Massive. Mountainous. A wild tangle of dark hair and an even wilder tangle of dark beard, with eyes that were small and black and twinkling with a warmth that was immediately, instinctively, overwhelmingly kind. "Sorry 'bout that," the giant said, picking up the door and fitting it roughly back into its frame. "Don know me own strength sometimes." Vernon was making sounds. Not words, sounds. The kind of sounds a man makes when his worldview, which is founded on the bedrock certainties of normalcy and proper British behavior and absolutely no weirdness of any kind, has just been demolished by a man who is 8.5 feet tall and has arrived at midnight on a Wednesday. "Who, what, how dare," Vernon sputtered. The giant ignored him completely. His eyes scanned the room, found Harry standing at the top of the stairs, and his entire face transformed into an expression of such pure, unadulterated joy that Harry actually took a step back because no one had ever looked at him like that before. Not once. Not ever. "Harry," the giant breathed. "Last time I saw you, you was only a baby. Yeah, look a lot like your dad, but Yevi got, well." He paused, squinting. "Yevi got unusual eyes, Haven, yeah. Darker than I remember. Could have sworn lilies were green." "They are green," Harry thought. "Except when they're not." "Happy birthday, Harry," the giant said. He thrust out a massive hand. "Name's Rubius Hagrid. Keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. You'll know all about Hogwarts, oh, course." "I don't, actually," Harry said. Know about Hogwarts? I don't know about anything. This was apparently the wrong thing to say, because Hagrid's face went through a rapid emotional journey from confusion to disbelief to a red-faced fury directed squarely at the Dursleys. You didn't tell him? Hagrid roared. You didn't tell him anything? What followed was, objectively, the most chaotic 30 minutes of Harry's life to date. Hagrid, brick wall of a man that he was, laid it all out. You're a wizard, Harry. Your parents were magical. They didn't die in a car crash, they were murdered by a dark wizard named Voldemort. You're famous. You survived the killing curse. You've got a spot at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Here's your letter. And Harry, sitting on the saggy couch in the living room of number 4 Privet Drive at midnight on his 11th birthday, read the letter that Vernon had spent a week trying to destroy, and felt the world shift under his feet. Not because of the wizarding stuff. That was surprising, sure, but Harry had spent 6 years talking to a telepathic crow and sticking to walls and seeing the world in slow motion. The existence of magic was less a revelation and more a confirmation. What shifted was the context. Because suddenly, everything made sense. The weird things that happened around him. The Dursleys' fear and hatred. The strangers on the street. The letters. He looked at Karasu, who had silently swooped through the broken door and perched on the back of an armchair, watching the proceedings with alert interest. The crow's single read, I met Harry's dark ones. Told you, Karasu's voice said in his mind. Something big. You knew, Harry said. Not accusingly. Just factually. I knew you had magic. I didn't know the specifics of this world's magical system. I'm not from here. That was more than Karasu had ever volunteered about his origins. Harry filed it away for later interrogation. Hagrid, meanwhile, had noticed the crow. Blimey, he said, leaning forward with the delighted expression of a man who genuinely loved all creatures. There's a big crow. Yours, is he? He's been with me since I was a baby, Harry said. Unusual familiar for a young wizard, Hagrid mused, studying Karasu with professional interest. Most kids get owls, cats, toads, you know. Never seen a crow quite like this one. Smart-looking bird. Karasu preened. Handsome, too, Hagrid added. I like this large man, Karasu said in Harry's head. He has excellent judgment. Vernon chose this moment to make his last stand. He is not going, he bellowed, positioned between Hagrid and the stairs like a walrus guarding territory. I won't have it. We swore when we took him in we'd stamp out this freakishness, and by God, don't, Harry said. He said it quietly. The way Karasu had taught him. The way that, unbeknownst to Harry, Itachi had always spoken when he truly meant business. Not loud. Not aggressive. Just a single word, delivered with an absolute certainty that made the air around it feel heavier. Vernon stopped. His mouth was still open, but no sound came out. Because Harry had turned to look at him, and for just a second, barely a heartbeat, so fast that Vernon would later convince himself he'd imagined it, Harry's dark eyes flickered red. Not the warm red of a sunset or the friendly red of a Christmas ornament. The cold, sharp, ancient red of something that had been watching and waiting and assessing for a very long time, and had found Vernon Dursley to be exactly as insignificant as he'd always suspected. I'm going, Harry said, in that same quiet voice. Thank you for the letter, Hagrid. Vernon sat down very slowly and did not speak for the rest of the night. Diagon Alley was chaos. Beautiful chaos, fascinating chaos, the kind of chaos that made Harry's brain light up like a Christmas tree because everywhere he looked there was something new and extraordinary and utterly impossible by the rules of the world he'd grown up in. Shops selling wands and cauldrons and spell books. Owls and cats and creatures he couldn't name. Witches and wizards in robes of every color, going about their business with the casual confidence of people for whom this was all perfectly normal. And Harry saw all of it. Not just with his normal vision. Something else was happening, something that had been building since Hagrid's midnight visit and the confirmation that magic was real. Harry's eyes were doing a thing. Hard to describe. It was like someone had turned up the contrast and resolution on reality itself. Colors were brighter. Edges were sharper. And layered over everything, like a heat shimmer or a second image superimposed on the first, Harry could see energy. It flowed through everything. Through the cobblestones of the alley, through the buildings, through the people walking past. Great rivers of it, coursing and branching and pooling in patterns that seemed almost organic, like the circulatory system of the world itself made visible. Some people had more of it than others. Some burned bright, others barely flickered. The shops that sold magical items practically glowed, their inventories saturating the space with overlapping fields of radiance. "You all right there, Harry?" Hagrid asked, noticing him staring. "Yeah," Harry said distantly. "It's just, a lot." "Your eyes are partially active," Karasu informed him. The crow was riding on Harry's shoulder, which drew stares, but not as many as you'd think because Diagon Alley had seen weirder. "You're perceiving magical energy without fully engaging the Sharingan. It's like, half-awake vision. The magical equivalent of squinting. Can everyone see this?" Harry muttered under his breath, tilting his head slightly toward the crow. "No. Most wizards perceive magic through their wands or through practiced spells. You're seeing the raw energy field with your naked eyes. This is, a bloodline ability. Your biological parents didn't have it. It comes from, the other side of your heritage." Harry wanted to press, "What other side, whose heritage, what is a Sharingan?" But Hagrid was steering him toward a towering white building at the end of the alley and there were short, sharp-featured creatures guarding the entrance that radiated an energy pattern so tightly controlled and disciplined that Harry immediately respected them, and the questions could wait. Gringotts. The Wizarding Bank. Run by goblins. Harry's vault contained a fortune in gold that he'd never known existed, left by parents he'd never known he'd had, in a world he was only just learning was real. "Wealth is a tool," Karasu said, watching the piles of galleons with his one red eye. "Nothing more. The powerful use it. The weak are used by it. Remember that." They bought supplies. Robes from Madame Malkin's, where Harry met a pale blonde boy who talked about Quidditch and pure blood and gave off an emotional energy pattern that was so layered with insecurity hidden beneath arrogance that Harry almost felt sorry for him. Books from Flourish and Blots, where Karasu made quietly devastating comments about the accuracy of various textbooks based on the expertise of a man who'd been the youngest ANBU captain in the history of the Hidden Leaf, which meant nothing to Harry but clearly meant a lot to Karasu. Potion ingredients from a shop that smelled like a chemistry lab had a baby with a swamp. And then, the wand shop. Ollivander's was narrow and dusty and crammed floor to ceiling with long, thin boxes, and the energy patterns inside were wild. Every box contained a wand, and every wand had its own distinct magical signature, and together they created a layered cacophony of overlapping fields that made Harry's enhanced vision swim. "Ah," said a soft voice from the shadows. "Mr. Potter. I wondered when I'd be seeing you." Ollivander appeared like a ghost materializing from the gloom, an old man with pale, lamp-like eyes that were, Harry noticed immediately, perceiving things that normal eyes shouldn't be able to perceive. He was seeing energy too. Not the same way Harry was, but there was definitely something going on behind those silvery eyes. "Your mother. Lily. Willow and unicorn hair. 10¼ inches. Excellent for charm work." Ollivander was circling Harry now, measuring him with a tape measure that moved on its own. "Your father. Mahogany. 11 inches. A powerful wand for transfiguration. You have James's build, but your eyes." He trailed off. His own pale eyes widened slightly. "Your eyes are unusual, Mr. Potter." "So I've been told," Harry said evenly. "No. I mean they are unusual." Ollivander leaned in, studying Harry's face with an intensity that would have been unsettling if Harry hadn't been raised by a telepathic crow and a family of emotional abusers. His discomfort threshold was calibrated differently than most kids. There is something behind them. Something that isn't entirely wizarding. He can see it, Karasu said sharply. This man is perceptive. Be careful. Let's try some wands, shall we? Ollivander said, pulling back with an expression that was 2 parts curiosity, 1 part caution, and a dash of something Harry could only describe as professional excitement. Like a craftsman who just encountered a material he didn't recognize. What followed was the most tedious 20 minutes of Harry's life. Wand after wand after wand, each one producing a different unsatisfactory result. Some shot sparks. Some fizzled. One set a stack of boxes on fire. One froze Ollivander's left shoe, which the old man seemed more intrigued by than bothered by. Tricky customer, Ollivander muttered, but he was smiling. Not to worry. The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter, and your wand is here somewhere. It's just being particular. The problem, Harry realized, was that his body was fighting the wands. Every time he gripped one, he could feel 2 things happening simultaneously, his magical core reaching for the wand's energy, and his other energy, the one Karasu called chakra, recoiling from it. It was like trying to shake hands with someone while your other hand pushed them away. The 2 systems weren't in conflict exactly, but they weren't cooperating either. Relax your chakra network, Karasu instructed. Let the magic flow without interference. The wand doesn't need to bond with your chakra. It needs to bond with your magical core. They're separate systems. Treat them separately. Harry took a breath. Closed his eyes. Tried to mentally partition himself, magic on one side, chakra on the other, a wall between them that was permeable but distinct. Like oil and water in the same bottle, coexisting without mixing. He opened his eyes. Try this one, he said, and reached for a box that was practically vibrating on the shelf. He didn't know how he knew. He just did. The energy signature coming from that box was calling to him, specifically to his magical core, completely ignoring his chakra, with a resonance that was unmistakable. Ollivander's eyebrows rose. He pulled the box down, opened it, and offered the wand within. Holly. 11 inches. Phoenix feather core. Harry's fingers closed around it, and the world sang. Warmth flooded through him, not the sharp, focused warmth of chakra, but something wider and gentler and joyful, like sunlight after a long winter. Golden sparks erupted from the wand's tip, swirling around Harry in a miniature galaxy that made the dust motes dance and the boxes hum and Ollivander's eyes go very, very wide. Oh, bravo, Ollivander whispered. Yes, yes, very good. Very good indeed. But, curious. Very curious. Harry waited. The phoenix whose tail feather resides in your wand gave 1 other feather. Just 1. And the wand that houses its brother, gave you that scar. The shop went cold. Not literally. The temperature didn't change. But something in the energy field shifted, darkened, and Harry felt a resonance that was deeply unpleasant, like a discordant note in an otherwise harmonious piece of music. His scar tingled. Not painfully, not yet, but with a low-level awareness that Harry suddenly understood was not just a scar. It was a connection. A thread leading somewhere dark. I see it, Karasu said, and his mental voice was unusually tense. There's something in that scar, Harry. Something that doesn't belong to you. We'll deal with it later. For now, pay for the wand and leave. Thank you, Mr. Ollivander, Harry said, and his voice was perfectly calm and polite because Karasu had spent 6 years teaching him that composure was armor, and armor didn't crack just because someone said something unsettling. But as he turned to leave, his eyes flickered red. Just for an instant. A single heartbeat of crimson that swept across his dark irises and vanished. And in that instant, with vision suddenly sharper than it had any right to be, Harry saw Ollivander's face react. Not with fear. Not with confusion. With recognition. Like he'd seen those eyes, or eyes like them, before. In a book, maybe. In a legend. In one of those dusty corners of wand-making history where the line between magic and something else blurred until it disappeared entirely. Ollivander said nothing. But he watched Harry leave with the expression of a man who had just realized that the world was larger and stranger than even he, in his centuries of wand-craft, had fully appreciated. The weeks between Diagon Alley and September 1st were the longest of Harry's life. He spent them doing three things. First, reading. Every textbook, cover to cover, multiple times. Not because he was naturally studious, he wasn't, particularly, but because Karasu insisted. Knowledge is the foundation of power. You are about to enter a world you know nothing about. That is a vulnerability. Eliminate it. Second, practicing. Not magic, he didn't dare use the wand. Some instinct, and Karasu's stern warnings about something called the trace, told him that would be a bad idea, but chakra. Every night, after the Dursleys were asleep, Harry crept out to the back garden and worked through exercises Karasu taught him. Matan. Breathing. Sensing the energy within himself and learning to direct it. Walking up the garden fence. Walking up the side of the house. Hanging upside down from the roof by his feet while Karasu perched nearby and critiqued his form. Your control is improving. But you're still brute-forcing it. Chakra should flow like water, not push like a battering ram. Easy for you to say. You're a bird. You don't have feet. I have talons, which are superior to feet in every conceivable way. Focus. Third, thinking. About everything Hagrid had told him. About his parents. About Voldemort. About the scar on his forehead that tingled when he thought about certain things and that Karasu was increasingly concerned about, though the crow wouldn't fully explain why. About the eyes. Because something was happening with Harry's eyes. The flickering was getting more frequent. Not just in moments of stress anymore, sometimes it happened when he was just sitting quietly, reading or thinking, and he'd catch his reflection in a window and see the red staring back at him for 2, 3, 5 seconds before fading. And one night, the night before September 1st, he sat on his bed in the dark and looked at himself in the cracked mirror on the back of Dudley's old wardrobe and said, Karasu. I'm ready. For what? For the truth. About the eyes. About my other heritage. About you. I'm going to a school full of wizards tomorrow. I need to know what I am before someone else figures it out and I'm the last one to know. Silence. Long silence. The kind of silence that Karasu only employed when he was making a decision that mattered. Then, finally, your name is Harry James Potter. Your biological parents were James and Lily Potter, and they loved you enough to die for you. But you are also, through a ritual performed on the night they died, Harry Potter Uchiha. You carry two bloodlines. Two legacies. Two types of power. Harry listened without interrupting. His heart was pounding but his face was still. Composure is armor. The man who performed the ritual was named Itachi Uchiha. He was a shinobi, a warrior, from another world. A world where people used chakra instead of magic. He was dying when he found you. He saw a child who was about to inherit a legacy of suffering, and he decided to give you the tools to survive it. He gave you his blood. His chakra. His eyes. His eyes. The Sharingan. The mirror will eye. It's a Hirari ability of the Uchiha clan, a family of warriors whose eyes evolved to perceive and predict in combat techniques. When fully awakened, the Sharingan allows the user to see chakra flow, predict physical movement, perceive reality in enhanced detail, and cast powerful illusions. It is one of the most powerful bloodline abilities in my world. And I have it. You have the potential for it. The blood adoption gave you the genetic framework. But the Sharingan doesn't just turn on because you have the genes. It awakens in response to emotional trauma. Strong emotion, love, loss, desperation, the need to protect someone precious to you, triggers the activation. Harry's jaw tightened. So I need to suffer? No. Kurasu's voice was sharp. Sharper than Harry had ever heard it. That's what the old Uchiha believed, and it destroyed them. Itachi. I learned the truth too late. The Sharingan awakens through emotion, yes. But it doesn't have to be negative emotion. It awakens when you feel something so strongly that your eyes evolve to match the depth of your feeling. It can be triggered by love as easily as loss. The problem is that, historically, most Uchiha experienced loss before they experienced love. And you want me to be different. I want you to be you. Not an Uchiha. Not a Potter. You. Harry. The boy who talks to a bird and walks on walls and has spent 10 years in a house of people who hate him without letting them make him hate the world. You are already different. The Sharingan is just the beginning. Harry sat with that for a long time. The mirror reflected a boy with messy black hair and dark eyes that, for the moment, weren't flickering at all. Just dark. Just deep. Just waiting. You said it's the beginning. What comes after? And Karasu told him about the Mangekyo Sharingan, and Harry understood for the first time why the crow's voice, when it spoke of those eyes, carried the weight of a grief that went beyond words. The Mangekyo is power beyond anything you can currently imagine. And it costs more than you can currently afford. So we're going to make sure that when the time comes, and it will come, Harry, I won't lie to you about that, you are ready. Not just in skill. In soul. Harry nodded once. Stood up. Tucked the cracked mirror back against the wardrobe. Then let's make sure I'm ready. He spent the rest of the night on the roof, chakra in his feet, wand in his pocket, Karasu on his shoulder, watching the stars rotate overhead and thinking about red eyes and lost parents and a warrior from another world who had found a broken baby in the ruins of a destroyed home and decided, with his last breath, that this child would not walk alone. Platform 9 3/4 was exactly as insane as it sounded. Harry ran at a brick wall in King's Cross Station and instead of getting a concussion, he passed through it into a hidden platform where a scarlet steam engine was belching smoke and hundreds of young witches and wizards were saying goodbye to their parents and loading trunks and owls and, in one memorable case, what appeared to be a small alligator wearing a bow tie. This world is strange, Karasu observed from Harry's shoulder. You're a telepathic crow with one magic eye who lives on my windowsill. You don't get to call things strange. Fair point. But the alligator is wearing a bow tie, Harry. A bow tie. Harry found an empty compartment near the back of the train, stowed his trunk, and settled in by the window. Karasu hopped from his shoulder to the luggage rack and tucked himself into a shadowy corner, becoming nearly invisible. This was intentional, Karasu preferred to observe without being the center of attention. Learn from that, the crow had told Harry more than once. The best position in any room is the one where you can see everything without being seen. The compartment door slid open about 10 minutes into the journey, and a red-haired boy with a smudge on his nose stuck his head in. Anyone sitting here? Everywhere else is full. Go ahead, Harry said. The boy dropped into the seat across from him with the boneless relief of someone who'd been carrying a heavy trunk up and down the train aisle. He was tall for his age, lanky, with freckles and an open, honest face that broadcast every emotion like a billboard. Harry's enhanced perception read him in seconds, nervous, excited, slightly embarrassed, the robes were secondhand, the wand looked old, but underneath all of that, a bedrock warmth that was genuine and uncomplicated and almost painfully nice. I'm Ron, the boy said. Ron Weasley. Harry. Harry Potter. Ron's eyes went wide. Then wider. Then approximately the size of dinner plates. Seriously. You're Harry Potter. Do you have the scar? Harry pushed his hair back. Wicked, Ron breathed, staring at the lightning bolt with undisguised awe. Then, almost immediately, he seemed to catch himself. Sorry, that's probably annoying, isn't it? People staring at your forehead all the time. And Harry, who had been prepared for worship or fear or the kind of calculating interest he'd sensed from the pale boy in Madame Malkin's shop, was completely disarmed by the fact that Ron Weasley's very first instinct after the initial fanboy moment was to check if Harry was uncomfortable. A little bit, Harry admitted. But you get used to it. I've got 7 of something too, and people stare, Ron said, digging into a paper bag. Siblings. 6, actually. Brothers mostly. Absolute nightmare. Want a sandwich? Mum makes loads. And just like that, they were friends. Not because of the scar or the fame or anything dramatic. Because Ron Weasley was the kind of person who shared his sandwiches with strangers on trains, and Harry Potter was the kind of person who desperately, achingly needed someone to share sandwiches with. They talked for hours. Ron explained Quidditch. Harry listened with the focused attention of someone building a tactical database. Wizard chess. Harry was very interested in this. Strategy games were Karasu's primary teaching tool, and the Byzantine social hierarchy of the wizarding world. Harry listened far more than he spoke, asking precise questions that Ron answered enthusiastically, and gradually built a picture of the world he was entering that was more nuanced and detailed than anything the textbooks had provided. He's a good source of social intelligence, Karasu noted from the luggage rack. Unfiltered, emotionally transparent, and deeply embedded in wizarding culture. Keep him close. Harry almost laughed. Trust Karasu to evaluate a friendship in intelligence-gathering terms. But the crow wasn't wrong. Ron was a window into a world Harry didn't understand yet, and more than that, more than the tactical value, more than the information, Ron was easy. Easy to talk to, easy to laugh with, easy to sit in silence with. After 10 years of the Dursleys, easy felt like luxury. The compartment door opened again about an hour later, and a girl with bushy brown hair and an authoritative manner stuck her head in. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one. No, Ron said, mouth full of chocolate frog. The girl's eyes swept the compartment, Harry, Ron, the sweet wrappers, the general chaos, and narrowed slightly in the way of someone who has very strong opinions about tidiness and is struggling not to express them. Then her eyes landed on Harry, and something shifted. Not the usual recognition of the scar thing. She was looking at his face. Specifically, at his eyes. And Harry felt something he didn't expect, her energy pattern, which was bright and busy and humming with intellectual curiosity, suddenly focused. Tightened. Like a lens adjusting. You're Harry Potter, she said. Not a question. A statement. I've read about you in several books. Several? Harry said, raising an eyebrow. 7, actually. You're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century, and that's thorough. I like to be prepared. She paused. Then, with a directness that Harry found refreshing after years of the Dursleys' passive-aggressive communication style, your eyes are unusual. They're much darker than any photographs I've seen. And they're doing something. There's a depth to them that doesn't seem entirely natural. Ron choked on his chocolate frog. She sees it, Karasu said, and his mental voice carried a note of surprise that Harry had rarely heard. Not the Sharingan itself, but the potential. This girl has exceptional perception. Interesting. I get that a lot, Harry said calmly. The girl studied him for another moment, then seemed to decide that further investigation could wait. She stuck out her hand. Hermione Granger. Harry shook it. Her grip was firm. Confident. Her energy pattern hadn't dimmed at all, if anything, meeting him had made it more intense. She was already filing him away as a puzzle to be solved, and Harry could respect that because he was doing exactly the same thing to her. You've got a crow, Hermione said, spotting Karasu in the shadows of the luggage rack. His name is Karasu. That's Japanese for crow. Harry blinked. You speak Japanese? No, but I have a very good dictionary. Is he your familiar? He's quite large. And his left eye looks red. Is that a magical breed? I don't think I've read about red-eyed crows in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, though the coverage of corvids in that book is disappointingly sparse. I like this girl, Karasu said, with the exact same tone he'd used about Hagrid. She asks too many questions, but they're the right questions. He's special, Harry said simply. Hermione nodded, accepting this with the grace of someone who understood that some answers required patience. Well, I should get back to helping Neville find his toad. You should both change into your robes, I expect we'll be arriving soon. She left. The compartment felt quieter without her. Mental, that one, Ron said, not unkindly. 7 books about you. Bit much. Harry said nothing. He was thinking about the way Hermione's eyes had locked onto his, and the way her energy pattern had sharpened, and the way she'd noticed in 30 seconds something that most people never noticed at all. She'll be important, Karasu said quietly. I don't know how. But she will. Harry watched the countryside roll past the window, a castle beginning to materialize in the distance like a dream taking physical form, and thought about red eyes and new friends and the weight of legacies he was only beginning to understand. The Hogwarts Express carried him forward. Karasu rode his shoulder. And somewhere in the depths of Harry's dark eyes, behind the careful composure and the quiet observation and the walls he'd built around himself to survive a decade of lovelessness, something ancient stirred. Not waking. Not yet. But stirring. Like a fire that had been banked but never extinguished, waiting for the right breath of wind to bring it roaring back to life. Remember, Itachi's voice whispered, from a place deeper than Karasu, deeper than memory, from the very blood that flowed through Harry's veins, the strongest shinobi is not the one who masters every jutsu. It's the one who knows when not to fight. Harry closed his eyes. Let the train carry him toward his future. And smiled. Not a big smile. Not a grin. Just a small, quiet curve of the lips that said, I'm here. I'm ready. And whatever comes next, I'm not walking into it blind. The castle grew larger in the window. The crow settled on his shoulder. The boy with the red eyes that hadn't woken yet rode the train toward a world that would try very, very hard to break him. It was going to fail. Chapter 2, Eyes That See Through Illusion. Chapter 2, Eyes That See Through Illusion. The great hall hit Harry like a wall of pure sensory overload, and he almost staggered. Not because of the floating candles, though those were impressive. Not because of the enchanted ceiling showing a perfect mirror of the night sky outside, though that made something in his chest ache with a beauty he hadn't expected. Not even because of the hundreds of students already seated at 4 long tables, their faces turned toward the incoming first years with expressions ranging from bored to curious to actively predatory. It was the energy. The great hall was saturated with it. Magical energy poured from every surface, the walls, the floor, the ancient stones that had been soaking up 1,000 years of spellwork like a sponge absorbing water. The candles weren't just floating, they were anchored in invisible lattices of enchantment that Harry's enhanced vision could trace like glowing spiderwebs across the ceiling. The sky overhead wasn't a simple illusion, it was a complex, layered enchantment that actually connected to the real sky, a window punched through solid stone by magic so old and powerful that it had become part of the castle's fundamental architecture. And the people. Merlin, the people. Every witch and wizard in the room was a node of magical energy, and together they created a field so dense and complex that Harry's vision swam trying to process it all. Some burned bright, the teachers at the high table were practically bonfires, especially the old man in the center with the long silver beard whose energy signature was so vast and controlled that it reminded Harry of an ocean held back by a dam. Dumbledore, Karasu supplied from inside Harry's robes, where the crow had tucked himself to avoid drawing attention during the boat ride. Albus Dumbledore. Headmaster. The most powerful wizard in this world, according to what I've gathered. His energy is considerable. Considerable was an understatement. The man radiated power the way the sun radiated light, constantly, effortlessly, and in quantities that made everything around him seem dim by comparison. But it was controlled. Tightly, precisely controlled, like a master calligrapher who could paint with a brush that held enough ink to flood a room. Harry filed that away. Powerful. Controlled. Watching. Because Dumbledore was absolutely watching him. Those blue eyes, twinkling behind half-moon spectacles, had found Harry the moment he'd walked through the doors, and they hadn't left him since. The twinkle was warm and grandfatherly and almost certainly at least partially calculated, because nobody got to be the most powerful wizard in the world by being as harmless as they looked. Never trust the ones who smile the widest, Karasu murmured. It doesn't mean they're enemies. It means they have layers. And layers require careful navigation. First years, form a line, called a tall, stern-looking witch with emerald robes and an energy signature that was sharp and precise and absolutely did not tolerate nonsense. Professor McGonagall. She'd met them at the castle entrance and guided them through the corridors with the efficiency of a woman who had herded 11-year-olds for decades and had refined the process to a military science. Harry fell into line between Ron, who was so nervous his freckles were standing out like constellations on his pale face, and Hermione, who was muttering spell names under her breath like a student cramming for an exam and radiating an anxiety that was almost endearing in its intensity. Calm down, Harry murmured to both of them, because their nervousness was spiking his empathic sense and it was getting distracting. Easy for you to say, Ron muttered back. Fred says the sorting involves fighting a troll. Your brother lied to you. How'd you know? Because there's no troll in this room and the teachers look bored, not prepared for combat. Ron blinked. That's, actually a good point. Hermione, on Harry's other side, stopped muttering and looked at him with that laser-focus expression she'd worn on the train. You're very observant, she said. Not a compliment exactly, more like a data point she was adding to her growing mental file on Harry Potter. I pay attention, Harry said simply. A stool was brought forward. On it, a hat. Old, patched, frayed, and radiating a magical signature that was absolutely bizarre, it felt alive, but not in the way a person or animal was alive. More like a painting that had been layered with so many coats of enchantment over so many centuries that it had developed something approximating consciousness. The hat sang. Harry listened to the song with half his attention while the other half mapped the room, exits, sight lines, the positions of the teachers, the energy signatures of the students, the curious dark void near the back of Quirrell's turban that made Harry's scar twitch and his stomach turn. Wait. Harry's eyes snapped to the high table. A man in a purple turban was sitting near the end, and he looked perfectly ordinary if you were using normal vision. Nervous, a bit twitchy, the kind of professor who probably stammered through lectures and couldn't command a classroom. But Harry wasn't using normal vision. Harry was using whatever halfway state his eyes had been operating in since Diagon Alley, and through those eyes, Quirrell was wrong. Not just wrong. Wrong. The kind of wrong that made every instinct Harry had, survival instincts honed by 10 years with the Dursleys, combat instincts inherited from a man who'd been the most dangerous shinobi of his generation, and something deeper and older that lived in the blood Itachi had given him, scream in unison. Quirrell's energy signature was split. That was the simplest way to describe it. There were two patterns occupying the same body, layered on top of each other like two transparencies placed over the same light source. The surface pattern was weak, flickering, scared, that was Quirrell himself, or what was left of him. But underneath, attached to the back of his head like a parasite buried in a host, was something dark and cold and hungry that pulsed with a malevolence so concentrated it was almost beautiful in its purity. Harry's scar burned. Not agonizingly. Not yet. But a sharp, hot pulse that synced with the dark energy's rhythm, like a tuning fork resonating with a struck note. And Harry understood, with a clarity that chilled him, that the thing on the back of Quirrell's head and the thing in his scar were connected. Same frequency. Same source. Same darkness. I see it too, Karasu said, and his mental voice was tight with a tension Harry had never heard before. Harry. That is not a normal dark wizard. That is something far worse. The energy pattern is parasitic, it's feeding on the host body while maintaining its own consciousness. I've seen techniques like this in my world, but never this, refined. What is it? Harry breathed, barely moving his lips. A piece of someone. Someone who should be dead but isn't. Someone who found a way to anchor themselves to the living world through sheer will and dark power. Voldemort. It had to be. The dark wizard who'd killed Harry's parents, who'd given him the scar, who'd supposedly been destroyed. Not destroyed. Just, displaced. Reduced. Hiding. On the back of a professor's head. In a school full of children. Harry's hands clenched at his sides. Something dark and hot surged through him, not chakra, not magic, something rawer than both, and for a heartbeat his vision sharpened to an almost painful degree of clarity and the edges of his irises bled crimson. Control. Karasu's voice sliced through the surge like a blade. Control it, Harry. Not here. Not now. You are in a room full of people, you are about to be sorted, and if your eyes change color in front of the entire school, every question you don't want answered will be asked before you've finished sitting down. Control. Harry breathed. In. Out. Slow. Steady. The way Karasu had taught him on the roof at Privet Drive, channeling the energy down from his eyes and back into the rest of his body, letting it circulate and dissipate instead of concentrating and erupting. The red faded. His vision returned to its enhanced but not Sharingan baseline. His hands unclenched. Nobody had noticed. The sorting was underway, students being called one by one, the hat making its decisions with sometimes instant and sometimes drawn-out deliberation. Harry used the time to steady himself, to push the dark knowledge about Quirrell into a compartment in his mind where it could be analyzed later without triggering emotional responses now. Good, Karasu said quietly. That was close. We need to talk about what you just saw. But later. Focus on the immediate. Abbott, Hannah, became a Hufflepuff. Bones, Susan, also Hufflepuff. The names marched on in alphabetical order, and Harry catalogued each one automatically, matching names to faces to energy signatures to the houses they were sorted into, building a database that Karasu would have called an intelligence file and most people would have called an obsessively detailed mental spreadsheet. Granger, Hermione. Hermione practically sprinted to the stool, sat down, and jammed the hat on her head with the enthusiasm of someone who'd been waiting for this moment since she first learned she was a witch. The hat took about 45 seconds, during which Hermione's expression cycled through several variations of intense internal debate, before shouting, Gryffindor. She hopped off the stool, beaming, and headed for the Gryffindor table. As she passed Harry, she caught his eye and smiled, a real smile, not the nervous academic one she'd been wearing on the train, but something warmer and more genuine, and Harry felt a small, unexpected flutter in his chest that he immediately attributed to the stress of the evening and absolutely nothing else. Sure, Karasu said dryly. Malfoy, Draco. The pale blonde boy from Madame Malkin swaggered to the stool. The hat barely touched his head before screaming, Slytherin, and Malfoy headed for his table with the satisfied smirk of someone who'd never doubted the outcome. His energy signature, Harry noted, was interesting, all sharp edges and cold ambition on the surface, but underneath, buried deep enough that Malfoy himself probably didn't know it was there, something small and scared that just wanted to be good enough. Harry filed that away too. You never knew when understanding someone's hidden fears would prove useful. More names. More sortings. And then, Potter, Harry. The whispers hit like a wave. Every single student in the Great Hall was suddenly very interested, very alert, and very much staring. Harry could feel the weight of their collective attention like a physical force, hundreds of energy signatures all orienting toward him simultaneously, and it took genuine effort to keep his composure as he walked to the stool. He sat. McGonagall placed the hat on his head. It dropped over his eyes, plunging him into darkness, and, "Oh my," said a small voice in his ear. "Oh my, oh my." The Sorting Hat's presence in his mind was nothing like Karasu's. Karasu was a voice, clear, distinct, coming from a specific direction. The hat was everywhere. It was in his thoughts like water in a sponge, seeping through the cracks of his mental architecture with a thoroughness that was simultaneously impressive and deeply invasive. Harry's reaction was instinctive. The walls went up. Not consciously. Not deliberately. The defenses that Karasu had spent years helping him build, mental partitions, emotional barriers, the carefully compartmentalized structure of a mind trained to protect its secrets, engaged automatically, and the hat hit them like a bird flying into a window. "Ah," the hat said, sounding winded. "That's new. I've sorted thousands of students, Mr. Potter, and I've never been blocked before. You have defenses that aren't entirely magical in nature. They feel martial. Disciplined. Trained." "Sorry," Harry thought at the hat. Reflex. "Quite all right. Quite all right. But I do need to see something of you to sort you, so if you could lower the drawbridge just a crack." Harry relaxed the outer wall. Just enough. Let the hat see the surface, his determination, his curiosity, his desire to learn, his fierce protectiveness of the few people he cared about. "Fascinating," the hat murmured. "Courage, certainly, not the reckless kind, mind you, but the cold, calculated courage of someone who assesses the risk and chooses to face it anyway. Intelligence, absolutely. A hunger for knowledge that goes beyond academic, you want to understand systems, how they work, how they can be used. Loyalty to those you choose, but you choose carefully. And ambition, Not Slytherin," Harry thought. "Are you sure? Slytherin could help you on the way to greatness. I don't want greatness. I want to be ready." The hat paused. "Ready for what?" "Whatever's coming." "And you believe something is coming?" Harry thought of the dark energy on the back of Quirrell's head. The scar that pulsed in resonance with it. The legacy of red eyes and a warrior's blood running through veins that also carried a mother's sacrifice and a prophecy of violence. "I know something is coming," Harry said. "I've known since I was 4 years old and a crow started talking to me." "Ah," the hat said softly. "Yes. I can feel the crow, actually. Or rather, I can feel the absence where the crow's consciousness interfaces with yours. It's like a room in your mind that has its own tenant. And deeper than that." The hat went quiet for a long moment. "Mr. Potter. You have a second consciousness in your mind." "No, 2 additional presences. One is the crow, which is extraordinary. A fragment of an adult mind, non-magical in origin, woven into a living creature through a ritual I don't recognize. But the other." The hat's voice changed. Became harder. More alert. "The other is in your scar. And it is dark." "I know," Harry thought. "You know. I can feel it. I've felt it for years. Karasu, the crow, he's been helping me keep it contained." The hat was quiet again. When it spoke, it sounded older somehow. More serious. Like the jovial sorting personality had been set aside and the ancient artifact beneath was speaking directly. "I've sorted students who carried burdens, Mr. Potter. Dark histories, traumatic pasts, destinies they didn't ask for. But I have never sorted a student who carried what you carry. You have 3 souls in one body, your own, a guardian's, and an invader's. You have 2 types of energy flowing through separate systems. You have eyes that belong to a bloodline from another world entirely. And you are 11 years old. Almost 12, actually. Don't be cheeky with a hat that's older than your civilization." "Fair enough. Where to put you, then? Your mind says Ravenclaw. Your heart says Gryffindor. Your instincts say Slytherin. And your soul says all of them and none of them. Harry waited. I think, the hat said slowly, that you need a house that will challenge you to be more than your abilities. A house that values bravery, yes, but specifically the bravery to connect. To trust. To lower those magnificent walls of yours and let people in. Because I've seen inside your head, Harry Potter, and the greatest threat to your future isn't the dark thing in your scar or the enemies you'll face. It's the possibility that you'll face them alone because you were too afraid to let anyone stand beside you. The hat's voice rang through the great hall. Gryffindor. Harry removed the hat, placed it on the stool, and walked to the Gryffindor table through a thunder of applause. The Weasley twins were chanting, "We got Potter. We got Potter," which was obnoxious but kind of heartwarming. Ron was grinning from ear to ear, having already been sorted into Gryffindor. Hermione had saved a seat beside her, which she patted with an expression that was trying very hard to be casual and was absolutely not succeeding. Harry sat down between them. Ron immediately started telling him about all the foods they were about to eat. Hermione immediately started telling him about the house history and point system. The noise and warmth and energy of the Gryffindor table wrapped around Harry like a blanket, and for the first time in his life, he was in a room full of people who were happy he was there. How does it feel? Karasu asked from inside his robes. Harry didn't answer in words. He just let the feeling wash through him, the warmth, the belonging, the terrifying vulnerability of caring about a place, and let Karasu feel it through their bond. Good, the crow said softly. Hold on to that feeling. You're going to need it. The first week at Hogwarts was an exercise in controlled adaptation, and Harry approached it the way Karasu had taught him to approach any new environment: observe everything, reveal nothing, and build your understanding before building your reputation. The castle itself was alive. Not in the sentient building way of some fantasy stories, but in a deeper, more fundamental way. 1,000 years of magic had seeped into every stone, every staircase, every suit of armor, until the whole structure existed in a state of ambient enchantment that Harry's enhanced vision could perceive as a constant, low-level glow. The staircases moved. The paintings talked. The ghosts drifted through walls with the casual nonchalance of people walking through doorways. And everywhere, suffusing everything, was magic. Harry loved it. He loved it the way a fish that had been living in a puddle loves being released into the ocean. This was where he was meant to be. Not because of the prophecy or the fame or the scar, but because for the first time in his life, he was surrounded by people who could do impossible things and considered them normal. He wasn't a freak here. He was a student. And then classes started, and Harry had to learn to be very, very careful. The problem was this: Harry was too good. Not at everything. History of magic was boring regardless of your bloodline, and astronomy required knowledge that neither Uchiha blood nor Crow tutoring had provided. But the practical classes, charms, transfiguration, defense against the dark arts, and especially anything that required wand work or reflexes, Harry was operating on a level that was, to put it diplomatically, outside the normal first-year range. It started in charms. Professor Flitwick, a tiny, energetic wizard who stood on a stack of books to see over his desk, had them practicing the basic wand-lighting charm. Lumos. Simple spell. First-year stuff. Wave the wand, say the word, produce light. Harry's first attempt produced a beam of light so bright that it lit up the entire classroom, cast sharp shadows on every wall, and caused Flitwick to fall off his book stack. Extraordinary. Flitwick squeaked from the floor, eyes wide with delight. Absolutely extraordinary, Mr. Potter. That's an EWT level intensity on your first try. Every head in the classroom turned to stare. Harry felt the weight of their attention, curiosity, jealousy, awe, resentment, admiration, and immediately understood that he'd made a mistake. Too much power, Karasu confirmed from the windowsill outside, where he'd taken up residence during classes. You channeled chakra into the spell alongside your magic. The two energies amplified each other. Impressive, but conspicuous. Scale it back. Harry scaled it back. For the rest of the charms lesson, he performed adequately but not exceptionally, hitting the expected first-year standard and no higher. But the damage was done. Flitwick was watching him with the bright-eyed interest of a scholar who just discovered a new species. And Hermione, sitting 2 seats away, was watching him with an expression that said she'd noticed not just the initial display of power, but the deliberate restraint that followed it. That girl missed nothing. It happened again in Transfiguration. McGonagall had them turning matches into needles, basic transmutation, the first baby step on the long road of Transfiguration mastery. Most students spent the entire lesson poking ineffectually at their matches. Hermione managed a partial transformation by the end of class. Harry looked at the match. Looked at it with his enhanced vision. Saw the magical structure of the wood, the potential pathways that transformation magic would follow, the way the spell would need to reshape the molecular architecture from organic to metallic. It was like seeing the answer key to a test. He could trace the exact path the magic needed to take, and with his chakra-enhanced precision, he could guide it along that path like water through a canal. His match became a needle on the second try. A perfect needle. Gleaming silver, sharp-tipped, with a tiny eye at the top that caught the light. McGonagall picked it up, examined it, and looked at Harry over her spectacles with an expression that was 50% pride and 50% suspicion. "This is exceptional work, Mr. Potter. Have you had previous training?" "No, Professor." A lie. Well, partially. He hadn't had previous magical training. But Karasu's years of chakra instruction, the mat ion, the energy manipulation, the precision exercises, had given Harry a foundation of internal control that transferred directly to wand magic in ways that no one in the wizarding world would have anticipated, because no one in the wizarding world knew that chakra existed. McGonagall said. She placed the needle on her desk, transformed it back to a match, and then looked at Harry again. "Do it once more, please." Harry did it again. Same result. Perfect needle, second try, no wasted motion. "Interesting," McGonagall said, in a tone that suggested the word interesting was doing a lot of heavy lifting. 5 points to Gryffindor. After class, walking through the corridor toward the next lesson, Hermione fell into step beside him. "You held back in charms," she said without preamble. Harry glanced at her. "Did I? Your first Lumos was powerful enough to illuminate the entire room. Every subsequent attempt was precisely average. The statistical probability of that drop-off occurring naturally is essentially 0. You chose to perform at a lower level after the first attempt. That's a lot of analysis for a lighting spell. And in Transfiguration, you completed the task on your second try, which is remarkable, but you then spent the remaining 40 minutes pretending to practice when you clearly didn't need to. You were watching other students' attempts instead. Cataloging their techniques." Harry stopped walking. Turned to face her. Hermione met his gaze without flinching, chin up, eyes bright with the particular intensity of someone who was very smart and very unused to people being smarter than she was and was determined to figure out how it worked. "You're observant," Harry said. "And you're hiding," Hermione replied. "Which is fine, I'm sure you have your reasons. But you should know that hiding in plain sight only works if nobody's paying attention, and I'm paying attention." She held his gaze for another second, then turned and walked away, bushy hair bouncing with the force of her stride, radiating an energy that Harry could only describe as challenge accepted. "I said she'd be important," Karasu said from a nearby window. "She's going to be trouble. The good kind." Harry watched her go and felt that flutter again. Still stress. Definitely still stress. Absolutely, 100%, stress-related cardiac activity and nothing else. Harry was careful after that. He calibrated his performance, good enough to earn house points and avoid suspicion of laziness, but not so good that he became a spectacle. A comfortable zone of above-average but explainable where he could hide in the gap between expectation and reality. Karasu helped. Every evening, in the privacy of the dormitory after Ron had fallen asleep, the boys slept like the dead, which was convenient, or on the roof of the astronomy tower during the small hours when even the ghosts were quiet. Harry and his crow reviewed the day. Your wand technique is inefficient. You're compensating for poor form with raw power. Learn the fundamentals properly. The textbook says to flick from the wrist. The textbook was written for average wizards with average energy reserves. You are neither. Your magical core is unusually large. I suspect the blood adoption expanded it, and your chakra network gives you precision that most wizards would need decades of practice to develop. Use both. Magic for power, chakra for control. And practice the wand movements until they're muscle memory, not conscious decisions. Harry practiced. On the roof, under the stars, with Karasu's single red eye watching every motion and critiquing every angle. Not spells, he couldn't risk the magical signature being detected, but the physical movements. The flicks, the jabs, the sweeping arcs. Over and over until his wrist moved automatically, the way Karasu said a shinobi's hands moved through seals after enough repetition, without thought, without hesitation, faster than the conscious mind could direct. Better. Again. He also practiced chakra. The wall walking and water walking he'd mastered at Privet Drive were just the beginning. Karasu introduced new exercises, tree climbing on the ancient oaks near the lake, using chakra, not hands, leaf sticking, adhering a leaf to his forehead using only chakra, a concentration exercise that was simple in concept and maddening in practice, and basic body enhancement, pushing chakra into his muscles and tendons to increase speed and strength. The body enhancement was where it got dangerous. The first time Harry pushed chakra into his legs and jumped, he went 3 stories straight up and had to wall walk down the side of the astronomy tower in a controlled panic while Karasu watched from the parapet with the calm detachment of a teacher who believed in learning from experience. Too much. Again. I just jumped 30 feet in the air. And if you'd been in a combat situation, you would have jumped 30 feet into a killing curse. Power without precision is liability. Again. Less chakra. More control. Again. Always again. Karasu was relentless in a way that was never cruel but was absolutely uncompromising. He didn't praise unless the praise was earned. He didn't soften criticism to protect feelings. He taught the way he'd been taught, or rather, the way he wished he'd been taught, because Itachi's own training had been a masterclass in prodigy creation that had succeeded in building a perfect weapon and failed spectacularly in building a whole human being, and the crow was determined not to repeat that mistake. You're not training to be a weapon, Harry. You're training to be prepared. There's a difference. A weapon exists to be used. A prepared person exists to choose. Choose what? When to act. When to wait. When to fight. When to walk away. The strongest shinobi I ever knew wasn't strong because of his techniques. He was strong because he could look at a battle and decide it wasn't worth fighting, and then he'd sit under a tree and read a book while everyone else exhausted themselves. You should meet him someday. You'd like him. Was he a friend of yours? A pause. Something like that. He was my friend's teacher. A man named Kakashi. The ninja. He had one Sharingan eye, a gift from a dying friend, and he used it more wisely than most Uchiha ever used their pair. It was one of the few times Karasu voluntarily shared information about his past. Harry savored it, turned it over in his mind, and added it to the slowly growing picture of who and what his adoptive father had been. Potions class was a different kind of challenge. Not because of the potions themselves, the precision required was actually well suited to Harry's skill set, and his chakra-enhanced senses let him measure ingredients with a fineness that bordered on alchemical. The challenge was Professor Severus Snape. Snape hated Harry. This was apparent from the first moment of the first class, when Snape had taken roll, paused at Harry's name, and delivered a speech about celebrity that dripped with a contempt so concentrated it was almost impressive. The man's energy signature was a storm, dark and roiling and complex, layer upon layer of bitterness and regret and loss wrapped around a core of something that Harry couldn't quite identify but that hurt to look at. Potter. Snape had snapped, 10 minutes into the first lesson. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Harry knew the answer. He'd read the textbook cover to cover, and Karasu had quizzed him on every chapter. But more than that, something about the question itself, the specific ingredients, the specific combination, pinged in his mind in a way that felt important, though he couldn't immediately say why. The draft of living death, sir. Snape's eye twitched. Barely perceptible, but Harry's enhanced vision caught it. Surprise, quickly suppressed. Then more questions, rapid fire, escalating in difficulty, designed to trip up an 11-year-old who shouldn't have read beyond the first chapter. Harry answered them all. Calmly, precisely, without elaboration. Just the facts, delivered in a flat, neutral tone that gave Snape absolutely nothing to work with emotionally. The class watched this exchange like spectators at a tennis match. Ron was gaping. Hermione was sitting very straight, her hand half raised, torn between wanting to answer and wanting to watch Harry do it. Malfoy, across the room, had an expression that was equal parts annoyance and reluctant interest. Snape stared at Harry for a long moment after the fourth question. His dark eyes, and they were dark, Harry noticed, almost as dark as his own, though without the crimson potential lurking beneath, searched Harry's face with an intensity that went beyond academic assessment. He was looking for something. Someone. A resemblance that he desperately wanted to find or desperately wanted not to find, and the conflict between those two desires was eating him alive. Your mother's eyes, Snape said quietly, almost to himself. Then, louder, adequate. Sit down. He knew your mother, Karasu observed later. His energy pattern shifted dramatically when he looked at you. There's grief there. Old, deep grief. And guilt. Be careful with this one, Harry. People who carry unresolved grief are unpredictable. He hated my father, didn't he? Almost certainly. But his feelings toward your mother were complicated. That complexity makes him dangerous in ways that a simple enemy wouldn't be. A man who hates you purely is predictable. A man who hates you while also seeing someone he loved in your face is anything but. Harry thought about that a lot. He thought about it during potions lessons, where Snape oscillated between cold hostility and moments of almost fairness that seemed to surprise Snape himself. He thought about it when he caught Snape watching him across the great hall with that searching, conflicted expression. And he thought about it at night, lying in bed, wondering what it would be like to look at someone's child and see the ghost of a person you'd lost. Itachi would have understood. Harry was sure of it. The man who'd killed his own family to protect his village, who'd spent years watching his little brother from the shadows, consumed by a love that could only express itself through distance and pain, yeah, Itachi would have understood Severus Snape perfectly. The thought made Harry's chest ache in a way he didn't have a name for. September bled into October, and Harry settled into a rhythm. Classes in the day, training at night, weekends spent with Ron, who had become, without either of them formally acknowledging it, Harry's best friend, and increasingly with Hermione, who had become, without Harry fully understanding how, the person whose opinion he cared about most. The trio had formed. Not through any dramatic bonding moment, not yet, but through the slow accretion of shared meals and study sessions and the particular intimacy of being 11 years old in a magical castle and having no idea what you're doing but being willing to figure it out together. Ron was warmth. Pure, uncomplicated, occasionally tactless warmth. He didn't ask Harry about his past. He didn't probe for details about the Dursleys or the scar or the fame. He invited Harry to play chess and told him about his family and complained about his brothers and shared every meal like it was a celebration, and in doing so he gave Harry something the boy had never had, normalcy. A friendship where Harry was just Harry, not the boy who lived, not the Uchiha heir, not the kid with the weird eyes and the telepathic crow. Just a mate. Just a friend. Harry destroyed Ron at chess the first time they played, because Karasu had spent years training Harry's strategic thinking, and the Sharingan, even in its dormant state, gave Harry a pattern recognition advantage that made the game feel like it was moving in slow motion. Ron stared at the board in stunned silence for about 10 seconds. Then he reset the pieces and said, again. He lost again. And again. And again. On the fifth game, Ron changed his strategy so dramatically and creatively that Harry was caught off guard, and the game went 40 moves longer than any of the previous ones. Harry still won, but barely. You adapted, Harry said, impressed despite himself. Yeah, well. Ron's ears were red, but he was grinning. I don't like losing. But I really don't like losing the same way twice. This one learns, Karasu said from the window. Slowly, but he learns. And he doesn't quit. That's rarer than talent, Harry. Remember that. Harry and Ron became the kind of friends who didn't need to talk to be comfortable. They could sit in the common room for hours, Ron doing homework badly, Harry reading ahead in textbooks or practicing subtle chakra exercises that looked, to outside observers, like a kid fidgeting with a pen, and the silence was easy. Natural. Safe. Hermione was different. Hermione was not comfortable silence. Hermione was questions. She'd cornered Harry in the library 3 weeks into term and laid it out with the surgical precision of a prosecutor building a case. You have abilities that aren't in any textbook I can find. Your reflexes are superhuman. I've seen you catch things that you shouldn't have been able to see, let alone react to. You perceive things that other people don't. Your crow has a red eye, which is biologically impossible for any known corvid species, magical or otherwise. And sometimes, when you think nobody's looking, your eyes change color. Harry had gone very still. I'm not going to tell anyone, Hermione added quickly, reading his reaction. I'm not, this isn't an interrogation. I want to understand. Because you're my friend, or at least I think you are, we haven't explicitly discussed the parameters of our relationship, and friends don't have to be mysteries to each other. She said, parameters of our relationship, Karasu murmured. At 11 years old. This girl is going to be either the most brilliant witch of her generation or the most exhausting. Possibly both. Harry looked at Hermione. Really looked at her. Not with enhanced vision or chakra sensing, but just, looked. At the earnest intensity in her brown eyes. At the way her hands were gripping the book in her lap a little too tightly, betraying the nervousness beneath her confident exterior. At the energy signature that he now knew as well as his own, bright, buzzing, sharp-edged, and underneath it all, a deep current of loneliness that she hid behind books and knowledge and the comforting armor of always being right. She was lonely. Had been lonely her whole life, probably. The smartest kid in every room, which meant the weirdest kid, which meant the most alone kid, which meant she'd learned to treat knowledge as a substitute for connection because knowledge didn't reject you, knowledge didn't call you a know-it-all or roll its eyes when you raised your hand, knowledge was reliable in a way that people never were. Harry recognized it because he lived it. Different manifestation, same core wound. They were both lonely kids who'd built walls to survive, and they were both sitting in a library pretending the walls weren't there while each of them could see the others clear as day. I'll tell you, Harry said. Not everything. Not yet. But some of it. Because you're right, we are friends. And friends don't have to be mysteries. He told her about the enhanced vision. Not the Sharingan, he didn't have the words for that yet, and Karasu advised against full disclosure, but the fact that he could see magical energy patterns, that his reflexes were genuinely superhuman, that Karasu was more than a normal crow. He talks to me, Harry said. In my head. He's been with me since I was a baby. He teaches me things. Hermione's eyes were wide. Not with fear. With fascination. The look of a born scholar encountering a phenomenon that didn't fit any existing framework and finding it absolutely thrilling. A telepathic bond with a familiar isn't unheard of, she said, already slotting the information into her mental filing system. But it's extremely rare, and usually develops over years of close contact, not from birth. And the red eye, that's not any form of magical mutation I've read about. It looks almost like, she stopped. Frowned. Pulled a book from the shelf beside her, not a wizarding book, Harry noticed, but a Muggle reference on mythology, and flipped to a section on Japanese legends. Tengu, she murmured. Crow spirits in Japanese folklore. Associated with martial arts, strategic wisdom, and... She looked up at Harry. Red eyes. Clever girl, Karasu said, and he sounded genuinely impressed. Wrong mythology, but impressive deductive reasoning from the available data. It's not exactly that, Harry said carefully. But it's adjacent to that. Something from outside the normal wizarding framework. Something that involves a non-European magical tradition that I haven't studied yet. Hermione's face was doing that thing it did when she encountered a research challenge that was going to consume her for the next several weeks. Part determination, part excitement, all intensity. Will you let me study it? The energy perception, I mean. If you can see magical signatures, that has enormous implications for theoretical understanding of how magic interacts with biological systems, Hermione. Right. Sorry. Getting ahead of myself. A little. She took a breath. Let it out. Then, thank you. For telling me. I know you didn't have to. You asked the right questions, Harry said. And you didn't run. Why would I run? Most people don't react well to things they can't explain. Hermione snorted, an indelicate sound that was so genuine and unguarded that Harry blinked in surprise. Harry, I spent 10 years as the weird girl who could make things happen without understanding why. Strange is my baseline. You'd have to try a lot harder than, my crow has a red eye and I can see magic, to scare me off. She smiled at him. Not the academic smile or the challenge-accepted smile or the I know something you don't smile. A real smile. The kind that reached her eyes and softened the sharp edges of her intensity and made her look like what she actually was underneath all the armor, a kind, lonely, brilliant girl who had just found someone who understood what it was like to be different and was profoundly relieved to not be alone anymore. Harry smiled back. It was small. It was careful. It was the most he'd smiled at anyone in 11 years of living. The walls are cracking, Karasu observed. And he didn't sound worried. He sounded hopeful. Halloween arrived with a feast and a catastrophe. The feast part was straightforward. The Great Hall had been decorated with live bats and floating jack-o'-lanterns and the kind of over-the-top festive energy that Hogwarts apparently brought to every holiday with the enthusiasm of an institution that had been celebrating things for 1,000 years and saw no reason to dial it back. The catastrophe part started with Professor Quirrell running into the Great Hall, turban askew, face white as paper, screaming, "Troll! Troll in the dungeon," before fainting dramatically on the floor. Chaos erupted. Students screamed. Teachers shouted orders. Dumbledore's commanding voice cut through the noise like a thunderclap, directing prefects to lead houses back to their dormitories. Harry wasn't listening to the instructions. Harry was watching Quirrell. Because Quirrell had fainted. Or rather, fainted. Harry's enhanced vision, even in the pandemonium, could see that Quirrell's energy signature was still fully alert. The man's body was on the floor, but the parasitic dark energy on the back of his head was active, pulsing, directing, almost gleeful. Quirrell hadn't fainted from fear. He'd fainted because whoever was controlling him had told him to create a diversion. A diversion. Which meant the troll wasn't the point. The troll was a distraction. The third-floor corridor, Karasu said urgently. Something valuable is being guarded there. The three-headed dog we sensed during your first week. The troll is a distraction so Quirrell, or whatever is wearing Quirrell, can make a move. Harry's mind raced. He should tell someone. Dumbledore, McGonagall, any of the teachers who were currently busy hurting students and dealing with a troll situation. But how? Excuse me, Professor, I can see dark energy on the back of Quirrell's head and I believe he's using the troll as a tactical diversion. Wasn't exactly a conversation he could have without revealing every secret he'd spent 2 months protecting. Then Ron grabbed his arm. Harry, Hermione. She doesn't know about the troll. Ice. Actual ice, shooting through Harry's veins, replacing the analytical calculation with something far more primal and far more powerful. Hermione was in the bathroom. She'd been there since Charm's class, upset because Ron had made an insensitive comment about her having no friends. Ron's emotional intelligence operated on a slight delay, and the comment had been thoughtless rather than cruel, but Hermione didn't know that because she'd been fighting tears when she left the classroom, and she didn't know about the troll. Hermione was alone in a bathroom with no idea that a mountain troll was loose in the castle. Harry moved. Not walked. Not ran. Moved. The kind of movement that happened when his chakra responded to genuine danger and his body stopped being an 11-year-old boy's body and started being the instrument of a shinobi's bloodline. He was through the great hall doors before Ron had finished speaking, down the corridor in a blur that the few students still present registered as a gust of wind, and tracking Hermione's familiar energy signature through the castle's magical field with the precision of a guided missile. Ron was behind him. Slower, because Ron didn't have chakra-enhanced speed, but determined, because Ron Weasley was the kind of person who ran toward danger when his friends were in it and thought about the wisdom of that decision afterward. Harry smelled the troll before he saw it. A stench like a garbage dump in a sewer during a heatwave, so overpowering that it actually cut through his focus for a second. Then the sound, heavy footsteps, grunting, the crash of something large and stupid breaking things because breaking things was the only recreational activity its brain could process. The troll was in the girls' bathroom corridor. Harry could hear Hermione screaming. He hit the door at full speed. The scene inside was exactly as bad as he'd imagined. The mountain troll was 12 feet of gray-skinned, club-wielding stupidity, and it was in the process of demolishing the bathroom stalls while Hermione pressed herself against the far wall, white-faced and terrified, debris raining down around her. The troll's club swung in a wide arc, shattering porcelain sinks and sending fragments of tile spraying across the room like shrapnel. Time slowed. Not metaphorically. The world genuinely decelerated, the way it always did when Harry's survival instincts kicked in and his eyes tried to activate. Every detail became crystalline, the arc of the troll's club, the trajectory of the debris, the exact position of Hermione against the wall, the distance between her and the next swing, the angle and velocity needed to, Harry. Your eyes. He felt it. The pressure behind his eyes, the heat, the sense of something unlocking. Not like flipping a switch, more like a door that had been held shut by 100 locks suddenly losing 98 of them, leaving just 2 straining against the weight of everything on the other side. His vision changed. Color drained and then flooded back, brighter, sharper, impossibly detailed. The troll's movements, which had already been slow in his enhanced perception, became telegraphed to the point of absurdity. He could see the muscle contractions that preceded each swing, could predict the trajectory of the club before the troll's arm had completed the motion, could read the creature's simple brain through its body language with a clarity that was almost pitying. But more than that. He could see energy. Not the ambient magical field he'd been perceiving for months, but something deeper, more fundamental. The troll's life force, crude and thick, flowing through its body in sluggish rivers. The magical wards of the bathroom, strained and flickering under the physical assault. Hermione's magical core, bright and terrified and pulsing with unused potential. And, threading through all of it, invisible to normal perception, the flows and eddies of the castle's ancient magic, reacting to the violence like an immune system responding to an infection. The Sharingan. 2 tomo, 1 in each eye, spinning slowly in fields of crimson. Harry didn't stop to marvel. There wasn't time, and marveling was something you did after you survived. He grabbed a piece of broken pipe from the floor and moved. The troll's club came down. Harry wasn't where it landed. He was 3 feet to the left, having sidestepped at the last possible instant with a precision that was almost lazy, the Sharingan tracking the club's descent and calculating the safe zone with a computer's accuracy. The club cratered the floor where he'd been standing. Harry ran up the troll's arm. That wasn't a metaphor either. He channeled chakra to his feet, an instinct so ingrained after years of practice that it required no conscious thought, and sprinted up the troll's arm as it straightened up, using the limb as a ramp. The troll bellowed in confusion, trying to shake him off, but Harry was already on its shoulder, already winding up, and the Sharingan was tracking the exact spot on the back of the troll's skull where the bone was thinnest and a sharp impact would produce maximum concussive effect. He drove the broken pipe into the base of the troll's skull. Not to kill. The angle was wrong for that, deliberately wrong. Karasu had drilled into Harry that lethal force was always the last resort, never the first, and a mountain troll was a dangerous animal, not an enemy. The impact was targeted at the cluster of nerves that Harry's Sharingan could see glowing beneath the thick skin, a junction point where the troll's primitive nervous system was most vulnerable to disruption. The troll went rigid. Its eyes rolled back. Its knees buckled. Harry jumped clear as 12 feet and several tons of mountain troll crashed to the bathroom floor with an impact that shook dust from the ceiling and cracked the tiles. The club clattered from its limp fingers. It was out cold. Silence. Except for the drip of water from shattered pipes and the distant, muffled sounds of the castle reacting to the chaos. Harry landed in a crouch, one hand on the floor for balance, the pipe still in his other hand. His heart was hammering. His eyes were burning, not painfully, but with a fierce, electric intensity that told him the Sharingan was still active, still processing, still showing him a world of impossible detail. He looked at Hermione. She was pressed against the wall, covered in dust and debris, one hand over her mouth, eyes wide. Not with fear, the fear was fading, he could see it draining from her energy pattern like water running out of a sink. What was replacing it was something else entirely. She was staring at his eyes. Harry, Karasu said urgently. Your eyes. Deactivate. He couldn't. The Sharingan was running on adrenaline and emotion and it wasn't listening to his conscious commands, it was responding to the part of him that was still in combat mode, still scanning for threats, still protecting Harry. Hermione's voice. Quiet. Steady. Completely at odds with the fact that she'd been screaming in terror 30 seconds ago. Harry, your eyes are red. He knew. He could feel it. 2 spinning tomo in each eye, the world rendered in impossible clarity, and Hermione Granger standing in the ruins of a bathroom looking at him with an expression that was not scared. She should be scared. He had red eyes and he'd just run up a troll's arm and knocked out a creature 3 times his size with a broken pipe. Normal people would be scared. Normal people would be backing away, calling for help, mentally recategorizing him from friend to threat. Hermione took a step forward. Toward him. Not away. Are you hurt? She asked. That was what did it. Not the relief of survival, not the adrenaline crash, not the conscious effort to deactivate. It was the fact that Hermione Granger, who had just watched Harry display abilities that no 11-year-old should possess, whose analytical mind was certainly cataloging every impossible thing she'd just witnessed, whose first reaction to the unknown had always been to study it and quantify it and understand it, her first question was not, "What are you?" or "How did you do that?" Her first question was, "Are you hurt?" The Sharingan deactivated. Not gradually, all at once, like a light switching off. The crimson drained from Harry's eyes, the tomo stopped spinning, and the world returned to its normal, well, normal for Harry, level of enhanced perception. He blinked. His eyes stung, like he'd been staring into the sun. And something in his chest that had been wound tight since the moment he'd heard Hermione scream loosened and released and left him feeling hollow and shaky and profoundly, inexplicably grateful. I'm not hurt, he said. Ron burst through the door, wand out, face white, ready to fight. He took in the scene, unconscious troll, destroyed bathroom, Harry crouching on the floor, Hermione standing in the debris, and his jaw dropped. "Bloody hell," Ron said, which was the most appropriate response anyone had given to anything all evening. The teachers arrived 60 seconds later. McGonagall, Snape, Quirrell. McGonagall took one look at the situation and went through the 5 stages of grief in about 3 seconds, settling on a tight-lipped composure that barely contained her fury. "What on earth were you thinking?" she demanded. "You're lucky you weren't killed. Why aren't you in your dormitory?" Harry said nothing. He was watching Quirrell, who was doing an excellent impression of a man who was horrified by the sight of the troll while his parasitic dark energy was actually analyzing the situation with cold tactical interest. The double image, terrified man on the surface, calculating predator underneath, was even more disturbing now that Harry knew what his Sharingan could show him. Hermione stepped forward. "It was my fault, Professor McGonagall." Every head turned to her. "I went looking for the troll because I'd read about them and thought I could handle it." "Stupid, I know. Harry and Ron came to find me. If they hadn't arrived when they did, I'd probably be dead." It was a lie. A blatant, transparent, self-sacrificing lie delivered with the kind of calm conviction that Harry associated with people who had decided that protecting their friends was more important than protecting their record. McGonagall's eyes narrowed. She knew it was a lie. Harry could see the calculation happening behind those stern spectacles, the weighing of truth versus the social dynamics of 3 first-years who had just survived a troll encounter and were clearly protecting each other with a loyalty that, while reckless, was not something a head of house wanted to punish into non-existence. 5 points from Gryffindor for your serious lack of judgment, Miss Granger, McGonagall said. Then, looking at Harry and Ron, and 5 points each to you, for sheer dumb luck. Now go back to your dormitory. All of you. They went. In silence, through the corridors, the 3 of them walking close together with the particular closeness of people who had just shared a life-threatening experience and had come out the other side bonded in ways that transcended normal friendship. It wasn't until they reached the fat lady's portrait that Hermione spoke. "Thank you," she said, looking at both of them but lingering on Harry. "Really? Thank you." "No problem," Ron said, with the easy generosity of someone who hadn't fully processed what had happened yet and was mostly just glad everyone was alive. "What are friends for?" Hermione smiled. "Small, warm, real. Friends," Karasu said softly from outside the portrait hole, where he'd been waiting. "That's what it's about, Harry. Not the power. Not the eyes. That." Harry looked at Ron and Hermione, his friends, his first real friends, the people who had run toward a troll for him and lied to a teacher for him, and looked at his red eyes without flinching, and felt something expand in his chest that was too big for the space available. "Yeah," he said quietly. "That." The Sharingan was awake. Not permanently, it faded after the troll incident and didn't reactivate spontaneously. But the lock was broken. The door was open. And in the days that followed Halloween, Harry could feel it sitting behind his eyes like a banked fire, waiting for him to call on it. Karasu was simultaneously thrilled and terrified, a combination that expressed itself as an intensification of their training regimen that bordered on the obsessive. 2 tomo in each eye. Awakened through the desire to protect, not through hatred or loss. That's good. That's very good. The old Uchiha would say the Sharingan awakens through suffering, but they were wrong. It awakens through intensity. Through feeling something so powerful that your eyes evolved to match the depth of that feeling. You felt protective love, Harry. That's the purest trigger there is. Protective love made Harry's ears burn, but he didn't argue because arguing with Karasu about emotional truths was like arguing with a wall about being solid. Now. The Sharingan's abilities at this level. 2 tomo gives you enhanced perception, you've already experienced that. Movement prediction, energy visualization, heightened reflexes. But it also gives you 2 abilities that you need to understand before you even think about using them. I'm listening. They were on the astronomy tower roof, midnight, November wind cutting through Harry's robes. Karasu was perched on the railing, his single red eye bright in the darkness. First, the Sharingan can read and physical movements. In my world, this meant jutsu, combat techniques performed through specific sequences of hand seals. In your world, it could mean wand movements. Watch a spell being cast with your Sharingan active, and you'll be able to replicate the wand motion perfectly. You won't the magic itself, that comes from the caster's core, not their wand, but you'll the technique. The precision, the timing, the subtle variations that separate a competent spellcaster from a masterful one. That's incredibly useful. It's a shortcut. And shortcuts have costs. If you a technique without understanding the theory behind it, you'll be able to perform it but not adapt it. You'll be a perfect mimic with no depth. The Sharingan should supplement learning, not replace it. The form, but study the function. Do you understand? Learn the spell. Use the Sharingan to perfect the technique. Not the other way around. Exactly. Second ability, Genjutsu. Illusions. The Sharingan can cast illusions through eye contact. At 2 Tomo, these are limited. You can alter someone's perception for brief periods, create minor sensory distortions, induce confusion or disorientation. It's similar to what wizards call legilimency, but the mechanism is different. Legilimency reads the mind. Sharingan Genjutsu alters the perception. One is intelligence gathering. The other is battlefield control. And at higher levels? Karasu was quiet for a moment. At 3 Tomo, you can cast Genjutsu that are convincing enough to incapacitate. And at the Mangekyo level. Which I don't have. Which you don't have, and which we are not going to discuss tonight because you are 11 years old and I refuse to teach you about weapons of mass destruction before you've mastered the basics. You sound like a parent. I am a parent. Technically. In a very complicated, metaphysical, crow-based way. Harry laughed. Actually laughed, out loud, on the roof of the astronomy tower at midnight in November, and the sound surprised him because he couldn't remember the last time he'd laughed like that. Full and genuine and warm. That, Karasu said quietly. That's what the Sharingan is for. To protect the things that make you laugh. November progressed, and Harry navigated the dual challenge of advancing his magical education while secretly training abilities that nobody in the wizarding world had a framework to understand. He was careful with the Sharingan. Karasu's warnings about conspicuousness were well-founded. The magical world was full of perceptive people, and a kid whose eyes turned red in combat was going to generate questions that Harry couldn't answer without unraveling everything. So he kept it deactivated during classes, during meals, during Quidditch matches. He'd been recruited for the Gryffindor team as Seeker, the youngest in a century, because apparently his reflexes had impressed McGonagall during an incident with a Remembrall that Harry still maintained he could have handled without flying but which had admittedly been pretty fun. He activated it only in private training sessions with Karasu, learning to control the activation and deactivation until it was as natural as blinking. On. Off. On. Off. Like a light switch, but behind his eyes, and the light it produced illuminated a world that normal vision could only dream about. The movement prediction was immediately useful. With the Sharingan active, Harry could watch Karasu throw objects at him, stones, sticks, conjured shuriken made of leaves. The crow had some surprising tricks, and dodged them with an ease that bordered on contempt. The objects seemed to move in slow motion, their trajectories highlighted in his vision like glowing lines traced ahead of the physical projectile. Step left. Lean right. Duck. Tilt. He could weave through a hail of projectiles without breaking a sweat, his body responding to his enhanced perception with a fluidity that felt less like dodging and more like flowing. Better, Karasu said, after a session where Harry had avoided 30 consecutive throws without a single hit. But you're still reacting. The Sharingan predicts, use that prediction to act before the attack, not during it. You should be moving while the throw is still being prepared, not after it's been released. Harry pushed himself. Again. Always again. The technique NG was trickier. Harry started activating the Sharingan briefly during classes, half-second bursts, quick enough that his eyes would flicker red and return to dark before anyone noticed, to capture the wand movements of his professors. He collected them like a library, stored in perfect detail in his visual memory, Flitwick's precise flick for levitation, McGonagall's sharp tap for transfiguration, Snape's minimal, almost lazy wand work for potions preparation. The man barely moved his wand at all, which was either a sign of extreme efficiency or extreme arrogance or possibly both. Then he'd practice the copied movements in private, refining his own technique until it matched the professional standard. The results were dramatic. His spell work, already above average, became crisp. Sharp. Every charm executed with an efficiency that made it look effortless, because effortlessness was what mastery looked like from the outside. Hermione noticed, of course. Hermione noticed everything. "You've changed your wand technique," she said during a study session in the library, watching Harry practice the levitation charm on a stack of books. 3 weeks ago your flick was good but slightly wide. Now it's identical to Professor Flitwick's. Identical. As in, same angle, same speed, same terminal position. "I practice a lot," Harry said. "Nobody practices enough to replicate a master's technique in 3 weeks. Especially not at 11. That level of precision usually takes years of dedicated study, and even then most wizards develop their own style rather than achieving perfect replication. Hermione, it's the eyes, isn't it?" She leaned forward, voice dropping. They were in a secluded corner of the library, but Hermione was appropriately cautious. "When your eyes change, you can see things more clearly. You're using that to techniques." Harry looked at her for a long moment. Karasu, perched on a high bookshelf where Madame Pants couldn't spot him, said nothing. "Yes," Harry admitted. "I can see the exact movements and replicate them. But I still have to understand the underlying magic for the spell to work. The eyes give me form, not function." Hermione's face lit up with intellectual fire. "That's fascinating. It's like, if someone could perfectly a pianist's finger movements but still needed to understand music theory to actually compose. The mechanical execution is replicated, but the creative understanding has to be learned independently." "That's, actually a perfect analogy. I know." She was already pulling out parchment, clearly planning to document this. Then she stopped, looked up, and met Harry's eyes with that searching intensity. "Harry, the red. When your eyes change. What is it?" "I've searched every book in this library about eye-related magic. Occlumency, legilimency, the evil eye, seer vision, none of them match what you have. It's not wizarding magic at all, is it?" "She's going to figure it out eventually," Karasu said. "She has the intelligence and the tenacity. The question is whether you want to control the narrative or let her assemble it on her own." "It's called the Sharingan," Harry said quietly. Hermione's quill stopped moving. Her eyes went wide. The word clearly wasn't in any book she'd read, because her expression was the one she wore when encountering genuinely new information, a mix of surprise and hunger that made her look like a kid at Christmas who'd just been handed an unexpected present. "Sharingan," she repeated. "That's Japanese, will I?" "No, mirror will I. Sha, or reflect. Rin, wheel. Gon, eye." Harry's eyebrows rose. "You actually do know Japanese." "I bought a dictionary after our conversation on the train." "What is it? Where does it come from? Is it a bloodline ability? Is it related to your familiar's red eye? Why isn't it in any of the magical references Hermione?" "Breathe." She breathed. Then looked at him expectantly. Harry told her more. Not everything, not Itachi, not the blood adoption, not the full scope of the Sharingan's capabilities or the existence of the Mangekyo. But he told her it was a Hirari ability from outside the wizarding tradition. That it enhanced perception, prediction, and technique replication. That Karasu was connected to it. That it was something he'd been born with, close enough to the truth, and that he'd only recently learned to control. Hermione listened with the focused attention of someone building a mental model in real time. Harry could almost see the gears turning, the connections being made, the framework being constructed. "So you have two systems," she said when he finished. "Your wizarding magic, which operates through your core and your wand, and this other system, the one connected to the Sharingan, which operates through a different energy network entirely. And they coexist in the same body." "Yes. And you can use them separately or together." "Separately, mostly. When they overlap, the effects amplify each other, but it's hard to control." Hermione was quiet for a moment. Then, "Harry, do you realize what this means? If you have two independent energy systems that can interact, you're not just a powerful wizard, you're an entirely new category. There's no precedent for this. You could do things that nobody in magical history has ever, I know." Harry's voice was steady but there was weight behind it. "And that's exactly why nobody else can know about this. Not yet. Maybe not ever." Hermione's enthusiasm dimmed slightly, replaced by understanding. "Because if the wrong people found out, they'd either want to use me or want to eliminate me. And I'm not interested in being either of those things." Hermione looked at him for a long time. Then she nodded once, firmly, with the air of someone making a decision that she fully intended to keep forever. "I won't tell anyone," she said. "But I'm going to help you understand it. If you have a unique ability that nobody in the wizarding world has studied, then you need someone to help you approach it academically. Systematically. You need a research partner." "She just offered to be your intellectual support structure," Karasu said. "Accept." "I'd like that," Harry said. Hermione smiled. That real smile again, the one that softened everything about her. "Good. We start tomorrow. I have a reading list prepared." "Of course you do." She gathered her things, stood up, and then paused. Looked back at him with an expression that was layered and complex and entirely too perceptive for an 11-year-old. "Harry?" "Yeah." "The Sharingan. The mirror will I." She chewed her lower lip, a habit she had when processing something that went beyond the purely intellectual into the personal. "Mirrors reflect. That's their nature. But they can show you things you don't want to see. And the things they show aren't always about the person looking." She let that hang for a moment. "Then, be careful what you look at. Some reflections aren't worth the cost." She left. Harry sat in the library, surrounded by books, and thought about mirrors and eyes and the price of seeing too clearly. "She understands more than she's letting on," Karasu said from the bookshelf. "Not the specifics. But the essence. The danger of the Sharingan isn't what it shows you about the world. It's what it shows you about yourself." She said, "Some reflections aren't worth the cost." What did she mean? She meant that a tool that enhances perception also enhances perception of things you'd rather not see. Pain. Fear. The darkness in other people. The darkness in yourself. The Sharingan doesn't filter. It shows everything. And everything includes the parts of reality that most humans survive by not noticing. Harry thought about that. About the dark energy on the back of Quirrell's head. About the thing in his scar that pulsed in response. About the crimson eyes that showed him a world of terrible, beautiful, overwhelming clarity. "Itachi saw everything," Harry said. "Didn't he? With his Sharingan. He saw all of it." A long silence. "Yes," Karasu said. "He saw the love and the duty and the betrayal and the pain, and he recorded every detail with perfect fidelity, and he carried those recordings in his eyes until the day he died. The Sharingan's curse isn't blindness, Harry. It's memory. It's seeing the worst moments of your life in crystal clarity every time you close your eyes. And you want me to have these eyes. I want you to be prepared for these eyes. There's a difference. The Sharingan is waking up whether we want it to or not. What we can control is how you carry it. Itachi carried it alone. You won't. Harry looked toward the library door, where Hermione had disappeared. No, he agreed. I won't. December brought cold and Quidditch and, crucially, the next piece of the Quirrell puzzle. Harry's first Quidditch match had been a spectacle for reasons that had nothing to do with the snitch and everything to do with someone trying to kill him. It happened mid-game. Harry was circling the pitch, Sharingan hidden behind normal vision but his enhanced baseline perception tracking the snitch's general location, when his broomstick started bucking. Not wind turbulence, deliberate, hostile, magical interference. Someone was jinxing his broom. The Sharingan activated on instinct. The world crystallized, and Harry, clinging to a broomstick that was actively trying to throw him off, swept his crimson gaze across the stands and saw two things. Quirrell, in the stands, lips moving in a constant, quiet incantation. The dark energy on the back of his head was pulsing rhythmically, in sync with the broom's convulsions. He was the source of the hex. And Snape. Also in the stands. Also with his lips moving. But Snape's energy was different, not attacking but countering. A counter-jinx. Snape was trying to save him, his dark eyes fixed on Harry's broomstick with an intensity that made his usual classroom glares look casual. Two professors. One attacking, one defending. And the entire school watching, completely unaware. Harry deactivated the Sharingan, got his broom under control through a combination of magical will and the kind of physical grip strength you develop when your adoptive crowfather makes you hang from the roof by your fingertips for training purposes, and caught the snitch 10 minutes later by executing a dive so steep and fast that the Slytherin seeker pulled out of his matching dive with a look of genuine alarm. Gryffindor won. The crowd went crazy. Harry landed, was mobbed by his team, and immediately sought out Ron and Hermione. Quirrell was jinxing my broom, he said without preamble, the moment they were alone. Snape was trying to counter it. Ron's mouth opened, closed, opened again. Wait, Snape was trying to help you? Yes. Snape. Greasy, dungeon dwelling, takes points from Gryffindor for breathing Snape. He was performing a counter-jinx. I could see it. Hermione was nodding slowly. That actually makes sense. A jinx and a counter-jinx would require sustained eye contact and continuous incantation. Everyone thought Snape was cursing you because they could see his lips moving, but if he was actually countering. Then the real attacker was someone else, Harry finished. Quirrell. And the reason nobody suspected him is because he's doing the scared stuttering professor act so convincingly that nobody looks past the surface. Except you, Hermione said. Except me. Because Harry's eyes didn't look at surfaces. They looked through them. The man on the back of Quirrell's head, Karasu said later that night, when Harry was alone in the dormitory. Voldemort. Or what's left of him. He's possessing Quirrell, using him as a vessel. And he wants something in this castle badly enough to risk exposure. The thing behind the three-headed dog. Yes. We need to find out what it is. And more importantly, we need to decide what, if anything, we're going to do about it. This should have been the point where Harry went to Dumbledore. A sensible, cautious person would have gone to Dumbledore. Karasu said he should go to Dumbledore. Harry didn't go to Dumbledore. Not because he didn't trust the headmaster, though trust was a strong word for what Harry felt toward the man who'd placed him with the Dursleys and then left him there for 10 years with no contact, no support, and no explanation. But because something about the situation felt arranged. The protections guarding whatever was on the third floor, they'd heard about them, bits and pieces gathered from Hagrid's loose lips and the trio's own investigation, were suspiciously accessible to first years. Almost as if someone had designed a gauntlet that was challenging enough to feel dangerous but ultimately solvable by a group of clever 11-year-olds. It's a test, Harry said one evening, sitting with Ron and Hermione by the fire in the common room while other students drifted in and out. Someone, probably Dumbledore, has set this up as a test. For me specifically. That's paranoid, mate, Ron said, but without conviction. He'd learned to take Harry's analytical observations seriously, even when they bordered on conspiracy theory. Is it? Hermione said. Think about it. The protections involve skills that first years could theoretically handle: logic, chess, flying, bravery. Professor Dumbledore knows Harry is here. He knows Voldemort is interested in whatever is being guarded. If he wanted maximum security, he could seal the corridor with magic that no one short of a Hogwarts professor could breach. Instead, he's using a series of challenges that happen to match the skill sets of 3 specific Gryffindor first years. Ron looked between them. So you're saying Dumbledore wants us to go after whatever Quirrell's trying to steal? I'm saying he wants to see what Harry will do when confronted with the choice, Hermione said. It's a test of character as much as ability. Smart girl, Karasu murmured from the window. Harry stared into the fire, thinking. Thinking about tests and choices and the man with the parasitic darkness on his head who was getting closer to whatever he was hunting with every passing day. Thinking about what Itachi would do. What Itachi had done, when faced with impossible choices between duty and love, between safety and sacrifice, between the easy path and the right one. Itachi had always chosen the hard path. And it had destroyed him. We're not going to rush into this, Harry said. We're going to prepare. We're going to gather information. And when the time comes, if it comes, we're going to make the choice with our eyes open. He paused. Felt the weight of the Sharingan behind his dark irises, dormant but ready, and added, all of them. Ron and Hermione exchanged a glance. Then Ron shrugged with the philosophic acceptance of a boy who had already fought a troll with these two and figured things could only get so much weirder, and Hermione pulled out a notebook and started outlining a research plan. This, Karasu said, is how it begins. Not with grand battles or prophetic destiny. With 3 children in a room, planning together, trusting each other, preparing for whatever comes next. This is what Itachi wanted for you. Not power. Not the Sharingan. This. People who choose to stand beside you, not because they have to, but because they want to. Don't let go of that, Harry. Whatever happens next, don't let go. Harry didn't. He held on to it with both hands and eyes wide open, crimson and dark, human and Uchiha, wizard and warrior, 11 years old and carrying the weight of 2 worlds on shoulders that were just barely broad enough to hold it. The fire crackled. The trio planned. And somewhere in the castle, behind a door on the 3rd floor corridor, something waited to be found. It wouldn't wait much longer. Chapter 3, The Weight of Red Eyes. Chapter 3, The Weight of Red Eyes. The winter holidays emptied Hogwarts like water draining from a bathtub, and Harry watched it happen with a mixture of relief and something that felt uncomfortably like loneliness. Ron had gone home to the burrow. He'd invited Harry to come, genuinely, warmly, with the casual generosity that was so fundamentally Ron that it made Harry's chest ache, but Harry had declined. Mrs. Weasley had enough mouths to feed without adding another, and besides, Harry had work to do. Training that couldn't happen with a family of redheads around asking questions about why he was walking on walls at 3 in the morning. Hermione had gone home too, though she'd left Harry with a stack of books so tall it required a levitation charm to transport and a detailed schedule of reading assignments that she expected him to complete before term resumed. Consider it homework, she'd said primly, though the effect was somewhat undermined by the fact that she'd hugged him before leaving, a quick fierce squeeze that caught Harry completely off guard and left him standing on the platform feeling like he'd been hit by a particularly affectionate train. She likes you, Karasu observed from the rafters of the entrance hall. She's my friend. Friends hug. What's that supposed to mean? It means, I'm a crow. We're cryptic. It's part of our charm. So Harry stayed at Hogwarts for Christmas, one of the few Gryffindors remaining in the tower, and used the empty castle as his personal training ground. The results were significant. Without the need to hide his abilities from hundreds of observant classmates, Harry could push his limits in ways that had been impossible during term. He trained every day, from the small hours before dawn until exhaustion forced him to stop, and the emptiness of the castle meant he could use spaces that were normally off-limits. The Room of Requirement was the discovery of the season. Karasu had known about it, or suspected it, at least, based on ancient shinobi traditions about hidden spaces that responded to need. Every castle has secrets, the crow had said. The question is whether the castle wants you to find them. Harry found the Room of Requirement on December 23, pacing the 7th floor corridor while thinking intensely about needing a place to train without being seen. The door appeared in the wall like it had always been there, and when Harry opened it, he found exactly what he needed, a vast space filled with training dummies, obstacle courses, and, crucially, enough room to practice chakra techniques at full intensity without worrying about collateral damage. This room responds to the user's needs, Karasu said, circling overhead as Harry explored. It creates what you require. Think of it as a training ground that adapts to your training. Useful. Useful was an understatement. For the next 2 weeks, Harry lived in the Room of Requirement, returning to Gryffindor Tower only to sleep, and sometimes not even then. He pushed his chakra control to new heights, learning techniques that Karasu had been waiting to teach until Harry had the space and privacy to practice them. Body Flicker. The Shunshin no Jutsu. It wasn't true teleportation, that was a different technique entirely, one that required chakra reserves Harry didn't have yet. But the body flicker was close enough. A burst of chakra to the legs, perfectly timed and precisely controlled, propelling the user forward at speeds that the human eye couldn't track. One moment here, the next moment there, with nothing but a blur between. Harry's first attempt sent him face first into a stone wall at approximately 60 miles per hour. Thank God for the training dummy that absorbed the impact. If he'd been practicing in a normal room, they'd still be scraping him off the masonry. That, Harry groaned, picking himself up from the cushioned floor that the room had helpfully generated, was not controlled. No, Karasu agreed, landing on a nearby dummy's head. It wasn't. Try again. Less chakra. More direction. Again. And again. And again. By Christmas morning, Harry could body flicker across the length of the Room of Requirement without crashing into anything. It wasn't perfect, he still needed a moment to orient himself after the movement, a brief instant of vulnerability that Karasu insisted they would train out, but it was functional. He could move from point A to point B faster than any wizard could track, faster than most spells could follow. Combined with the Sharingan's predictive capabilities, it made him effectively untouchable in combat. Don't get cocky, Karasu warned. Speed without awareness is just a faster way to run into traps. The body flicker is a tool, not a solution. And it drains chakra quickly, use it too often and you'll exhaust yourself before the fight is decided. Harry nodded, breathing hard, sweat dripping down his face despite the December cold. I know. I know. It's an escape option, not a primary tactic. Good. Now. Sharingan Genjutsu. We've been putting this off long enough. Genjutsu training was different from physical training. It required finesse rather than force, precision rather than power, and, most challengingly, it required Harry to learn to use his eyes as weapons rather than just sensors. The basic principle was straightforward, the Sharingan could project illusions directly into a target's mind through eye contact. At 2 Tomo, these illusions were limited in scope and duration, but they could still be devastating if applied correctly. A moment's hesitation induced at the right instant. A misperception of distance that caused an attack to miss. A flash of false pain that made an opponent flinch. Small things, tactically speaking. But small things won battles. Harry practiced on conjured training dummies that the room provided, not real minds, but close enough to test the mechanics. He learned to push chakra through his Sharingan in specific patterns, to shape the illusory perception and project it outward, to maintain the genjutsu while simultaneously tracking his target's reactions. It was exhausting in ways that physical training wasn't. Mental exhaustion, the kind that left him with pounding headaches and blurred vision and a persistent ringing in his ears. But he pushed through, because Karasu pushed him, and because somewhere in the back of his mind he could feel the dark presence in his scar pulsing with patient malevolence, and he knew, absolutely knew, with the certainty of the Sharingan's pattern recognition applied to his own life, that a confrontation was coming. The question wasn't if. It was when. Christmas morning arrived with snow and an unexpected pile of presents at the foot of Harry's bed. He'd never received Christmas presents before. The Dursleys' idea of holiday celebration involved Dudley receiving approximately £17,000 worth of gifts while Harry received a coat hanger and instructions to stay in his cupboard. So the sight of actual wrapped packages with his name on them, his actual name, not boy or freak, hit Harry with an emotional force that was entirely out of proportion to the physical reality of some paper and ribbon. "Open them," Karasu said from the windowsill. The crow sounded almost gentle. "It's what people do with gifts." Harry opened them. A hand-knitted sweater from Mrs. Weasley, emerald green with a golden H on the front. He put it on immediately, not because he was cold but because it was the first piece of clothing anyone had ever made specifically for him, and the warmth it provided had nothing to do with wool. A box of chocolate frogs from Ron, with a note that said, "Happy Christmas mate, try to get Dumbledore's card, I've got about 12 of him." A book from Hermione, Advanced Magical Theory, with a letter tucked inside that was 3 pages long and covered her thoughts on their research project, her hopes for the new term, and a surprisingly vulnerable paragraph about how much she valued his friendship and how she'd never had friends like him and Ron before and how she hoped they knew how much they meant to her. Harry read that paragraph 3 times, feeling something warm and complicated expand in his chest. And then, at the bottom of the pile, a package with no card. Just a note in handwriting he didn't recognize. "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well." Harry unwrapped it. Cloth. Silvery, fluid, weightless cloth that shimmered like moonlight on water and slipped through his fingers like liquid. He held it up, and Karasu made a sharp sound, surprise, recognition, something almost like alarm. "That's..." Harry threw the cloak around his shoulders. His body vanished. Not disappeared into thin air, vanished. He could still feel himself, still sense his hands and feet and the floor beneath him, but when he looked down he saw nothing but the dormitory floorboards. The cloak had rendered him completely invisible. An invisibility cloak, Harry breathed, pulling it off and watching his body reappear. "Someone sent me an invisibility cloak." "Not just any invisibility cloak," Karasu said, and his mental voice was uncharacteristically serious. "That's... Harry, that cloth is ancient. The magical signature is unlike anything I've sensed in this world. Most invisibility cloaks are woven with demiguise hair or enchanted with disillusionment charms. They fade over time, lose their effectiveness. This one has been used for generations and it's still perfect. That's not normal enchantment. That's something else." "Something else like what?" "Like legend. Like myth. Like the kind of artifact that appears in stories as a gift from death itself." Harry looked at the cloak in his hands. It was beautiful. It was powerful. And someone who knew things about Harry's father that Harry himself didn't know, had decided he was ready to have it. "Use it well." "I intend to," Harry murmured. That night, under cover of the invisibility cloak, Harry explored the castle. Not for any specific purpose, or so he told himself. He was testing the cloak's effectiveness, mapping the corridors he hadn't had time to learn during term, satisfying the curiosity that had been building since September about what Hogwarts looked like when no one was watching. That was the excuse, anyway. The truth was that Harry found himself drawn, as if by magnetic pull, toward the third-floor corridor. The Forbidden Corridor. The one Dumbledore had warned them away from on pain of death. The one where Fluffy the three-headed dog guarded whatever Quirrell and his passenger were so desperate to acquire. Harry had been thinking about it all term, analyzing it, planning approaches, and now, alone, invisible, armed with capabilities that no one in this castle fully understood, the temptation was overwhelming. He didn't intend to go in. He just wanted to look. To see what his Sharingan could show him about the protections, the energy patterns, the magical signatures that might reveal what lay beyond the door. The corridor was dark and silent when Harry arrived. The door to Fluffy's room was closed but not locked, interesting, that, deliberately accessible, as if someone wanted it to be possible to enter. Harry activated his Sharingan, feeling the familiar pressure behind his eyes as the world crystallized into enhanced clarity, and studied the door. Magic. Layers and layers of it, woven into the wood and the frame and the hinges. He could see the threads of enchantment like a glowing spiderweb, each strand serving a different purpose. Detection wards that would alert someone if the door was opened. Reinforcement charms that made the wood stronger than steel. And underneath it all, a deeper magic, old, primal, almost sentient, that Harry recognized as the castle itself, watching, waiting, judging. The castle knows you're here, Karasu said quietly. Hogwarts is aware of its inhabitants in ways that most people don't realize. It won't stop you from entering, but it will remember that you chose to. I'm not entering. I'm just looking. Looking at a door that you have no reason to be near, in a corridor you were explicitly warned away from, while invisible in the middle of the night. If you're not planning to enter, what exactly are you planning? It was a fair question. Harry didn't have a good answer. He turned away from the door, and froze. Something was wrong. His Sharingan, still active, was picking up a magical signature that hadn't been there a moment ago. Not from the door or the corridor, but from behind him. From a room he'd passed on his way here, a room whose door was now slightly ajar when it had definitely been closed before. Harry moved toward it without thinking, the invisibility cloak still wrapped around him, the Sharingan tracking the energy signature with predatory focus. The magic coming from beyond that door was strange, not dark exactly, but pulling. Attractive. Seductive. The kind of magic that whispered, "Come closer, look at me, see what I have to show you." He pushed the door open. The room was empty except for a single object, a mirror. Tall, ornate, golden framed, with an inscription carved across the top that Harry's Sharingan automatically decoded, Eris stra eru oit ube kafru oit anwosi. Backwards. It read backwards. I show not your face but your heart's desire. Harry stepped in front of the mirror. And his heart stopped. The reflection wasn't him. Or rather, it wasn't just him. Standing beside him in the mirror, one hand on his shoulder, was a man. Tall. Dark-haired. Dark-eyed. With lines of exhaustion etched into a face that was still young but had aged beyond its years, and an expression of such profound, complicated love that Harry felt tears spring to his eyes before he even understood why. Itachi. Itachi Uchiha, standing behind Harry in the mirror, looking at him with the eyes of a father who had given everything he had, his blood, his chakra, his very essence, to a child he would never see grow up. And beside Itachi, two more figures. A woman with red hair and green eyes, her smile bright and warm and full of a mother's unconditional love. A man with messy black hair and glasses, his grin crooked and mischievous, one arm around the woman's waist. Lily and James Potter. Harry's three parents, standing together in a mirror that showed heart's desire, united in their love for the son they had all, in their different ways, died to protect. Harry's knees buckled. He sank to the floor in front of the mirror, the invisibility cloak pooling around him, and couldn't look away. Couldn't blink. Couldn't breathe. Itachi's hand on his shoulder, Lily's smile, James's grin, all of them looking at him like he was the most precious thing in the universe, like he mattered, like he was loved, Harry. Karasu's voice, urgent. Alarmed. Harry, step away from the mirror. Now. He couldn't. The pull was too strong. The image was too beautiful. He'd spent 10 years in a cupboard under the stairs, unloved and unwanted, told every day that he was a burden, a freak, a mistake. And here, in this mirror, was everything he'd ever wanted, proof that he had been loved, that he was worth loving, that the emptiness inside him wasn't permanent. Harry. Karasu was in front of him suddenly, between Harry and the mirror, his single red eye blazing. The crow's wings were spread wide, blocking Harry's view of the reflection, and his mental voice was sharp enough to cut. That mirror shows desire, not truth. It shows what you want, not what is. If you stare at it long enough, you'll lose yourself in an illusion that can never be real. Step away. Harry blinked. The spell, because it was a spell, he realized now, his Sharingan finally processing what his emotions had blinded him to, weakened slightly. He could see the magical signature of the mirror, the way it reached into the viewer's mind and pulled out their deepest longings and painted them in silver and gold, creating an addiction loop that could trap someone forever. The Sharingan, Harry whispered. It should have warned me. I should have seen the trap. The Sharingan perceives magic. It doesn't perceive your own heart. Your desire was genuine, the mirror just reflected it back at you. The danger wasn't the magic, it was the truth inside you that the magic used. Harry forced himself to stand. Forced himself to step back. Forced himself to look at the mirror one more time, not at the reflection, but at the object, analyzing it with clinical detachment now that Karasu had broken the emotional feedback loop. The magic was masterwork. Ancient, subtle, powerful. Not malicious in the way dark magic was malicious, but dangerous in the way that any sufficiently seductive truth was dangerous. This mirror could destroy a person without ever meaning them harm, simply by showing them what they most wanted and letting human nature do the rest. Who put this here? Harry asked. Someone who wanted to understand desire. Someone who uses objects as tools of insight. I would guess the headmaster, given his interest in psychological assessment and his tendency to test people through environmental manipulation. Dumbledore. Of course. Another test. Another observation. Another piece of the elaborate chess game that the most powerful wizard in the world was playing with Harry's life. Harry felt something cold crystallize in his chest. Not hatred, he was too tired for hatred, but a resolution. A decision. The mirror had shown him his heart's desire, and now he knew what it was. He wanted his parents. All three of them. He wanted to be loved and protected and seen by people who chose him. He couldn't have Itachi or Lily or James. They were dead. The mirror showed ghosts, and ghosts couldn't raise a child or teach him how to live or hold him when the weight of his gifts became too heavy to bear. But he could have other things. He had Karasu, who was a fragment of Itachi's consciousness and carried his wisdom if not his presence. He had Ron, who gave him normalcy and warmth. He had Hermione, who gave him intellectual partnership and the particular intensity of a brilliant mind that had chosen to care about him. The mirror showed desire. But life was built from what you did with desire, whether you let it paralyze you or channeled it into action. I won't come back here, Harry said quietly. Good. The mirror is not your enemy, but it's not your friend either. It's a reflection, and reflections only show you what you already are. If you want to become something more, you have to stop looking backward. Harry nodded. Pulled the invisibility cloak tight around himself. And walked out of the room without looking at the mirror again. Behind him, the reflection of Itachi Uchiha smiled sadly and faded into silver mist. The term resumed in January, and with it came the final push toward whatever confrontation the year had been building toward. Harry could feel it accelerating. Quirrell's behavior was becoming more erratic, the man's surface nervousness was fragmenting, cracks appearing in the mask through which Harry's Sharingan could glimpse the cold intelligence beneath. Snape was watching both of them with increasing suspicion, his dark eyes tracking Harry across the great hall and Quirrell across the staff table with the intensity of a man who knew something was wrong but couldn't quite identify what. And Dumbledore. Dumbledore had started looking at Harry with an expression that was less twinkling grandfather and more chess master assessing a piece that had begun moving on its own. The trio's investigation had progressed too. Through a combination of Hermione's research, Ron's wizarding world knowledge, and Harry's enhanced perception, they'd pieced together the basics: Nicholas Flamel, the Philosopher's Stone, the ability to create the elixir of life. That was what Fluffy was guarding. That was what Quirrell wanted. And that was why Voldemort, or what was left of him, had attached himself to a Hogwarts professor and was willing to risk exposure to get it. Immortality, Hermione said, during one of their research sessions in the library. He wants the stone because it can make him immortal. He's already dead, Ron pointed out. Sort of. Can you be immortal if you're dead? He's not dead. He's diminished. A fragment of a soul without a body, surviving through parasitic possession. The stone wouldn't just extend his life, it would give him the power to create a new body. To return fully. She's right, Karasu confirmed. The dark presence I sense on Quirrell is incomplete. It lacks physical substance. The stone would provide a pathway to reconstitution. So we stop him from getting it, Harry said simply. Ron and Hermione exchanged a look that Harry had learned to interpret as Harry's being terrifyingly calm about something dangerous again. Mate, Ron said carefully, you're talking about stopping you-know-who. The most dangerous dark wizard in a century. The bloke who murdered your parents. I know who he is. And you want to, what, fight him? You're 11. I'm aware of my age. Harry's voice was flat. Controlled. The voice Karasu had taught him to use when emotion was a liability. I'm also aware that the protections on the stone are designed to be passable by someone with our skill set, that Dumbledore is clearly testing whether I'll intervene, and that if Quirrell gets the stone and Voldemort reconstitutes, everyone I care about becomes a target. Including both of you. Silence. Ron looked uncomfortable. Hermione looked like she was trying to find a logical flaw in Harry's reasoning and failing. I'm not suggesting we charge in blindly, Harry continued. I'm suggesting we prepare. We gather information. We understand every protection, every obstacle, every possible contingency. And when the moment comes, when Quirrell makes his move and we have to choose between acting and letting him succeed, we're ready. And if the moment comes before we're ready? Hermione asked quietly. Harry met her eyes. Then we do our best and hope it's enough. That's all anyone can do. That's all Itachi ever did, Karasu said softly. His best. It wasn't always enough. But it was always everything he had. The trio prepared. February. March. April. The months blurred together in a rhythm of classes, training, and investigation. Harry's Sharingan control improved dramatically. He could activate and deactivate it at will now, the transition smooth enough that no one noticed unless they were specifically watching for the red flicker. He practiced ING techniques obsessively, not just professor techniques anymore, but the spellwork of advanced students, of visiting lecturers, of anyone whose magic showed a level of refinement worth learning from. His magical ability grew in parallel. The combination of Sharingan copied precision and natural magical power made him, by the end of the year, arguably the most capable spellcaster in his year group. Hermione was better at theoretical understanding and could outperform him in written exams, but in practical application, the actual casting of spells, the speed and accuracy and adaptability of real magical combat, Harry had no peer. Don't let it go to your head, Karasu warned. You're 11. You're better than other 11-year-olds. That doesn't make you ready for what's coming. I know. Do you? Because overconfidence has killed more skilled warriors than incompetence ever has. The most dangerous moment in any fight is when you start believing you've already won. Harry took the lesson to heart. He trained harder. pushed himself further. And when, on a June night when the castle was quiet and the end-of-year exams were finished and Dumbledore had left for the ministry on urgent business that was almost certainly a trap, Harry felt the moment arrive like a door clicking open in his mind. Tonight. Quirrell was going for the stone tonight. The trio moved through the trapdoor, past the unconscious Fluffy. Someone had left a harp playing, convenient, suspiciously convenient, another piece of Dumbledore's elaborate test, and into the gauntlet below. Devil's Snare. Hermione handled it with a perfectly cast fire charm, her wand worked precise and confident despite her obvious fear. Harry's Sharingan tracked the deadly plant's movements, ready to intervene if the fire wasn't enough, but Hermione didn't need his help. She was brilliant under pressure. Flying keys. Harry caught the right one in seconds, the Sharingan tracking its path through the swarm with predatory ease, his reflexes carrying him through acrobatic maneuvers that would have made a professional Quidditch player jealous. The key struggled in his grip but couldn't escape. Giant chess. This was Ron's domain. Harry offered to help, his Sharingan could predict the opposing piece's moves several turns ahead, but Ron shook his head. I've got this. You save your strength for what's coming. He played brilliantly. Aggressively. Sacrificing pieces with strategic precision, trading position for advantage, slowly cornering the enemy king. But the endgame required a sacrifice that Harry saw coming 3 moves before Ron made it. Ron, no, it's the only way. Once I move, you'll have a clear path to the king. Harry, Hermione, you have to go on. It has to be you. Ron moved. The White Queen struck him with devastating force, sending him crashing to the stone floor. Hermione screamed. Harry felt something crack in his chest, not bone, something deeper, as he watched his best friend crumple. The Sharingan activated. Not consciously. The emotional surge, fear, rage, protective fury, triggered the activation before Harry's mind could intervene. The world crystallized into crimson clarity, and Harry saw Ron's condition, unconscious, not dead, bruising and possible fractures but no internal bleeding. He would recover, he would be fine, Harry. Focus. The game isn't finished. Harry checked the White King. The pieces cleared. The path forward opened. Go, Hermione whispered, kneeling beside Ron. I'll stay with him. Find Quirrell. Stop him. Harry looked at her. At Ron, unconscious on the chessboard. At the door ahead that led to whatever came next. I'll come back, he said. I know you will. Hermione's voice was fierce. Certain. Because if you don't, I'll never forgive you. And I hold grudges, Harry Potter. I hold them forever. Despite everything, the fear, the urgency, the weight of what lay ahead, Harry smiled. Just a little. Just enough. Then he went through the door. The troll was already unconscious. Someone had been here before him, dealing with the obstacles, clearing the path. Quirrell, almost certainly. Harry moved past the massive body without slowing, Sharingan active, every sense alert. Snape's logic puzzle. Potions in bottles, riddle on the wall, fire blocking both exits. Harry's enhanced perception let him analyze the puzzle in seconds, the subtle differences in the liquids, the way they responded to the magical fire, which bottle would carry him forward and which would send him back. He drank the forward potion. It burned cold through his veins. He stepped through the black flames. And found himself in the final chamber. The mirror of Eriste stood in the center of the room, its golden frame gleaming in the torchlight, its surface reflecting something that Harry deliberately didn't look at because he knew, what it would show him and he couldn't afford to be distracted now. Quirrell was standing in front of it. His back was to Harry. His turban was still in place, but the dark energy Harry's Sharingan had been tracking all year was pulsing with agitated intensity, frustrated, angry. Ah, Quirrell said, without turning around. His voice was different, no stammer, no nervous quiver. Cold and controlled and nothing like the mask he'd been wearing. Mr. Potter. How, expected. You know I was coming. The Dark Lord knows everything. Quirrell turned, and his face was calm, composed, almost serene in its malevolence. He knew you would come. He knew you would be unable to resist the heroic impulse. Predictable, really. All Gryffindors are. Where is he? Quirrell smiled. It wasn't a nice smile. He is here. He is always here. He reached up to his turban. Would you like to meet him? Harry, Karasu said sharply, prepare yourself. Whatever comes next, remember, you are not alone. I am with you. Always. Quirrell unwrapped the turban. And turned around. The face on the back of Quirrell's head was the most horrifying thing Harry had ever seen. Not because it was ugly, it was, pale and distorted and wrong in ways that went beyond physical deformity, but because it was aware. Two red eyes, slitted like a snake's, stared at Harry with an intelligence and hatred so concentrated that it felt like a physical weight pressing against his skin. Harry Potter, Voldemort said. His voice was a whisper, carried on Quirrell's breath, but it filled the chamber like a shout. We meet at last. The Sharingan flared. Harry had never activated it with this much intensity. The emotional trigger, facing the man who had murdered his parents, the monster who had tried to kill him as a baby, the darkness that had haunted his life from the moment of his first breath, was so powerful that his eyes didn't just activate, they blazed. Two tomo in each eye, spinning rapidly, the crimson so bright it cast red light across the stone floor. You have interesting eyes, Voldemort observed, and there was something in his voice that might have been curiosity. Not the eyes you were born with. Someone changed you. Gave you a gift from outside this world. I can sense it, power that isn't wizarding magic. Something older. Something other. You killed my parents, Harry said. I did. Your mother died begging for your life. Your father died trying to buy her time to run. They were brave, I suppose. Brave and stupid and utterly futile. The lipless mouth curved. And now here you are, their son, come to avenge them with eyes that bleed red and a power you don't understand. Tell me, boy, do you really think you can stop me? Harry moved. The body flicker carried him across the chamber in an instant, closing the distance between himself and Quirrell/Voldemort faster than any spell could track. His wand was in his hand, a stunning spell already forming on his lips, and his Sharingan was tracking Quirrell's movements, predicting the defensive response, calculating the angle of attack. Quirrell's hand came up. Not to cast a spell. To grab Harry's wrist. Pain. Pain. The contact between Quirrell's skin and Harry's was agony beyond anything Harry had ever experienced. It felt like his arm was being dipped in acid, like every nerve in his body was being set on fire simultaneously, like his very soul was being attacked. But through the pain, through the screaming white-hot torture of it, Harry saw something incredible. Quirrell's hand was burning. Where his skin touched Harry's, it was blistering, cracking, turning to ash. Quirrell screamed, actually screamed, the mask of control shattering, and tried to pull away, but Harry, operating on instinct and adrenaline and something deeper than either, grabbed back. The protection, Karasa gasped, and even the crow's mental voice was ragged with pain transferred through their bond. Your mother's sacrifice. It burns him. Burn him, Harry. Harry grabbed Quirrell's face. Both hands, full contact, pressing against the skin where Voldemort's parasitic presence was strongest. The pain was catastrophic. Harry could barely think, could barely breathe, but Quirrell's pain was worse. The man's skin was disintegrating under Harry's touch, his screams echoing off the stone walls, and behind him, reflected in the mirror of Eriste, Voldemort's face was contorting with rage and shock and something that might have been fear. What are you? Quirrell gasped. Finishing it, Harry said through gritted teeth. He pushed. Not physically, the contact was already total. He pushed with everything else. His magic, his chakra, his will, the love his mother had woven into his blood, the warrior's legacy his father, both his fathers, had given him. He pushed it all into Quirrell's crumbling form, and the man screamed one final time, and exploded into ash. Harry collapsed. The stone floor was cold against his face. His hands were burned, he realized distantly. The contact that had destroyed Quirrell had damaged him too, though far less severely. His Sharingan was still active but flickering, the drain of the sustained high-intensity use threatening to shut it down entirely. Through blurred vision, through the haze of pain and exhaustion, Harry saw something rise from the ashes. Voldemort. A wraith now, nothing but darkness and malice in vaguely humanoid form. The parasitic presence that had been attached to Quirrell, forcibly expelled, seeking a new host or simply fleeing to survive. It flew at Harry. No, the wraith hit him. Passed through him. For one terrible instant, Harry felt Voldemort's consciousness brush against his own, hatred, hunger, a burning desire for the stone that was somehow now in Harry's pocket though he had no memory of acquiring it, and then the wraith continued through, out of the chamber, screaming into the darkness of the castle's depths. Harry tried to stand. Couldn't. His body wasn't responding anymore. Harry. Harry, stay awake. Help is coming. Dumbledore is coming. How, do you know? Because this was always how it was going to end. Dumbledore set the test, but he never intended for you to face it alone. He's been watching. He's always been watching. Harry wanted to argue. Wanted to say something about manipulation and testing in chess pieces and the moral implications of using children as instruments of your schemes. But the words wouldn't come. The darkness was rising, gentle and warm and welcoming, and he was so tired. Rest, Karasu said softly. You've done enough. Rest, and I'll watch over you. The way I always have. The way I always will. Harry closed his eyes. The Sharingan faded. And somewhere far away, in the depths of his mindscape where Itachi's consciousness had woven itself into the fabric of his being, a voice whispered, "Well done, son. Well done." Harry woke in the hospital wing to sunlight and Dumbledore. The old wizard was sitting beside his bed, watching him with those twinkling blue eyes that Harry now understood were not grandfatherly at all but instead the eyes of a man who played games on scales that ordinary people couldn't comprehend. "Good morning, Harry," Dumbledore said. "Or rather, good afternoon. You've been asleep for 3 days." Harry blinked. Processed that. Looked at his hands, which were bandaged but healing. Felt for his scar, which ached but didn't burn. "Quirrell's dead," he said. "Yes. The protection your mother's sacrifice granted you proved incompatible with his presence. And with the presence riding him. Voldemort escaped. He did. A setback, not a defeat. He will return, in time. That was always inevitable." Harry looked at Dumbledore. Really looked, with eyes that were dark now but had seen so much more than any 11-year-old should have seen. "You knew. You knew I would go after him. You set the whole thing up as a test." Dumbledore didn't deny it. "I needed to understand what you would do. How you would choose. The prophecy speaks of a confrontation between you and Voldemort, but prophecies are vague things. They tell us what might happen, not what will happen. The future is written by the choices people make. And what did my choices tell you?" The old wizard was silent for a long moment. "Then, they told me that you are brave, resourceful, and loyal. That you value your friends and will risk yourself to protect them. That you have gifts beyond what the wizarding world has seen before, gifts that you have chosen to use for good rather than power." He paused. "They also told me that you don't trust me. And that, Harry, is perhaps the most valuable information of all." Harry said nothing. Because Dumbledore was right. He didn't trust the old man. Not because Dumbledore was evil, Harry didn't believe that, but because Dumbledore was willing to use people. Use children. Use Harry himself, as a piece in a game whose rules Harry didn't fully understand yet. The stone has been destroyed, Dumbledore continued. Nicholas and I discussed it and agreed that it was for the best. No more elixir of life. No more temptation. The Flammels will pass on, in time, and the world will be safer for the stone's absence. And Voldemort will continue to seek ways to return. This is not over, Harry. It won't be over for a long time. But today, you have earned some rest. Dumbledore stood, straightening his robes. Your friends are waiting outside. They've been quite insistent about seeing you. I believe Miss Granger has prepared a series of questions about what exactly happened in that chamber, and Mr. Weasley has brought an inadvisable quantity of sweets. Shall I let them in? Harry nodded. Dumbledore moved toward the door, then paused. Looked back. His expression was unreadable, layers upon layers of calculation and concern and something that might have been genuine affection beneath it all. The Sharingan, he said quietly. I've never seen anything like it. A bloodline ability from outside our magical tradition entirely. Someone went to considerable effort to give it to you. Someone who wanted you to have every possible advantage in the battles to come. Harry said nothing. Whoever they were, Dumbledore continued, I hope you honor their gift by using it wisely. Power is a tool, Harry. Nothing more. What matters is the hand that wields it. He left. A moment later, the door burst open and Ron and Hermione rushed in. Harry! Hermione cried, throwing herself into a hug that made Harry's still healing everything protest sharply but that he wouldn't have stopped for anything in the world. You're awake, you're okay, we were so worried, mate, you killed a bloke, Ron said, hovering at the edge of the bed with a bag of every flavor beans clutched in his hands. I mean, technically the bloke was already half dead and being ridden by you-know-who, but still. That's mental. You're mental. Thanks, Ron. It's a compliment, I think. Hermione pulled back from the hug, her eyes suspiciously bright, and looked at Harry with an intensity that he recognized as her information-gathering face. The headmaster wouldn't tell us anything. Just that you faced Quirrell and survived. Harry, what happened down there? Harry looked at his two friends. At Ron, loyal and brave and so wonderfully uncomplicated in his friendship. At Hermione, brilliant and fierce and the closest thing Harry had ever had to an intellectual equal. At both of them, who had followed him into danger without hesitation, who had risked their lives because he was their friend, who had stayed at his bedside for 3 days waiting for him to wake up. The Sorting Hat had told him his greatest threat was facing battles alone because he was too afraid to let people stand beside him. The Mirror had shown him his heart's desire, family, love, belonging. Maybe it was time to stop keeping so many secrets. There's a lot I haven't told you, Harry said. About who I am. About what I can do. About where my abilities come from. He took a breath. I think it's time you knew everything. Karasu, perched on the windowsill in a patch of afternoon sunlight, made a sound of approval. Good, the crow said. Itachi kept secrets to protect the people he loved, and it destroyed them. You don't have to make the same mistake. Harry nodded imperceptibly. Then he turned back to Ron and Hermione, who were watching him with expressions of curiosity and concern and unwavering friendship. It's a long story, he said. We have time, Hermione replied. And beans, Ron added, holding up the bag. Harry laughed. It hurt, his ribs were still sore, but it was worth it. Then he began to talk. He told them about the blood adoption. About Itachi Uchiha, the shinobi from another world who had found a broken baby in the ruins of a destroyed home and decided, with his dying breath, that this child would not face his destiny alone. About the Sharingan and what it could do. About Karasu and the fragment of Itachi's consciousness that watched over Harry even now. He told them about the chakra network and how it existed alongside his magical core. About the training he'd been doing since he was 4 years old, guided by a telepathic crow who pushed him relentlessly because the alternative was being unprepared for the darkness that was always coming. He told them about the Mangekyo Sharingan, not in detail, because he didn't have details yet, but enough for them to understand that the power he had now was only the beginning, and that greater power came with greater costs, and that the line between gift and curse was thin enough to cut yourself on. Hermione asked questions. Dozens of them. Hundreds. Her notebook was out within minutes, her quill flying across the pages as she documented everything Harry said, cross-referencing with her existing knowledge, building a framework that she clearly intended to expand into a comprehensive analysis. Ron just listened. His eyes got wider at certain points, the wall-walking revelation was a highlight, and he demanded an immediate demonstration once Harry was healed enough to move, but he didn't interrupt. He just absorbed, processed, and when Harry finally finished, he said, "So you're basically a wizard ninja with magic eyes and a talking bird." Harry considered this. Yes. Essentially. Wicked. Ron grinned. "I knew there was a reason you were so mental. It all makes sense now. I'm not sure that's the takeaway. Do you know any cool ninja moves? Like, can you throw stars and stuff?" Yes, actually. Karasu's been teaching me shuriken technique." Wicked. Hermione smacked Ron's arm. "This is serious, Ronald. Harry has an entirely unique magical physiology that could revolutionize our understanding of multiple arcane disciplines, and you're focused on throwing stars. The throwing stars are part of the multiple arcane disciplines. They're definitely part. Both of you," Harry said, and his voice was warm in a way it hadn't been before, loose and easy in carrying a weight that had been quietly lifted. "Both of you are insane. And I'm really glad you're my friends." Ron's ears went red. Hermione's eyes went bright. Neither of them seemed to know what to say. "Also," Harry added, "you should probably know that the thing in my scar is a piece of Voldemort's soul, and it's been trapped in my mindscape since I was a baby, and Karasu and I have been suppressing it for years, and eventually I'm going to have to deal with it somehow." Silence. "What?" Hermione said flatly. "What?" Ron said significantly less flatly. "Perhaps that was too much information for one conversation," Karasu observed. In retrospect, Harry agreed, maybe I should have saved that for next time. What followed was several hours of extremely intense discussion that Madame Pomfrey tried and failed multiple times to interrupt, ending only when the Medowitch threatened to sedate all three of them and had clearly meant it. Ron and Hermione were eventually ejected from the hospital wing, promising to return tomorrow with more questions and more beans, and Harry was left alone with his thoughts and his crow and the quiet settling of dust after an explosion. "You did well," Karasu said. Telling them. It was the right choice. It felt right. That's usually a good indicator. The heart knows things that the mind takes years to learn. Harry looked at the ceiling. Thought about everything that had happened this year. The Sharingan awakening. The troll. The mirror. The confrontation with Voldemort. The long, slow process of learning to trust and be trusted in return. "Next year's going to be harder, isn't it?" he said. It wasn't really a question. Almost certainly. Voldemort is diminished but not destroyed. He'll continue seeking ways to return. And as you grow stronger, you'll attract attention, from allies and enemies both. The Sharingan will evolve. The challenges will escalate. Nothing about your life is going to get simpler. Great. Looking forward to it. That's the spirit. Karasu hopped from the windowsill to the bed, landing on the pillow beside Harry's head. His single red eye, so like and unlike Harry's own when the Sharingan was active, gleamed in the afternoon light. "Rest now. Heal. And when you're ready, we'll start preparing for whatever comes next." Harry closed his eyes. Let the exhaustion take him. And in his dreams, three figures stood watching over him, a man with dark eyes and a sad smile, a woman with red hair and fierce love, and another man with messy hair and an irrepressible grin. All three of them, in their own ways, had given everything to protect him. He wouldn't let that sacrifice be in vain. The end-of-year feast was a celebration and a farewell all wrapped into one. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table between Ron and Hermione, the great hall packed with students, the house banners overhead showing Slytherin's green and silver because of course Snape's house had won the House Cup through a combination of aggressive point-taking and Harry's various unauthorized adventures resulting in spectacular point losses. But then Dumbledore stood up, and everything changed. "I have a few last-minute points to award," the headmaster said, and there was a twinkle in his eye that Harry recognized as the man's particular brand of theatrical manipulation. "First, to Mr. Ronald Weasley, for the best-played game of chess Hogwarts has seen in many years, I award Gryffindor House 50 points." The Gryffindor table erupted. Ron went so red he nearly matched the hangings. "Second, to Miss Hermione Granger, for the use of cool logic in the face of fire, I award Gryffindor House 50 points." Hermione put her face in her hands, but Harry could see she was smiling. "Third, to Mr. Harry Potter, for pure nerve and outstanding courage, I award Gryffindor House 60 points." The noise was incredible now. Harry did the math in his head, they were tied with Slytherin, which meant, and finally, Dumbledore said, raising a hand for silence, "It takes a great deal of bravery to stand up to our enemies, but just as much to stand up to our friends. I therefore award 10 points to Mr. Neville Longbottom." Gryffindor won the House Cup by 10 points. The explosion of cheering was so loud that Harry's enhanced hearing actually hurt, and he was pretty sure someone at the Slytherin table was crying, and Malfoy looked like he'd swallowed a lemon. It was, Harry thought, a pretty good way to end the year. The train ride home was quieter than the journey to school had been. Harry sat with Ron and Hermione, the countryside rolling past the windows, the summer stretching ahead like a question without an answer. He would be going back to the Dursleys. There was no avoiding it, something about the blood protections that Dumbledore had mentioned, anchored to his mother's sister, would keep him safe in ways that no other location could. But it wouldn't be forever. Just the summers. And he would have Karasu, and his training, and the knowledge that when September came, he would return to Hogwarts. Return to his friends. "You'll write?" Hermione asked, and there was a vulnerability in her voice that she usually hid behind intellectual armor. "Every week," Harry promised. "And you'll actually tell us if something happens? Not just suffer in silence like a dramatic martyr." "I'll try." "That's not reassuring, mate," Ron said. "It's the best I can offer." "Old habits." Hermione looked at him with that searching intensity. Then she reached out and took his hand. Just held it, simply, without ceremony or explanation. Harry looked at their joined hands. At Hermione's face, soft and concerned and caring in a way that made something in his chest ache. "I'm glad I met you," he said quietly. "Both of you. I don't. I'm not good at this. The friendship thing. The trust thing. I've spent most of my life learning to be alone because alone was safer. But I'm trying. And I want you to know that even when I'm bad at it, even when I keep secrets or push you away or act like I don't need anyone, it's not because I don't care. It's because caring is new. And scary. And I'm still figuring out how to do it without the scary part taking over." Ron reached over and messed up Harry's hair, which was already messy but apparently needed to be messier. "You're such a sap, Potter. I literally just opened up emotionally, yeah, and it was very touching. I almost cried. Now come on, I've got chocolate frogs and a chess set, and I'm going to beat you at least once before this train reaches London." Harry laughed. Let go of Hermione's hand, reluctantly, though he didn't examine that reluctance too closely. And spent the rest of the journey losing at chess to Ron Weasley, who had apparently taken Harry's Sharingan-enhanced victories as a personal challenge and had been studying strategy books in secret. He still lost. But he made Harry work for it. "This," Karasu said from the luggage rack, "is what it's about. Not the power. Not the Sharingan. Not the prophecy or the dark lords or the weight of destiny. This. Friends. Laughter. The simple joy of being young and alive and surrounded by people who choose to love you. Don't ever forget that, Harry. Whatever comes next, don't ever forget. Harry didn't respond. Didn't need to. He just looked at Ron's determined face and Hermione's amused smile and the summer sun streaming through the window, and felt, for the first time in his life, like he might actually be okay. The train carried them toward London. Toward summer. Toward whatever came next. And in Harry's eyes, dormant but waiting, the Sharingan slept. Ready to awaken again when he needed it. Ready to show him a world of terrible, beautiful clarity. Ready to be the gift and the curse that would define his destiny. But for now, for this one perfect moment between battles, Harry was just a boy on a train, surrounded by friends, heading home. It was enough. It was more than enough. Chapter 4, Through the Flames. Chapter 4, Through the Flames. The summer between first and second year was supposed to be a time of recovery. It was not. Harry returned to Privet Drive with a trunk full of magical textbooks, a telepathic crow roosting in the garden shed, and the kind of quiet, simmering determination that made Vernon Dursley deeply uncomfortable every time their eyes met. The Dursleys had apparently received some kind of communication about Harry's year, possibly from Dumbledore, possibly from the Ministry. Harry never found out, because they treated him with a wary distance that bordered on fear. Good. Fear was useful. You're different, Karasu observed on the first night back, perched on the windowsill of Harry's tiny bedroom. Harder. More focused. The confrontation with Voldemort changed something in you. I killed someone. You destroyed a vessel that was already dying. The soul riding it fled. That's not murder, that's pest control. It still felt like killing. Karasu was quiet for a moment. Yes. It does. The first time always does. The question isn't whether you feel it, that's healthy, that's human. The question is whether you let it paralyze you or whether you process it and move forward. Harry processed it. In the way Karasu had taught him, not by suppressing the emotion, but by acknowledging it, examining it from every angle, understanding what it meant and what it didn't mean. He had killed Quirrell. The killing had been necessary. He would do it again if he had to. These facts coexisted with the discomfort of the act itself, and Harry learned to hold both truths without letting either one consume him. Itachi had killed his entire clan. For duty. For love. For a peace that never quite materialized. Compared to that, one dark wizard and his parasitic passenger was nothing. The training resumed with an intensity that bordered on obsessive. Harry had 3 months before he returned to Hogwarts, and he intended to use every second of them. Karasu had new techniques to teach, chakra enhancement pushed to higher levels, genjutsu refinement, and the beginning of what the crow called nature transformation, which was apparently the ability to infuse chakra with elemental properties. You have an affinity for fire, Karasu explained, watching Harry mate in the pre-dawn darkness of the garden. Most Uchiha do. The clan was famous for its fire techniques, the great fireball jutsu was considered a rite of passage. But in this world, you have another affinity too. Lightning, Harry guessed. The scar on his forehead tingled. Yes. Your biological heritage left its mark, literally. You have dual affinities, fire from the Uchiha blood, lightning from whatever happened when Voldemort's curse rebounded. That's rare. Useful, if you learn to control both. Harry learned. Or started to, at least. Elemental transformation was harder than anything he'd attempted before. It wasn't just channeling chakra, it was changing chakra, converting it from raw energy into something with properties and will and destructive potential. His first attempts at fire produced nothing but warmth and frustration. His first attempts at lightning nearly electrocuted him. But by July, he could spark a flame in his palm. By August, he could call a crackle of electricity between his fingers. It wasn't combat ready. Wasn't even close. But it was progress, and progress was all that mattered. Hermione's letters arrived like clockwork. Every 3 days, thick envelopes stuffed with parchment, detailing her summer reading and her analysis of the information Harry had shared, and approximately 17,000 questions about Uchiha history and chakra theory and the intersection of magical and shinobi traditions. Harry answered every one. It took hours. Hermione's questions were dense and detailed and required actual thought to address properly, but he found he didn't mind. The correspondence felt like a continuation of their library sessions at Hogwarts, an intellectual partnership conducted through ink and owl post. Ron's letters were less frequent but no less welcome. Shorter, funnier, filled with stories about his brothers and complaints about garden gnomes and increasingly desperate pleas for Harry to visit the burrow before school started. "Can't," Harry wrote back. "Blood protections. Dumbledore says I have to stay at Privet Drive for at least part of the summer. But I'll see you on the train." He didn't mention that he'd also started having dreams. The dreams had begun in late June, shortly after the anniversary of Voldemort's attack. They weren't nightmares exactly, more like visions. Fragments of memory that didn't belong to him, bleeding through the connection in his scar despite Karasu's best efforts at suppression. He saw a young Tom Riddle, handsome and cold, opening a chamber deep beneath Hogwarts. He saw something massive and serpentine moving in the darkness. He saw petrified students, frozen in expressions of terror. He saw a diary, leather-bound and innocuous, pulsing with a darkness that felt sickeningly familiar. "The Horcrux in your scar is resonating with something," Karasu said, after Harry described the visions. "Another piece of Voldemort's soul, maybe. Somewhere in the world, something connected to the Dark Lord is becoming active, and your scar is picking up the signal like a radio tuned to the wrong frequency. Can we block it? We're trying. But the connection is fundamental, it's woven into the cursed scar itself. Blocking it completely would require removing the Horcrux, and we don't have a safe method for that yet. Yet? I'm working on it. The theory is complex. And the risks are significant. For now, focus on controlling the bleed-through. Don't let the visions overwhelm you. They're information, not commands." Harry focused. He built mental walls around the scar connection, containing the visions to his sleep hours, preventing them from intruding on his waking mind. It was exhausting work, the kind of mental discipline that left him drained even after 8 hours of rest, but it was necessary. Whatever was coming, he needed to be ready for it. The Weasleys rescued him in early August. Rescued was perhaps a strong word. Extracted via flying car was more accurate. Harry woke one night to find Ron's face grinning through his barred window. When had the Dursleys installed bars? And the twins Fred and George operating some kind of magical vehicle that hovered outside like it belonged there. "All right, Harry," Ron said. "Grab your trunk. We're breaking you out." What followed was the most chaotic escape Harry had experienced since the troll incident. The bars came off. The trunk came out. Hedwig's cage was passed through the window. And Harry, climbing into the back of a flying Ford Anglia while Vernon bellowed threats from below, found himself laughing, actually laughing, free and uncontrolled, for the first time all summer. The burrow was chaos in physical form. A tall, ramshackle house that seemed to be held together by magic and stubbornness, filled with more Weasleys than Harry had known existed. Arthur, fascinated by Muggle technology. Molly, fierce and maternal and absolutely insistent that Harry eat seconds of everything. Percy, pompous and distant. The twins, agents of entropy. Ginny, who turned red every time Harry looked at her and dropped things. And Ron, who was just Ron, solid, dependable, uncomplicated in the best possible way. Harry spent 2 weeks at the burrow, and they were the happiest 2 weeks of his life. Not because anything special happened. Not because of adventures or revelations or dramatic confrontations. Just because he was surrounded by people who wanted him there, who included him in their chaos without hesitation, who treated him like family even though he was a guest. Mrs. Weasley fussed over how thin he was. Mr. Weasley asked endless questions about electric kettles. The twins tried to recruit him for various schemes of questionable legality. And Ron just was there. Playing chess. Talking about Quidditch. Being a friend. This is what normal looks like, Karasu observed one evening, watching Harry help degenome the garden while the sun set over the Devon Hills. Or as close to normal as you're likely to get. Enjoy it. Harry did. Diagon Alley was supposed to be a simple supply run. Books, robes, potion ingredients. In and out, minimal complications. Of course, that's not what happened. The Floo powder incident deposited Harry in the wrong fireplace, stumbling out of the hearth in what was clearly not the leaky cauldron but rather a dark, dusty shop filled with objects that made his Sharingan itch when he accidentally activated it. Dark artifacts. Cursed items. Things that radiated malevolence with casual disregard for subtlety. Nocturne Alley. He'd read about this place. The wizarding world's black market, where anything could be bought if you knew who to ask and didn't mind the moral implications. Harry moved quickly, keeping his head down, making for the exit. His enhanced perception catalogued threats as he passed, a hag eyeing him speculatively, a vampire, actual vampire, he could see the wrongness in its energy signature, lurking in a doorway, several wizards whose magical auras were so dark they left smudges in the air around them. He was almost out when he heard it. The girl was released from the diary. A useful tool, but ultimately disposable. Harry froze. Flattened himself against a wall. Activated his Sharingan at minimal power, just enough to enhance his hearing without the telltale crimson glow. Two figures, standing in the shadow of a building nearby. One was tall and pale, with long blonde hair that gleamed even in the alley's dim light. The other was smaller, cloaked, face hidden. The diary served its purpose, the cloaked figure said. The chamber is open. The heir's work can proceed. And if the Potter boy interferes? He destroyed the Dark Lord's vessel. He's more dangerous than anticipated. Then we eliminate him. He's a child. Talented, yes, but children can be dealt with. The blonde wizard, Malfoy, Harry realized, Draco's father, he'd seen him briefly in the bookshop the previous year, nodded curtly. See that you do. The Dark Lord's plans cannot be jeopardized by a boy with more luck than sense. Harry, Karasu said urgently. Leave. Now. You've heard enough. Harry left. Slipped out of Nocturne Alley, found Hagrid in the main thoroughfare, allowed himself to be shepherded back to safety. But his mind was racing, cataloguing what he'd heard, fitting it into the pattern of his dreams. The diary. The chamber. The heir. Something was coming to Hogwarts. Something connected to Voldemort. And Lucius Malfoy was involved. He needed to talk to Hermione. The reunion at Flourish and Blots was complicated by the presence of Gilderoy Lockhart, a man whose energy signature was so self-inflated that Harry's Sharingan kept trying to adjust for visual distortion that wasn't there. Harry Potter. Lockhart had cried, spotting him in the crowd and physically dragging him to the front of the store for a photo opportunity. What an extraordinary honor. Here to get your defense books, I'm sure. Well, let me tell you, you're in for a treat. I'll be teaching at Hogwarts this year, and I've got some spectacular lessons planned. Harry endured the photographs with the practiced stillness of someone who had faced down mountain trolls and dark lords and found publicity significantly more irritating than either. When Lockhart finally released him, he made a beeline for Hermione, who was standing near the back of the store with an expression that was half starstruck and half embarrassed. We need to talk, Harry murmured. I heard something in Nocturne Alley. About a diary and a chamber and Voldemort's plans. Hermione's starstruck expression vanished instantly, replaced by the sharp focus that Harry had come to rely on. Tell me everything. He did, in low tones, while the crowd around them continued mobbing Lockhart. Hermione listened intently, asking clarifying questions, building her mental model. A diary, she said when he finished. You've been dreaming about a diary, and now Malfoy mentions one in the same breath as a chamber beneath Hogwarts. That's not coincidence. No. And the heir they mentioned, the Chamber of Secrets legend talks about Slytherin's heir. Someone who can open the chamber and release the monster within. Which would mean attacks on students. Muggleborn specifically, if we're following the pure-blood ideology. Hermione's face was pale but determined. Harry, if this is real, if there's actually a monster beneath the school, then we find it before it finds anyone else. And we stop it. Hermione nodded. Research. We need everything ever written about the Chamber of Secrets, Slytherin's monster, and magical diaries with autonomous properties. I'll start compiling a reading list. I love that your response to Monster Beneath the School is reading list. Knowledge is power. And power is how we protect people. She paused, looked at him with that searching intensity. How are you, Harry? Really? After last year. I'm managing. Training helps. The dreams are difficult, but Karasu's teaching me to compartmentalize. And the other thing? The fragment in your scar. Harry touched the lightning bolt absently. Still there. Still contained. We're working on solutions, but it's not immediate. I've got time. You always say that. I've got time. As if time is infinite and nothing could possibly go wrong before you're ready. Her voice was sharp, worried. Harry, I've spent all summer reading about Horcruxes. Yes, I found references. The restricted section isn't as restricted as they think if you know which older books cross-reference it, and I need you to understand that having a piece of Voldemort's soul inside you is not something you can just manage indefinitely. There are risks. Corruption risks. Sanity risks. We need a real solution, not just containment. She's not wrong, Karasu said quietly. The Horcrux is stable for now, but now isn't forever. She's right to push. I know, Harry said. I know, Hermione. We'll find a solution. But right now, the priority is whatever's happening at Hogwarts. One crisis at a time. Hermione didn't look satisfied, but she let it drop. For now. The rest of the shopping trip was uneventful, aside from a confrontation with the Malfoys that resulted in Arthur Weasley and Lucius Malfoy nearly coming to blows. Harry watched the elder Malfoy carefully, Sharingan hovering just beneath the surface, cataloging every micro-expression and energy fluctuation. The man was dangerous. Controlled. And he knew something about the coming year that he wasn't sharing. Harry would find out what. One way or another. Second year began with a bang. Or rather, with a flying car, a whomping willow, and the kind of entrance that made Harry seriously question his life choices. The barrier to platform 9 3/4 had been sealed. Ron's idea to take the flying car to Hogwarts was, in retrospect, the kind of plan that sounded reasonable in the moment and catastrophically stupid approximately 5 minutes later. They'd made it, obviously. Harry had used body flicker to get them both clear of the willow's branches when the landing went wrong, but the aftermath involved Snape, McGonagall, and a very uncomfortable conversation about rule-breaking that had nearly gotten them expelled. That was poorly planned, Karasu observed afterward, as Harry sat in the Gryffindor common room nursing the bruises he'd sustained from the tree. And poorly executed. You had time to think of alternatives. Why didn't you? I panicked. The barrier was sealed and we were running out of time and Ron suggested the car and I just went with it. Panic is a luxury you can't afford. You have abilities that could have resolved the situation without property damage or near expulsion. You could have sent Hedwig with a message. You could have waited for adults to investigate the sealed barrier. You could have used the car to drive to Hogwarts normally, arriving late but intact. Instead, you chose the most dramatic and dangerous option. I know. It was stupid. It was. Don't let it happen again. Heroics are for emergencies. This was a logistics problem, not an emergency. Harry accepted the criticism. Karasu was right, he'd let the pressure of the moment override his training, and the result had been a mess that could have ended much worse than it did. He needed to be better. Smarter. More controlled. The thing in the castle wouldn't wait for him to figure himself out. The attack started in October. Mrs. Norris was first. Filch's cat, found hanging from a torch bracket, stiff and staring with eyes that saw nothing. Written on the wall beside her, in what Harry's Sharingan identified as blood, chicken blood, his enhanced senses determined, though that was hardly reassuring, the Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. Harry was at the scene. Had been walking back from a Death Day party of all things, a celebration he'd attended because nearly headless Nick had invited him and it seemed rude to refuse, when they'd found the cat. The crowd had gathered. Accusations had flown. Malfoy had made a comment about Muggleborns that had nearly earned him a broken nose before Ron's restraining hand had stopped Harry's forward momentum. "She's not dead," Dumbledore announced, examining the cat with gentle hands. "She has been petrified. A powerful dark magic, difficult to achieve without considerable skill. She can be cured, with the proper potion, but the mandrakes needed will not be mature until spring." Petrified. Not dead. But the message was clear, this was a warning. An opening salvo. The attacks were coming, and Muggleborns were the targets. "Harry," Hermione whispered as the crowd dispersed, "the diary in your visions. And the chamber. This is it, isn't it? This is what you saw." "Yes." "Then we need to move faster. Whatever's in that chamber, whatever's doing this, we need to find it before it finds us." Harry nodded. His Sharingan, still active, scanned the corridor, the writing on the wall, the residual magical energy, the faint trail of something that led away from the scene and down toward the dungeons. He couldn't follow it now, not with teachers everywhere and accusations still flying. But he could remember. And remembering, with the Sharingan, meant perfect recall. "Tomorrow," he said. "We start tomorrow." The research was exhaustive. Hermione threw herself into it with a fervor that bordered on obsessive, spending every free moment in the library, accumulating a stack of books that required its own table. Harry helped when he could, his Sharingan-enhanced reading speed letting him process texts faster than humanly possible, but the bulk of the work fell on Hermione's shoulders because she was simply better at connecting disparate pieces of information into coherent theories. The Chamber of Secrets, she announced during one of their private research sessions, was supposedly created by Salazar Slytherin before he left Hogwarts. He disagreed with the other founders about admitting Muggle-born students, he wanted purebloods only, and when he lost that argument, he allegedly built a secret chamber somewhere in the castle and placed a monster inside. A monster that only his heir could control, that would purge the school of those he considered unworthy. "What kind of monster?" Ron asked. "That's the problem. The accounts vary. Some say a dragon. Some say a demon. Some say..." She hesitated. "Some say a basilisk." Harry's blood went cold. A basilisk. The king of serpents. Its gaze is instantly lethal to anyone who meets it directly. And it can petrify through indirect eye contact, reflections, water, that sort of thing. Hermione's voice was clinical, but Harry could see the fear underneath. Mrs. Norris was found near a puddle. If she saw the basilisk's reflection instead of its eyes directly, she'd be petrified instead of dead, Harry finished. "Exactly. And there's more." Hermione pulled out a sheet of parchment covered in her neat handwriting. "Basilisks are born from a chicken egg hatched beneath a toad. They can live for hundreds of years. And they're vulnerable to one thing, the crow of a rooster. That's why Hagrid's roosters have been dying," Ron said, eyes widening. "Someone's been killing them. Eliminating the one weapon that could stop the monster." Harry's mind was racing. Basilisk. Giant snake. Living in the pipes, that's how it was moving around unseen. The plumbing was massive enough in a castle this old. And controllable only by Slytherin's heir, which meant a parcel mouth. I can talk to snakes, Harry said quietly. Hermione and Ron both stared at him. Since when? Ron demanded. Since always, I think. There was an incident at the zoo before I got my Hogwarts letter. I accidentally set a boa constrictor free. I didn't realize it was unusual until now, when it suddenly became very relevant. You're a parselmouth, Hermione breathed. That's incredibly rare. And it's associated with dark wizards, with Slytherin himself. The blood adoption, Harry said. Itachi he could communicate with crows, in a sense. His clan had animal summons, contracts with intelligent creatures. Maybe the ritual transferred something similar. Or maybe it was already there and the ritual enhanced it. The Uchiha had no special connection to snakes, Karasu said. This is something else. Something from your original bloodline, perhaps. Or something the Dark Lord left behind when his curse rebounded. Either way, Harry continued, if the basilisk responds to Parseltongue, I might be able to control it. Or at least communicate with it. That's an enormous risk, Hermione said sharply. Walking up to a creature that can kill with a look and trying to talk to it, Hermione. I have the Sharingan. She went still. Understanding dawned. The Sharingan versus a basilisk's gaze, she said slowly. Two powers that both operate through eye contact. That's actually theoretically fascinating. The basilisk's lethality is magic-based, but the Sharingan is chakra-based, and if the two systems are truly independent, then there's a chance my eyes could resist the killing gaze. Or at least mitigate it. That's a theory. Not a fact. You could be wrong. I know. Harry met her eyes steadily. But if I'm right, I'm the only person in this school who can face the basilisk directly. Everyone else has to look away or die. I might be able to look at it. Ron made a strangled noise. Mate, please tell me you're not planning to stare down a giant murder snake on the off chance your weird eyes are weirder than its weird eyes. Not planning to. But if it comes to that, I need to know it's an option. It is, Karasu confirmed. The Sharingan was designed, in part, to counter visual genjutsu, illusions cast through eye contact. The basilisk's gaze isn't genjutsu, but the mechanism is similar. There's a reasonable chance, not certainty, but reasonable chance, that the Sharingan could provide protection. Harry didn't share the exact odds with Ron and Hermione. Some things were better left vague. The attacks continued. Colin Creevey. Justin Finch-Fletchley. Nearly headless Nick, who became nearly entirely petrified Nick, which was somehow both tragic and darkly amusing. Each attack followed the same pattern. The victim had seen the basilisk indirectly, through a camera, through a ghost, through some reflective surface, and had been petrified rather than killed. The school was in a panic. Students traveled in groups. Teachers patrolled the corridors. Dumbledore's usual calm was strained, his energy signature radiating concern that Harry could perceive even without activating the Sharingan. And then Hermione was attacked. Harry wasn't there when it happened. He'd been in Quidditch practice, the match against Hufflepuff was coming up, and the team needed their seeker, and when he returned to the common room, Ron was waiting for him with a face the color of old parchment. She's been petrified, Ron said. Hermione. They found her in the library. She was holding a mirror. The world went silent. Not metaphorically. Harry's enhanced hearing shut down, overwhelmed by the roaring in his ears. His vision narrowed to a tunnel. His hands, at his sides, began to shake. Harry. Karasu's voice, distant, urgent. Harry, control yourself. Your eyes, the Sharingan activated. Not the Tutomo version Harry had been using all year. Something else. Something more. The crimson blazed in his irises like fire, and for a moment, just a moment, the tomo began to spin and blur and change, geometric patterns trying to form in the spaces between, no. Kurasu's mental voice was a thunderclap, cutting through the emotional surge with brutal precision. Not yet. Control it, Harry. Push it down. The Mangekyo isn't ready, you're not ready, and if you awaken it now, in this state, you'll burn yourself out before you even reach the chamber. Harry closed his eyes. Breathed. The techniques Kurasu had drilled into him for years, the mental partitions, the emotional containment, the ability to feel without being controlled by feeling, engaged automatically, pulling him back from the edge. When he opened his eyes again, they were dark. Normal. The Sharingan was dormant. But the rage remained. Cold now instead of hot. Contained instead of explosive. The kind of rage that didn't burn, it froze. It planned. It waited. Where's the library? Harry asked, and his voice was calm in a way that made Ron take an involuntary step back. Harry, where? Ron told him. Hermione lay in the hospital wing, frozen in an expression of realization, one hand extended toward the mirror she'd been holding when the basilisk found her. Harry stood beside her bed for a long time, Sharingan inactive, just looking. She'd figured something out. The mirror, she'd been using it to look around corners, protecting herself from direct eye contact. Smart. Brilliant. Exactly the kind of precaution Hermione would take. But she'd still been caught. Because she'd been researching. Looking for the entrance. Trying to find the Chamber of Secrets before the monster found more victims. She'd done it for him. For all of them. And now she was stone. I'm going to end this, Harry said quietly. How? I'm going to find the chamber. I'm going to find the basilisk. And I'm going to destroy whatever's controlling it. The diary. The air. Yes. You still don't know where the entrance is. Harry looked at Hermione's frozen hand. At the piece of parchment crushed in her grip, previously unnoticed. He reached out, gently extracted it, and unfolded it. A page torn from a library book. Information about basilisks. And, in the margin, in Hermione's familiar handwriting, pipes. Myrtle's bathroom. Myrtle's bathroom, Harry murmured. The ghost. The girl who died 50 years ago when the chamber was last opened. The entrance. She saw the basilisk. Directly. That's why she died, she looked it in the eyes. Harry's voice was flat. Analytical. The cold rage doing its work. The entrance to the chamber is in the bathroom where she was killed. Then you have what you need. Harry carefully folded the paper and put it in his pocket. Looked at Hermione one more time, her brilliant, frozen face, her hand still reaching for discoveries she'd never share. I'll fix this, he promised her. I'll bring you back. Whatever it takes. He left the hospital wing. He had a chamber to open. Myrtle's bathroom was cold, damp, and haunted by the most miserable ghost Harry had ever encountered. Moaning Myrtle spent most of her afterlife crying in the U-bend, and tonight was no exception. Her wails echoed off the tiled walls as Harry entered, creating an atmosphere of soggy despair that even his cold focus couldn't entirely ignore. Myrtle, Harry said, cutting through her latest monologue about how no one ever visited and everyone hated her. I need to know how you died. The ghost stopped mid-sob. Her silvery face, perpetually tear-streaked, turned toward him with an expression of surprise. You want to know about my death? No one's ever asked about my death. Her voice shifted from miserable to almost excited. It was awful. I was crying in this very stall because Olive Hornby had been teasing me about my glasses, and I heard someone come in. A boy. Speaking some strange language. So I opened the door to tell him to go away, and I died. The strange language. What did it sound like? Hissing. Sort of, slithery. Myrtle shuddered. And there were these great big yellow eyes, over by the sinks. That's the last thing I ever saw. Eyes. Over by the sinks. Harry moved to the indicated area, Sharingan activating as he examined the fixtures. Normal pipes, normal taps, normal, there. On one of the taps. A tiny snake, engraved into the copper. This is it, Harry murmured. The entrance. You'll need to speak Parseltongue to open it. Harry focused on the snake. Let himself slip into the mental state that he discovered during his research, a kind of sideways thinking, where the sounds that came out weren't English but something older and stranger. Open, he hissed. The tap glowed. The sink began to move. And the wall behind it split apart, revealing a dark tunnel that descended into the depths of the castle. Ron appeared at the bathroom door, panting. Harry. I saw you leave the hospital wing and I figured, bloody hell, is that the entrance? Yes. You're going down there. Alone. Harry looked at his friend. At Ron's pale, determined face. At the wand gripped in his hand, ready to fight despite the fear that was obvious in every line of his body. Ron, there's a basilisk down there. One look and you're dead. The only advantage I have is the Sharingan, maybe it'll protect me from the gaze. Maybe. You don't have that protection. I don't care. Hermione's down there, well, the thing that petrified her. I'm not letting you face it alone. You'll die. Then I'll die helping my friend. That's what friends do, Harry. They don't let each other walk into dark tunnels full of murder snakes by themselves. He means it, Karasu said quietly. He's terrified, but he means it. This one would die for you. Harry looked at Ron for a long moment. Then he reached into his pocket and pulled out the mirror Hermione had been holding. The one she'd been using to look around corners. Take this, Harry said. If we encounter the basilisk, don't look at it directly. Use the mirror. Petrification is better than death. Ron took the mirror. His hands were shaking, but his jaw was set. Let's go kill a snake, he said. They descended into the darkness. The Chamber of Secrets was exactly as Harry had seen in his visions, vast, cavernous, lined with stone serpents whose eyes glittered with reflected light from the torches that ignited as they entered. The ceiling was lost in shadow. The floor was wet, covered in a thin layer of water that rippled with every step. And at the far end, beneath a towering statue of Salazar Slytherin himself, a figure waited. Not a basilisk. A boy. Tall. Dark-haired. Handsome in a cold, classical way that made Harry's instinct scream danger. He looked about 16, and he was solid, not a ghost, not an illusion, but physically present in a way that shouldn't have been possible. Harry Potter, the boy said. His voice was smooth, cultured, dripping with a contempt that was almost elegant. I've been waiting for you. Harry's Sharingan blazed to full power. The boy's form, human-shaped but not human, not anymore, registered as a magical construct, a piece of something larger given temporary physical existence through power drawn from a diary. Lying open on the floor near the boy's feet. Black leather, mundane-looking, pulsing with dark energy that Harry recognized from his Scar connection. Tom Riddle, Harry said. Or should I say Voldemort? The boy smiled. It didn't reach his eyes. So you know. Clever boy. Cleverer than I expected, given the company you keep. A blood traitor and a mudblood, though I suppose the mudblood is currently somewhat indisposed. Where's the person controlling this? The air you're using to open the chamber. Ah. Tom's smile widened. That would be young Ginny Weasley. Such a lonely little girl, pouring her heart out to a diary she found in her cauldron. She had no idea she was feeding her soul to something far older and hungrier than she could imagine. Ron made a strangled sound. Ginny. What have you done to my sister? Nothing permanent. Yet. Tom's gaze flicked to Ron dismissively, then returned to Harry. But I didn't bring you here to discuss the Weasley girl. I brought you here to understand, Potter. To understand what you are. What you could be. I know what I am. Do you? Tom stepped forward, and the torchlight cast strange shadows across his handsome face. You have power that doesn't belong in this world. I can sense it, something beyond wizarding magic, something ancient and foreign and hungry. The Sharingan, I believe you call it. A bloodline ability from another realm. Harry said nothing. I've been watching you. Through Ginny's eyes, through the connection the diary created. I've seen you fight. Seen you train. Seen the red eyes that burn when your emotions run high. Tom's smile became predatory. You're not so different from me, Harry Potter. Both of us, marked by powers we didn't choose. Both of us, destined for greatness whether we want it or not. I'm nothing like you. Aren't you? You killed Quirrell. I watched it through my connection to the fragment in your scar. You burned him to ash and felt the thrill of it, the power of it. Don't pretend you didn't enjoy it, at least a little. Harry's jaw tightened. Because Tom wasn't entirely wrong. There had been something, not enjoyment exactly, but satisfaction, in destroying Quirrell. In ending the threat. In proving that he was strong enough to protect the people he cared about. The difference, Harry said quietly, is that I felt it. And then I moved on. I didn't build a life around the pleasure of hurting people. Not yet. But give it time. Tom spread his hands. I'm offering you a choice, Potter. Join me. Learn from me. With your Sharingan and my knowledge, we could reshape the wizarding world. No more hiding. No more pretending to be less than you are. We could be gods. I have a counteroffer, Harry said. Oh. Harry's hands moved. Faster than Tom could track, the Sharingan's perception enhancement working in reverse, allowing Harry to act at speeds that appeared instantaneous to normal observation. A kunai, pulled from a sleeve holster Karasu had taught him to wear, flew through the air toward the diary on the floor. Tom's wand came up. Protego. The shield spell deflected the kunai, but Harry was already moving. Body flicker carried him across the chamber in a blur, appearing beside the diary, his hand reaching down, Crucio. The curse hit him in the back. Pain. Unimaginable pain. Every nerve on fire, every muscle seizing, his entire body becoming a vessel for agony so complete that thought became impossible. Harry collapsed, twitching, screaming despite himself, the Sharingan flickering as his concentration shattered. Did you think I wouldn't prepare for your speed? Tom's voice was conversational, almost friendly. I've been watching you, remember. I know what you can do. And I know how to stop you. The curse lifted. Harry lay gasping on the wet stone floor, his body trembling with aftershocks. Ron, Tom continued, has a choice to make. Drop the wand, or watch your friend die slowly. I haven't used the basilisk yet, I was hoping for a more civilized conversation, but I can call it at any moment. Harry forced his head up. Ron was standing frozen, wand raised, face white with terror. The mirror was still clutched in his other hand. Don't, Harry rasped. Ron, don't, shut up. Ron's voice was shaking, but his eyes were fixed on Tom. If I drop my wand, you'll kill us both anyway. That's what you do, isn't it? Kill people. Eventually, Tom agreed. But I might let your sister live if you cooperate. She's not quite dead yet, just drained, nearly empty, feeding the last of her life force into my restoration. A few more minutes and I'll be fully corporeal again. But if you fight me, well, I'll have to speed up the process. Use what's left of her immediately rather than savoring it. Ginny, Ron breathed. Behind the statue. Dying. You could save her, if you act quickly. Or you could throw your life away fighting a battle you can't win. Harry's mind raced. The diary. Everything came back to the diary. Tom's resurrection, his power, his very existence, all anchored to that small black book. Destroy it, and Tom would unravel. But Tom was standing between Harry and the diary, wand ready, and Harry could barely move after the Cruciatus, the basilisk, Karasu said urgently. It's still here. Still sleeping. If you can wake it, control it, come to me, Harry hissed, the parcel tongue sliding out of him before he'd fully formed the thought. Guardian of the chamber. Servant of Slytherin. Come to me. Tom's eyes widened. What are you? A sound like an earthquake. A section of the wall behind the statue split apart. And from the darkness, impossibly huge, scales glittering in the torchlight, a head emerged. The basilisk. 60 feet of serpent, ancient and terrible, with eyes like yellow lanterns and fangs as long as swords. It uncoiled from its lair with the ponderous grace of a creature that had nothing to fear, and its massive head swung toward Harry. Kill him! Tom screamed. Kill Potter. But Harry was already looking up. Meeting the basilisk's gaze. Sharingan blazing with every ounce of power he could muster. Red eyes met yellow. The world stopped. Harry had expected death. Or at least damage, the searing agony of the basilisk's killing gaze meeting his eyes and destroying something fundamental. Instead, he felt recognition. The basilisk's mind was ancient. Simple, in some ways, predator instincts, hunger, the drive to hunt and kill, but layered with 1,000 years of accumulated cunning. It had served Slytherin. It had slept through centuries. It had woken to the call of heirs who spoke its language and commanded its power. And now it was looking at Harry's eyes, and it saw something it hadn't seen in a millennium. Brother. The word wasn't English or Parseltongue. It was something deeper, a communication of concepts rather than sounds, transmitted through the locked gazes of two creatures with eyes that could kill. You carry the gift of serpents. The tongue of command. But also, something else. Eyes of power. Eyes like my own. I mean you no harm, Harry projected, hoping the basilisk could understand. I'm not here to fight you. The other speaker commands my death. The young master who smells of darkness. He's not a real master. He's a shadow. A fragment. He's using you to hurt people. The basilisk's massive head tilted. Considering. I know what I am. I was made to kill. To purge. To serve the heir's will. But you see me. Not as a weapon. As, myself. You're more than a weapon. You're a creature. Ancient. Powerful. You don't have to do what he says. What are you doing? Tom's voice was sharp with confusion and the beginnings of fear. Why isn't it killing you? Kill him. The basilisk's gaze never wavered from Harry's. The shadow heir commands. But you speak as an equal. You do not command. You ask. Because commanding isn't the only way. Because there's always a choice. A long, long pause. The chamber was silent except for the drip of water and Tom's ragged breathing. Then the basilisk spoke again. I am tired, brother. Tired of sleeping. Tired of waking to kill on another's orders. For 1,000 years, I have served. For 1,000 years, I have had no choice. You have a choice now. Yes. The great head turned, slowly, away from Harry. Toward Tom Riddle. I do. What? Tom raised his wand. Avada, the basilisk struck. Not at Tom, the construct was too close to the diary, and the basilisk was smart enough not to destroy its own leash accidentally. Instead, it struck at the ground between Tom and the exit, cracking the stone, sending shockwaves through the chamber that threw Tom off balance. Run! Harry screamed. The diary. Now. Ron moved. Fear forgotten, hesitation abandoned, just pure Weasley stubbornness carrying him forward. He sprinted toward the fallen diary, dodged a curse from Tom's wand, and stabbed downward with the only weapon he had. The basilisk fawn. Broken off from the massive serpent's mouth when it struck the ground, still dripping venom, and now buried to the hilt in the diary's pages. The book screamed. Actually screamed, a sound of tearing souls and dying darkness that ripped through the chamber like a physical force. Tom Riddle flickered, distorted, his handsome face contorting into something monstrous, and then he exploded into motes of light and shadow that faded before they hit the ground. Gone. The diary lay destroyed, a smoking ruin of burnt leather and corroded pages, Voldemort's Horcrux annihilated by basilisk venom. Harry collapsed. The strain of the Sharingan confrontation, the cruciatus aftereffects, the sheer overwhelming everything of the past hour, it all crashed down on him at once. His vision blurred. His body refused to cooperate. But before he lost consciousness, he heard the basilisk's voice one more time. Thank you, brother. For the choice. What will you do now? Sleep. For the first time in 1,000 years, sleep without waiting. Without listening for the call. Just, sleep. Rest well. And you, young speaker. You have powerful eyes. Protect them. Eyes like ours, they see too much. The price is heavy. I know. Yes. I believe you do. The great serpent withdrew into its lair. The wall sealed behind it. And Harry, lying on the cold wet stone of the Chamber of Secrets, finally let the darkness take him. He woke in the hospital wing. Again. Ron was in the bed next to him, sleeping deeply, bandaged but breathing. Ginny was 2 beds down, pale and thin but alive, her chest rising and falling with the rhythm of recovery. And sitting beside Harry's bed, her eyes red from crying, her hand wrapped around his, was Hermione. You're awake, she said. Her voice was hoarse. You absolute idiot. You faced a basilisk. A basilisk, Harry. You were stone, Harry managed. His throat was raw. Couldn't leave you that way. So you decided to have a staring contest with a 1,000-year-old murder serpent? Hermione's voice cracked. Do you have any idea how stupid that was? How terrified I was when I woke up and they told me what happened. I had a plan. You had a theory. A theory about your weird eyes maybe possibly being resistant to instant death. That's not a plan, Harry, that's a suicide note with optimistic footnotes. She's not wrong, Karasu said from the windowsill. The crow sounded exhausted. You gambled. It worked, but it was still a gamble. Harry looked at Hermione. At the tears still tracking down her face. At the fierce, desperate anger in her eyes that was really just fear wearing a different mask. I'm sorry, he said. For scaring you. You should be. She squeezed his hand. Hard. Don't do it again. I can't promise that. I know. Her voice softened. But at least warn me first. Give me a chance to help. I can't lose you, Harry. I can't. These last few months, when I was stone and you were fighting monsters, I couldn't do anything. I couldn't help. I just had to lie there while you risked your life, and she broke off. Looked away. Her energy signature was a storm of emotion, fear and relief and anger and something else, something deeper, something that made Harry's chest ache in ways he didn't have words for. You're my best friend, Hermione whispered. You and Ron both, but you understand me. The way I think, the way I obsess over things, the way I can't just let something go when I know it's important. Everyone else finds it annoying. You find it useful. I find it beautiful, Harry said, before his brain could stop his mouth. Hermione's eyes snapped back to him. Wide. Surprised. The way your mind works, Harry continued, because apparently he was doing this now. The connections you make. The questions you ask. The way you refuse to accept good enough when better is possible. It's not annoying, Hermione. You're brilliant. And not just in the clever student way. In the actually matters way. In the makes a difference way. Hermione stared at him. Her cheeks were red. Her hand, still wrapped around his, was trembling slightly. Harry. I'm not good at this, he admitted. The feelings thing. Itachi's legacy is complicated. He loved people, but he showed it through distance and sacrifice, not through words. And the Dursleys never. I never learned how to. He trailed off. Frustrated with himself. With his inability to say the simple thing that was suddenly, urgently, important to say. Just say it, Karasu said quietly. For once in your life, don't strategize. Don't calculate. Just say what's true. I care about you, Harry said. More than I know how to handle. More than I'm ready for. But I wanted you to know. In case next time the gamble doesn't work. In case I don't get another chance to say it. Hermione was crying again. But she was smiling too, a wobbly, watery smile that made her look young and vulnerable and beautiful in a way that had nothing to do with the Sharingan's enhanced perception. You absolute idiot, she said again. But this time, it sounded like something else entirely. She leaned down. Pressed her lips to his forehead, right below the scar. A gentle, brief, perfect contact that sent lightning down Harry's spine and made his heart stutter in his chest. We're going to talk about this properly, she said, pulling back. When you're healed. When everything's calmed down. We're going to have an actual conversation about feelings, and you're going to participate, and we're going to figure out what this is. Together. Okay. Okay, Harry managed. Good. She squeezed his hand one more time. Now rest. Dumbledore wants to talk to you when you're recovered, and I imagine he has a lot of questions about the giant snake you apparently befriended instead of killing. I didn't befriend it. I communicated with it. Gave it a choice. Only you, Harry Potter. Only you would meet a legendary monster and decide what it really needed was a therapy session about free will. Harry laughed. It hurt his ribs, but he didn't care. Hermione stayed by his bedside until he fell asleep again. And in his dreams, for the first time in months, there were no visions of dark lords or serpent eyes. Just warmth. Safety. The knowledge that whatever came next, he wouldn't face it alone. The price of the Sharingan was heavy. The weight of his inheritance was immense. But there were hands to help him carry it. And that, Harry was beginning to understand, made all the difference. The end-of-year conversation with Dumbledore was considerably more tense than the previous years. The headmaster's office was exactly as Harry remembered, filled with whirring silver instruments and sleeping portraits and the quiet presence of Fawkes the Phoenix, who watched Harry with eyes that seemed to see more than they should. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, fingers steepled, expression unreadable. You spoke to the basilisk, Dumbledore said. And instead of killing it, you reasoned with it. It was tired, Harry said. Tired of being used. I gave it another option. And it accepted. Yes. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. His blue eyes, usually twinkling, were sharp and assessing. The Sharingan, he said. I've been researching it since our conversation last year. Finding information has been difficult. But what I've found suggests that you possess one of the most powerful ocular abilities ever documented, from a magical tradition entirely separate from our own. Harry said nothing. You used it to meet the basilisk's gaze directly. Any other wizard would have died instantly. You survived, and more than that, you established a kind of rapport. A meeting of eyes, if you will, between two creatures whose power resides in their vision. I didn't know it would work. No. But you suspected it might. And you took the risk anyway. Dumbledore's expression softened slightly. That is either great courage or great foolishness, and I am not entirely certain which. Hermione says it's both. Miss Granger is, as usual, correct. Dumbledore leaned forward. Harry, I must be direct with you. The events of the past 2 years have demonstrated that you are involved in forces beyond the normal scope of a Hogwarts education. Voldemort's soul fragment in your scar. The Sharingan and its associated abilities. The prophecy that connects you to the Dark Lord's fate. I know. I have tried to prepare you. The tests, the challenges, they were designed to develop your capabilities, to strengthen you for what is to come. But I am beginning to realize that my approach may have been insufficient. Harry raised an eyebrow. Are you apologizing? I am acknowledging error. An important distinction. Dumbledore's smile was thin. I treated you as a piece on a board, to be positioned and tested and gradually shaped into the weapon the light side needed. That was wrong. You are not a weapon. You are a boy, a remarkable boy, yes, with remarkable abilities, but a boy nonetheless. You deserve guidance, not manipulation. This is unexpected, Karasu observed. He's being honest. Or appearing to be. What are you offering? Harry asked. Training. Real training. With me, personally, and with others I trust. Not just your magical education, your full education. The Sharingan, the chakra system, the unique intersection of powers that you embody. I want to help you understand what you are, Harry. And I want to help you become what you can be. And in exchange, I ask for your trust. Not blind trust, I haven't earned that, and I wouldn't expect it. But working trust. The willingness to share information with me, to let me help you navigate the challenges ahead, to see me as an ally rather than a chess master moving pieces. Harry considered this. Dumbledore was many things, manipulative, secretive, willing to sacrifice individuals for the greater good, but he was also the most powerful wizard in the world, with resources and knowledge that Harry desperately needed. And he was, at his core, opposed to Voldemort and everything the Dark Lord represented. Don't trust him blindly, Karasu said. But don't reject the alliance. He has too much to offer. I'll work with you, Harry said finally. But I have conditions. Dumbledore inclined his head. I'm listening. First, no more secret tests. If you want to challenge me, tell me you're challenging me. I'm done being maneuvered. Agreed. Second, my friends are part of this. Ron and Hermione. They're not just support characters in my story, they're their own people with their own capabilities. If you're training me, you're training them too. A reasonable request. Miss Granger's academic abilities are exceptional, and Mr. Weasley has demonstrated both loyalty and tactical thinking under pressure. They would benefit from advanced instruction. Third. Harry leaned forward. The Horcrux in my scar. I want it gone. Not contained, not suppressed, gone. You know more about Voldemort's dark magic than anyone alive. Help me find a way to destroy it without destroying me. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. His eyes, when they met Harry's, were sad. That, he said softly, may be the most difficult thing you've ever asked of me. Horcruxes are anchored to their containers in ways that resist conventional destruction. The scar container is your living body. Removing the soul fragment without killing you would require magic beyond anything I currently possess. But it's possible. I believe it may be. With research. With time. With the right circumstances. He paused. The diary was destroyed by basilisk venom. A substance so destructive that it overwhelms the dark magic binding the Horcrux. But applying such a substance to your scar would. Kill me. Yeah, I figured. Harry's voice was flat. So we find another way. We find another way, Dumbledore agreed. Together. I give you my word, Harry, finding a safe method to remove the Horcrux will be my highest research priority. Harry nodded. It wasn't a solution. It wasn't even a plan. But it was a promise, and for now, that would have to be enough. One more thing, Harry said, standing to leave. The basilisk. It's still alive, sleeping in the chamber. I'd appreciate it if you didn't send anyone to kill it. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. You would have me leave a deadly monster beneath the school. I'd have you leave a tired old creature in peace. It's not a threat anymore. It won't wake unless called, and the only people who can call it are Parselmouths. That's me, and Voldemort. Harry's expression hardened. If Voldemort ever returns in full force and I need a weapon, that basilisk might be the difference between victory and defeat. I'd rather have it as an option than destroy it out of fear. Pragmatic, Karasu said approvingly. Dumbledore studied Harry for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. You think like a general, Harry. I find that both encouraging and slightly alarming. He rose, extended his hand. We have an agreement, then. Partnership, training, and mutual respect. May it serve us both well. Harry shook his hand. May it serve everyone. That's the point, isn't it? Indeed. Dumbledore's smile, this time, was genuine. Indeed it is. The train ride home was different from the first years. Harry sat with Ron, Hermione, and, at Hermione's insistence, Ginny, who was still pale and fragile but alive, recovering, and determined to face her demons rather than hide from them. The four of them talked about everything and nothing, the year's adventures, summer plans, the eternal question of who would win the Quidditch World Cup. But underneath the casual conversation, something had changed. Ron knew about the Sharingan now. Had seen it in action in the chamber, had watched Harry face down a basilisk with nothing but eye contact and willpower. He looked at Harry differently, not with fear or worship, but with a deeper understanding. A recognition that his best mate was something extraordinary, and a quiet determination to be worthy of standing beside him. Hermione sat close to Harry. Not touching, not quite, but close enough that their shoulders brushed when the train swayed. The conversation they'd promised to have hadn't happened yet, there hadn't been time, between recovery and exams and the chaos of year-end, but it hung between them like a promise. Something to look forward to. Something that meant the future held more than just battles and prophecies. And Ginny. Ginny was a surprise. The quiet, stammering girl who'd blushed every time Harry looked at her was gone, replaced by someone harder, more determined, more awake. Being possessed by Voldemort's soul fragment had nearly killed her, but it had also burned away some of her shyness. She met Harry's eyes directly now, and when she spoke, her voice was clear. Thank you, she said, partway through the journey. For saving me. For facing him. You don't have to thank me. Yes, I do. I was stupid. I trusted the diary because I was lonely and it was kind to me, and I almost got people killed. Her jaw tightened. I won't be that stupid again. It wasn't stupidity. It was vulnerability. Voldemort preys on that. It's what he does. Then I won't be vulnerable either. Ginny's eyes were fierce. I'm going to get stronger. Learn to fight. Learn to protect myself so that I never have to be rescued again. Harry looked at her with new respect. If you want training, I can help. Karasu's been teaching me for years. I could pass on some of what I've learned. You do that? You're Ron's sister. That makes you family. Harry paused, glanced at Ron and Hermione. All of you are family. The only real family I've ever had. The compartment went quiet. But it was a warm quiet, a comfortable quiet, the silence of people who understood each other and didn't need words to prove it. Karasu, perched on the luggage rack, made a soft sound of approval. This, the crow said. This is what he wanted. Itachi. This is why he gave you his blood and his eyes and everything he had. To have family. To build one. To create what he never could. To prove that the cycle of loss and loneliness could be broken. Harry looked at his friends, his family, and felt something warm and solid settle in his chest. Not the cold rage that had driven him through the chamber. Not the desperate loneliness of his childhood. Something new. Something that felt like home. We should do something this summer, Hermione said, breaking the silence. All of us. Get together somewhere. Train, research, just, spend time. Before third year starts. The burrow, Ron said immediately. Mum would love to have everyone. And we've got enough space, barely. Ginny, Harry, Hermione, what do you say? I'll need to clear it with my parents, Hermione said, but I'd love that. Me too, Ginny agreed. Harry. Ron looked at him. You've got the blood protection thing, but maybe after a few weeks. Dumbledore said something about it being flexible if you've established the connection. I'll ask, Harry said. And if I can get permission, I'll be there. The train rolled on toward London. Outside the window, the countryside blurred past, green and gold and summer bright. The future stretched ahead, uncertain and dangerous and full of battles yet to be fought. But for this moment, this one perfect moment, Harry was surrounded by people who loved him, heading toward a summer that might actually be happy, carrying powers that might actually make a difference. The weight of red eyes was heavy. But he didn't have to carry it alone. And that, more than any technique or weapon or secret power, was what was going to save him in the end. Chapter 5, The Mangekyo's Price. Chapter 5, The Mangekyo's Price. The summer before third year was the happiest Harry had ever experienced, and he spent most of it waiting for something to go wrong. 3 weeks at Privet Drive, the minimum required for the blood protections to recharge, according to Dumbledore's carefully worded letter, followed by 5 weeks at the Burrow, surrounded by Weasleys and warmth and the kind of casual chaos that Harry had never known a family could generate. Mrs. Weasley fed him constantly, convinced that he was wasting away despite all evidence to the contrary. Mr. Weasley asked endless questions about Muggle technology, particularly fascinated by Harry's description of television. The twins attempted to recruit him for various schemes, most of which involved testing experimental products on unsuspecting siblings. And through it all, there was Ron and Hermione and Ginny, and the training sessions that had become the backbone of Harry's summer. They practiced in the orchard behind the burrow, warded against observation by a combination of Hermione's research and some assistance from Bill Weasley, who had returned from Egypt for a few weeks and proved surprisingly willing to help his youngest brother's friends with extracurricular security measures. You're teaching them to be soldiers, Bill observed one evening, watching Harry guide Ginny through a basic chakra sensing exercise while Hermione practiced wand movements with Sharingan-copied precision and Ron worked through tactical scenarios on a conjured chessboard. I'm teaching them to survive, Harry corrected. Same thing, in the end. Bill's scarred face was thoughtful. I've seen dark magic, Harry. Worked curse breaking in tombs that would give most Aurors nightmares. Whatever you're preparing for, whatever's coming, it's bad, isn't it? Voldemort's not gone. He'll come back eventually. And when he does, the people I care about need to be ready. Bill was quiet for a moment. Then, if you ever need help, professional help, the kind that doesn't ask too many questions, let me know. Gringotts has resources. And the goblins, they're not fans of dark wizards. They remember the last war. I'll keep that in mind. The training continued. Harry taught what he could, basic chakra theory, sensing exercises, the fundamentals of enhanced perception that didn't require the Sharingan. Hermione absorbed it all with her usual veracity, her magical research interweaving with the new information to create theoretical frameworks that even Karasu found impressive. Ron struggled with the mat-ion aspects but excelled at tactical thinking, his chess-trained mind adapting readily to combat planning. And Ginny. Ginny was a revelation. The near-death experience with Tom Riddle's diary had left scars, yes. Nightmares that Harry could sense through the walls of the burrow, echoes of possession that made her flinch at unexpected touches. But it had also unlocked something. A determination that bordered on ferocity. A refusal to ever be that vulnerable again. She had natural talent for combat magic. Her reflexes were sharp, her instincts sound, and her willingness to push through pain and exhaustion exceeded even Harry's expectations. By the end of the summer, she could hold her own against Ron in practice duels and was starting to give Hermione trouble. "She's going to be dangerous," Karasu observed one evening, watching Ginny practice hexes against conjured targets with methodical precision. In a few years, with proper training, she could be one of the most formidable witches of her generation. "Good," Harry said. "She deserves to be strong. After what she went through. You feel responsible." "I was supposed to protect her. In the chamber. Instead, Ron destroyed the diary while I was having a staring contest with a snake." "You enabled Ron to destroy the diary by distracting its creator and turning the basilisk away from both of you. That's not failure, that's teamwork." Harry didn't argue. But the feeling persisted, the sense that he should have been faster, stronger, more prepared. That if he'd been better, Ginny wouldn't have had to suffer at all. It was, Karasu told him, a very Uchiha way of thinking. The curse of the clan wasn't the Sharingan itself. It was the belief that any failure, anywhere, was ultimately your personal responsibility to prevent. Itachi thought that way, the crow said. He believed he had to carry everything alone. That protecting people meant shielding them from all harm, even at the cost of his own soul. It destroyed him, Harry. Don't let it destroy you. I'm not Itachi. No. You're not. But you have his eyes, and his blood, and more of his patterns than you realize. The question is whether you'll repeat his mistakes or learn from them. Harry didn't have an answer. He wasn't sure there was one. The conversation with Hermione happened on the last night of summer, sitting on the roof of the burrow under a sky full of stars. They'd climbed up together after dinner, ostensibly to watch for shooting stars but really because they'd been dancing around this moment for months and both of them knew it was time. Ron had tactfully made himself scarce, muttering something about chess practice, and the rest of the Weasleys had apparently received some kind of unspoken signal because the house below was quieter than Harry had ever heard it. "So," Hermione said. "So," Harry agreed. Silence. The comfortable kind, but charged with potential. "I've been thinking," Hermione continued, "about what you said. In the hospital wing. About caring. About not knowing how to handle it. I remember. I've been thinking about it a lot, actually. Probably too much. I made lists." She laughed, a little self-consciously. "I know that's ridiculous. Making lists about feelings. But it's how I process things, and I needed to process this because it's important and I didn't want to get it wrong." "Lists," Harry repeated, fighting a smile. "Extensive lists. With subcategories. And cross-references. That's very you. I know. That's the point." She turned to face him, her expression serious in the starlight. "Harry, I like you. Not just as a friend, I mean, yes, as a friend, you're my best friend along with Ron, but also more than that. I like the way you think. I like how you listen when I talk, actually listen instead of just waiting for me to finish. I like that you take me seriously. I like that you trust me with your secrets even though trusting doesn't come naturally to you. I like." She paused. Gathered herself. "I like that when I'm with you, I don't feel like I'm too much. Too smart, too intense, too Hermione. I just feel like me. And that's not something I've ever felt with anyone else." Harry's heart was doing something complicated in his chest. He wasn't sure if it was fear or hope or some combination that didn't have a name. I don't know how to do this, he admitted. Relationships. Romance. I've never. The Dursleys weren't exactly role models for healthy emotional connections. I know. And my life is dangerous. Is going to keep being dangerous. Voldemort, the Horcrux in my scar, the prophecy, there's a target on my back that's not going away. Anyone close to me is at risk just by association. I know that too. Then why? Because I'd rather be at risk with you than safe without you. Hermione's voice was fierce. Certain. Because the danger exists whether or not we acknowledge our feelings, and pretending otherwise doesn't protect me, it just makes us both lonely. Because life is short and uncertain and I don't want to waste it being sensible when I could be happy. She reached out. Took his hand. Her fingers were warm, slightly calloused from wand work and potion preparation, and they fit against his like they belonged there. I'm not asking for forever, she said. I'm not asking for promises or commitments or any of the things that terrify people our age. I'm just asking for this. Us. Whatever we are, whatever we become. A chance to figure it out together. Harry looked at their joined hands. At Hermione's face, open and vulnerable and braver than he'd ever been about the things that actually mattered. I don't know if I can be what you deserve, he said quietly. That's not your decision to make. It's mine. And I've decided you're worth the risk. She squeezed his fingers. So stop trying to protect me from yourself and just, let this happen. Okay. Harry could count on one hand the number of times he'd been genuinely surprised in the past 2 years. The Sharingan and Karasu's training had made him preternaturally aware of patterns, predictions, the way events tended to unfold. But this, Hermione Granger, sitting on a rooftop under the stars, asking him to stop being afraid of happiness, caught him completely off guard. Okay, he said. And he kissed her. It wasn't a perfect kiss. They were 13, neither of them had any practice, and there was a fair amount of awkward nose bumping and uncertainty about where hands were supposed to go. But it was theirs. Real and warm and full of all the things they'd been too cautious to say. When they pulled apart, Hermione was smiling. That real smile, the one that reached her eyes. That was nice, she said. Yeah. Don't fish for compliments, Potter. It's unbecoming. Harry laughed. Actually laughed, free and full and happier than he could remember being. Below them, the burrow glowed with warmth and light. Above them, the stars wheeled through their eternal patterns. And between them, something new had begun, fragile and uncertain and absolutely worth the risk. Karasu, watching from a nearby chimney, said nothing. But if crows could smile, this one would have been grinning. Third year brought Dementors. Harry felt them before the train even stopped, a creeping cold that had nothing to do with temperature, a draining sensation like joy itself was being sucked out of the air. His Sharingan activated instinctively, and what he saw made his blood run cold. The creature that floated through the train corridor was wrong in ways that his enhanced perception could barely process. It wasn't alive, exactly, but it wasn't dead either. It existed in some horrible middle state, a void-given form, feeding on the happiness and hope of everything around it. Its robe concealed nothing, or rather, concealed an absence, a hunger so vast and old that looking at it directly made Harry's mind flinch away. And when it passed their compartment, when its attention fixed on Harry, he heard screaming. A woman's voice. Desperate, pleading, filled with terror and love in equal measure. Not Harry. Please, not Harry. Stand aside, you silly girl. Not Harry. Please, have mercy, have mercy. Green light. A rushing sound. And then silence, empty and absolute and final. Harry collapsed. When he woke, there was chocolate in his hand and a shabby man with prematurely gray hair looking down at him with an expression of mingled concern and curiosity. Dementors, the man said. Nasty creatures. They affect people differently, but those with difficult histories tend to have stronger reactions. He paused. I'm Professor Lupin. I'll be teaching defense against the dark arts this year. I heard her, Harry said. His voice was raw. My mother. When the Dementor came close, I heard her dying. Lupin's expression flickered. Pain, quickly suppressed. Dementors force us to relive our worst memories. The more trauma we carry, the more they have to feed on. He offered Harry another piece of chocolate. Eat. It helps. Harry ate mechanically. His mind was racing. He'd never heard his mother's voice before. Not in memories, not in recordings, not in anything except the vague, inherited sense of love that the blood protection carried. But the Dementor had dredged it up from somewhere deep, from the scar, maybe, from the connection to Voldemort, from some buried fragment of that awful night. Not Harry. Please. She had died begging for his life. And he had survived. The guilt of that survival had always been abstract before. Now it had a voice. Sirius Black escaped from Azkaban, and the wizarding world went into a panic. Harry learned the details in fragments over the following weeks. Black had been his parents' friend, their secret keeper, the man who had betrayed them to Voldemort. He had murdered 13 people in a single curse after the Dark Lord's fall, laughing as the Aurors dragged him away. He was the first person ever to escape the wizard prison. And according to the Ministry, he was coming for Harry. To finish what Voldemort started, Fudge had said during an uncomfortable conversation at the Leaky Cauldron before term started. You're in danger, Potter. Serious danger. Harry had accepted the warning with appropriate gravity while privately cataloguing everything wrong with the minister's body language. Fudge was scared, yes, but not of what he was saying. There was something else going on, gaps in the story, information being withheld, the particular kind of careful phrasing that politicians used when they were lying by omission. Investigate, Karasu advised. Don't accept the official narrative. There's more here than they're telling you. Harry investigated. Quietly, carefully, using the combination of Sharingan perception and Hermione's research skills that had served them so well in previous years. What they found was disturbing. Sirius Black had never had a trial. No formal charges. No examination of evidence. No opportunity to speak in his own defense. He had been thrown into Azkaban on the authority of Bartemius Crouch, the head of magical law enforcement, and left to rot for 12 years without any legal process whatsoever. That's not justice, Hermione said, her voice tight with outrage. That's not even pretending to be justice. How could they, Ron said grimly. That's how. During the war with you-know-who, they did whatever they thought was necessary. Lots of people got locked up without trials. My dad talks about it sometimes, says it was a dark time, and not just because of the Death Eaters. But if he never had a trial, how do they know he was guilty? What if, Hermione stopped. Looked at Harry. What if he wasn't? Harry had been thinking the same thing. His Sharingan didn't just perceive the present, it perceived patterns. And the pattern here didn't fit. A man loyal enough to be trusted as secret keeper, betraying his friends. A wizard capable of killing 13 people with one curse, laughing about it. Why would someone that powerful and that evil wait around to be captured instead of fleeing to join other Death Eaters? There's something we're missing, Harry said. Something important. I need to find out what really happened that night. The opportunity came in the strangest possible way, through a map. The Marauder's map was a gift from the Weasley twins, presented with ceremony and mischief in equal measure. We've decided you need it more than us, Fred said. Given the whole escaped murderer hunting you situation, George added. Also we've memorized all the secret passages anyway. So really, we're just being practical. Harry studied the map with his Sharingan active, marveling at the complexity of the enchantment. It wasn't just a map, it was a masterwork of magical cartography, showing every person in Hogwarts in real time, revealing passages and secrets that even the castle's architects might not have known. The names of its creators were inscribed in the corner: Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs. Prongs. Something about that name resonated. A buried memory, maybe, or an echo from the Dementor-induced visions. Harry filed it away for later investigation. The map proved its worth almost immediately. Harry used it to track Dementor patrols, to avoid Filch during late-night training sessions, and, crucially, to discover something that shattered his understanding of recent events entirely. Peter Pettigrew was in Hogwarts. The name appeared on the map, moving around the castle, spending most of its time in Gryffindor Tower. In the boys' dormitory. In Ron's bed. "That's impossible," Harry murmured, staring at the dot. "Pettigrew is dead. Black killed him 12 years ago." "The map shows what is, not what people believe," Karasu said. "If Pettigrew's name appears, Pettigrew is alive." "But Black killed, did he? You just told me Black never had a trial. Never had a chance to give his version of events. What if the official story is wrong? What if Black didn't kill Pettigrew?" Harry's mind raced. If Pettigrew was alive, if Black was innocent, if the real traitor had been hiding all these years while an innocent man rotted in Azkaban. Scabbers, Harry breathed. Ron's rat. He's had Scabbers for years, got him from Percy. A rat that's lived more than a decade, way longer than rats should live. An animagus, Karasu said grimly. A wizard who can transform into an animal. If Pettigrew is a rat animagus, and has been hiding as a pet all this time. Harry needed to confirm this. But carefully. If he was right, if there really was a Death Eater sleeping in Ron's bed every night, confronting the situation without preparation could be disastrous. Lupin, Harry decided. I'll go to Lupin. He knew my parents, I can tell from how he looks at me sometimes. If anyone can help me understand what really happened, it's him. The conversation with Lupin was revelatory. Harry approached him after class, Marauder's map in hand, and laid out everything: the lack of trial, Pettigrew's name on the map, the rat that lived too long. Lupin's face went through a series of expressions: shock, disbelief, dawning horror, and finally a kind of fierce, desperate hope. The map doesn't lie, Lupin said, his voice barely above a whisper. I should know. I helped make it. You're Moony. Yes. James was Prongs. Sirius was Padfoot. And Peter. His jaw tightened. Peter was Wormtail. Because he could turn into a rat. The story came out in fragments. The Marauders, for best friends who had learned to become animagi to support Lupin during his werewolf transformations. James and Lily's murder. The assumption that Sirius had betrayed them. The chase through London, the explosion, the finger that was all that remained of Peter Pettigrew. But if Peter is alive, Lupin said, if he faked his death and framed Sirius, then Sirius is innocent. He's been in Azkaban for 12 years for a crime he didn't commit. And the real traitor has been hiding in Gryffindor Tower. Lupin's eyes blazed. We need to catch him. Tonight. Before he realizes we know. Agreed. But we need to be smart about this. Pettigrew's been hiding successfully for 12 years, he's not going to go quietly. They made a plan. Lupin would approach Sirius through channels Harry didn't ask about. Apparently the escaped prisoner had been hiding nearby, watching over Harry, never actually dangerous at all. Together, they would confront Pettigrew in the Shrieking Shack, the one place in Hogsmeade where the confrontation could happen away from innocent bystanders. Ron and Hermione insisted on coming. Harry tried to argue. Don't even start, Hermione said flatly. We've faced a troll, a Dark Lord, and a basilisk together. You're not leaving us behind for a conversation with a rat. Hermione, she's right, Ron said, and his voice was hard in a way Harry had rarely heard. That rat has been sleeping in my bed for years. If he's really the one who betrayed your parents, who got 13 people killed, who let an innocent man suffer in Azkaban. I want to look him in the eyes when he pays for it. Harry looked at his friends. At their determined faces, their wands already in hand, their absolute refusal to let him face this alone. Fine, he said. But you follow my lead. And if I tell you to run, you run. Noted, Hermione said. And ignored in advance. Despite everything, Harry smiled. The Shrieking Shack was exactly as haunted as its reputation suggested, though the ghosts were all metaphorical. Sirius Black was gaunt and wild-eyed, but the madness Harry had expected wasn't there. Instead, there was grief so old it had become part of him, and underneath that, a fierce, desperate love that activated like fire when he looked at Harry. You look just like James, Sirius breathed. But your eyes are my mother's, Harry finished. I've heard. No. I was going to say they're different. Darker. There's something in them that wasn't in either of your parents. Sirius's gaze sharpened. Something powerful. That's a conversation for later. Harry turned to where Ron was holding a struggling, squealing rat. Right now, we deal with him. The transformation happened at Lupin's wand point. One moment, a rat. The next, a man, short, balding, watery-eyed, with the twitching mannerisms of a rodent even in human form. Peter Pettigrew, alive and very much guilty. Sirius, Remus, Harry, Pettigrew's voice was high-pitched, pleading. You don't understand, the Dark Lord, he had powers you can't imagine, what was I supposed to do? Die, Sirius snarled. Die before you betrayed your friends. Die before you got James and Lily killed. Die before you let me rot in Azkaban for your crimes. He would have killed me. Then you should have died. Sirius's wand came up. His hand was shaking. We would have died for you, Peter. Any of us. And you sold them for your own pathetic skin. Harry watched this with Sharingan-enhanced clarity, reading the emotions, the histories, the tangled web of love and betrayal and grief that connected these men. Pettigrew was guilty, that was obvious. But there was something else in his energy pattern. A darkness that wasn't just cowardice. A taint that Harry recognized from his connection to Voldemort. He's marked, Harry said quietly. The dark mark. I can see it. All eyes turned to him. Pettigrew's expression flickered, fear, calculation, the desperate cunning of a cornered animal. The boy's lying, I was never a Death Eater, I was spying for our side, your left arm, Harry interrupted. Roll up your sleeve. Pettigrew's face went white. Sirius did it for him, ripping the sleeve back to reveal the skull and serpent branded into the flesh. Faded, yes, but unmistakable. Death Eater, Sirius said, and his voice was death. All along. You were one of them. Please, mercy, James wouldn't want, don't you dare speak his name. Sirius's wand pressed against Pettigrew's throat. His finger tightened on the wood. Harry could see the exact moment when the man's restraint broke, when 12 years of injustice crystallized into the intention to kill. Wait. Harry's voice cut through the tension like a blade. Don't kill him. Sirius turned, wild-eyed. He deserves to stand trial. To face justice. To clear your name in front of the entire wizarding world. Harry's voice was calm. Controlled. The cold rage from the Chamber of Secrets, directed with precision instead of fury. If you kill him here, you'll always be a murderer in the Ministry's eyes. You'll never be free. Is that what you want? The words hit Sirius like physical blows. The wildness in his eyes flickered. Dimmed. Something that might have been sanity reasserting itself. He killed them. And he'll answer for it. But not like this. Not at the cost of your soul. Harry met his godfather's eyes. Godfather, he'd learned, the man who was supposed to have raised him if things had gone differently. You've spent 12 years in Azkaban. Don't spend the rest of your life as the person they said you were. Long silence. The wand trembled against Pettigrew's throat. Then, slowly, Sirius lowered it. You're right, he said hoarsely. You're right. James would have said the same thing. He laughed, hollow and broken. God, you really are his son. Let's get him to Dumbledore, Harry said. The headmaster can contact the ministry. The window exploded inward. Glass and moonlight and chaos, and standing in the breach was Severus Snape, wand raised, face twisted with fury. Black. Snape roared. You'll die for what you've done. Everything happened at once. Snape fired curses. Sirius dodged, returning fire. Lupin tried to intervene but caught a hex that sent him crashing into the wall. Ron and Hermione dove for cover. And Pettigrew transformed. One instant, a bound man. The next, a rat, wriggling free of his restraints, darting through the chaos toward the shattered window. Harry moved. Body flicker. The world blurred. He appeared in front of Pettigrew's escape route, hand closing around the rat's scruff, Sharingan blazing crimson, but he turned his back on Snape. Stupefy. The curse caught Harry between the shoulder blades. He felt himself falling, the rat squirming free, the darkness rising, and the last thing he heard before consciousness fled was Pettigrew's victorious squeak as he vanished into the night. Harry woke to failure. The hospital wing. Again. His body ached. His head throbbed. And the knowledge of what had happened sat in his chest like a stone. Pettigrew had escaped. Sirius had been captured. The ministry, arriving in force after Snape's message, had refused to listen to explanations about innocent men and guilty rats. To them, the situation was simple: escaped prisoner, captured, case closed. Sirius was going to receive the Dementor's kiss. His soul would be destroyed. And there was nothing anyone could do to stop it. Unless. Hermione, Harry said, sitting up despite the pain. You're Time Turner. She stared at him. How did you? I'm not blind. The Sharingan noticed you appearing in classes you shouldn't have been able to reach. There's only one magical artifact that lets you be in two places at once. Hermione's hand went to the chain around her neck. McGonagall gave it to me. For classes. It's against a dozen laws to use it for anything else. Sirius will die. I know. We can save him. Go back, prevent Pettigrew's escape, change everything. Time travel doesn't work that way. We can't change what happened. If we'd intervened, we would have seen ourselves. Since we didn't, that means we didn't go back at all, or we went back and did something other than direct intervention. Hermione's mind was racing, Harry could see it in her energy patterns. But if there was something we missed. Something that happened that we attributed to luck or circumstance but was actually us, from the future. The Dementors, Harry said suddenly. By the lake. They were closing in on Sirius and me, and then something drove them off. A Patronus. Powerful enough to repel 100 Dementors at once. You said you thought you saw your father casting it. I saw someone. Someone who looked like my father. Harry's eyes met Hermione's. What if it wasn't my father? What if it was me? Understanding dawned. A stable time loop. You already went back. You already saved yourself. And now you have to go back to make it happen. We have to go back. Hermione hesitated for only a moment. Then she pulled the time turner from beneath her robes. 3 turns should do it. The past was cold. Harry and Hermione moved through it like ghosts, careful not to be seen, aware that any deviation from what they remembered could unravel everything. They watched their past selves enter the shrieking shack. Watched the confrontation unfold through windows and shadows. Waited for the moment when it all went wrong. There. Harry pointed at Pettigrew's escape route. When I go down, he runs for that gap in the wall. We need to block it. Without being seen by our past selves. Exactly. They positioned themselves. Hermione conjured barriers that would look like natural debris. Harry used subtle genjutsu, the Sharingan's illusion capabilities, weak but sufficient, to make their presence forgettable to anyone who might glance their direction. The moment came. Past Harry moved. Past Snape fired. Past Harry fell. And Pettigrew, transforming, ran straight into Hermione's barrier. Bounced off. Tried another direction. Bounced again. Present Harry was there. His hand closed around the rat with chakra-enhanced strength, unbreakable, final. Pettigrew squeaked and squirmed but couldn't transform. Harry's grip was precisely positioned to prevent the magical expansion that the change required. Got you, Harry said quietly. The rest unfolded as well as could be expected. They couldn't reveal themselves to their past selves, the timeline wouldn't allow it. But they could deposit an unconscious, restrained Peter Pettigrew where the arriving Aurors would find him. They could ensure that the evidence of his guilt, the dark mark, his very existence, would be impossible to ignore. And they could be at the lake when the Dementors came. Harry felt them approaching. That awful cold, that draining despair, amplified by the time-travel disorientation and the emotional weight of everything that had happened. He could see his past self, collapsed on the shore, Sirius beside him, both of them fading as 100 Dementors closed in. Harry, Hermione whispered, the Patronus. You have to cast it. I don't know if I can. I've never managed a corporeal Patronus. You have to. You already did. The time loop, the Dementors were almost on them. Harry could feel his past self's life force fading, could see the moment when the soul consumption would begin. He thought of his mother's voice. Not Harry. Please. He thought of his father, both his fathers. James, who had died defending his family. Itachi, who had given everything to a child he would never know. He thought of Sirius, innocent, suffering, refusing to give up hope even after 12 years of hell. He thought of Ron and Hermione and Ginny and the Weasleys and everyone who had chosen to love him despite the danger he carried. And he felt it. The warmth that was the opposite of the Dementor's cold. The love that couldn't be drained because it was too vast, too deep, too fundamental to who he was. Expecto Patronum. Light erupted from his wand. Not a wisp. Not a mist. A shape, vast and powerful and absolutely undeniable. A stag, silver-white and blazing, that charged into the Dementor horde like a force of nature. But it wasn't alone. Beside the stag, emerging from the same light, from the same love, was another shape. A crow. Massive, red-eyed, its wings spreading wide as it joined the stag in driving back the darkness. 2 patron muses. 2 guardians. 2 aspects of Harry's dual heritage, made manifest in silver light. The Dementors fled. All of them. Screaming, if such creatures could scream, as the stag and crow pursued them across the lake and into the night. Harry collapsed to his knees. The effort of the casting, corporeal Patronus, doubled, at maximum power, had drained him completely. But they'd done it. They'd saved Sirius. They'd caught Pettigrew. They'd changed everything. Harry. Hermione was beside him, supporting him. That was incredible. 2 patron uses, I've never read about anyone producing 2 at once. Proms and Karasu, Harry murmured. My fathers. He looked up at the sky, where the silver shapes were fading into stars, and smiled. Sirius was cleared. It took weeks, bureaucratic inertia, political embarrassment, the ministry's deep reluctance to admit they'd imprisoned an innocent man for over a decade. But with Pettigrew in custody, confessing under Veritaserum to crimes that exonerated Black completely, there was no avoiding the truth. On the last day of term, Harry received a letter. Harry, I don't know how to say what I'm feeling. Freedom, after so long, is still strange. The world has changed. I've changed. But some things remain constant. James and Lily asked me to be your godfather. I wasn't able to honor that request for 12 years. I intend to make up for lost time, if you'll let me. I've secured a house. Nothing fancy, but safe, warded, and with enough room for a teenager and his friends to visit. I've also started working with Dumbledore on certain projects. The headmaster seems to think my experience with dark magic, surviving it, not practicing it, might be useful. This summer, if you're willing, I'd like you to come stay with me. Just for a few weeks. I want to know who you've become. I want to tell you about your parents, the real them, not the legends. I want to be the godfather I should have been. I understand if you'd rather stay with the Weasleys. I understand if trust takes time. But the offer is open, now and always. You saved my life, Harry. More than that, you saved my soul. I won't forget that. Padfoot Harry read the letter 3 times. Then he folded it carefully and put it in his pocket, next to his heart. The train carried him toward summer. Toward family, both chosen and recovered. Toward a future that looked brighter than it had any right to. The Mangekyo hadn't awakened. The price hadn't been paid. Not yet. But Harry could feel it waiting, in the depths of his eyes, in the legacy of red and black and terrible power. Someday, something would happen that was bad enough, painful enough, to unlock that final evolution. He hoped that day was far away. He suspected it wasn't. But for now, for this one moment between storms, Harry watched the countryside roll past and let himself be happy. It was enough. It had to be enough. 4th year, accelerated narrative. The Quidditch World Cup was a celebration that ended in fire. Death Eaters attacked, their dark marks blazing against the night sky, and Harry, present with the Weasleys and Hermione, fought back for the first time against Voldemort's actual followers. The Sharingan proved its worth, tracking curse trajectories, predicting attack patterns, allowing Harry to defend his friends with a precision that left the masked attackers uncertain whether they were facing a student or something far more dangerous. But the dark mark that appeared in the sky, the skull and serpent, green and terrible against the stars, was a message. Voldemort's followers were mobilizing. The Dark Lord's return was no longer abstract possibility but looming certainty. The Triwizard Tournament was supposed to be a distraction. It became something else entirely when Harry's name emerged from the Goblet of Fire, making him the 4th champion in a 3-champion competition. I didn't enter, Harry told Dumbledore, Crouch, the assembled headmasters. Someone else put my name in. They didn't believe him. Most of them. But Dumbledore's eyes were sharp, calculating, and when they met Harry's, there was an understanding there that went beyond words. Someone wants you in this tournament, those eyes said. Someone with access to the goblet. We need to find out who, and why. Harry competed. Not because he wanted to, the tasks were dangerous, designed for wizards years older than him, and the other champions had training and experience he couldn't match, but because the magical contract gave him no choice. The goblet bound all who entered. Refusing to compete meant losing his magic. So he adapted. He used every tool at his disposal, the Sharingan's predictive capabilities, the chakra enhancement that made him faster and stronger than any 14-year-old had a right to be, the strategic thinking that Karasu had drilled into him since childhood. The dragon task, Harry flew circles around the Hungarian horntail, his enhanced perception letting him anticipate every flame burst and tail swipe, snatching the golden egg while the crowd roared in disbelief. The lake task, he combined a bubblehead charm with chakra-enhanced swimming to reach the hostages first, arriving at the merpeople's village so quickly that the judges initially thought he'd cheated. The maze task, this was where it all went wrong. Cedric Diggory died in Harry's arms. The port key, the Triwizard Cup, enchanted by someone within Hogwarts, transported them to a graveyard. Wormtail was waiting. So was something that had once been Voldemort, reduced to a twisted infant form, dependent on snake milk and dark magic for survival. Kill the spare. 2 words. A flash of green light. And Cedric, brave and kind and 17 years old, crumpled to the ground with his eyes still open. Harry saw it all with Sharingan clarity. Every detail, captured in perfect resolution, stored in memory with crystalline precision. The way the light left Cedric's eyes. The way his body fell. The exact shade of green that had ended his life. He would remember it forever. The Sharingan wouldn't let him forget. What happened next was ritual and horror. Harry, bound to a gravestone, forced to watch as Wormtail brewed a potion of resurrection using bone and flesh and blood. His blood, taken against his will, used to restore the monster who had killed his parents. Voldemort rose. Tall, skeletal, terrible. Red eyes and a pale face that was less human than Snake. Power radiating from him in waves that made Harry's scar burn with agony. "Harry Potter," the Dark Lord said, and his voice was silk and venom. "The boy who lived. Come to die." The Death Eaters gathered. Dozens of them, appearing at their master's call, falling to their knees in worship and terror. Harry, still bound, still bleeding from the cut on his arm, watched them come and felt something shifting inside him. The Sharingan was spinning. Not the Tutomo version he'd been using for 3 years. Something else. Something new. The Tomo were blurring, reforming, trying to become a pattern he'd never seen before but recognized from Karasu's descriptions. No, he thought. Not yet. Not like this. But the grief was too vast. The horror too complete. Cedric was dead, and Harry had watched it happen, and somewhere in the depths of his soul the Mangekyo Sharingan was responding to the trauma the way it was always destined to respond. The Mangekyo awakens through loss, Karasu had warned him. Through watching someone precious die. It's the curse of our bloodline, power bought with grief, strength purchased with the souls of those we love. "I didn't love Cedric," Harry protested. "You watched an innocent person die. A person who trusted you. A person whose only crime was being in the wrong place at the wrong time. For someone like you, someone who takes responsibility for everyone around them, that's enough. That's more than enough." Voldemort released Harry's bonds. Gave him back his wand. The Death Eaters formed a circle around them, eager spectators for their master's entertainment. "We duel," Voldemort said. "A demonstration, for my followers, of the power their lord commands. You will fight, and you will die, and your death will mark the beginning of my new reign." Harry stood. The world was strange through his evolving eyes, clearer, darker, more present than it had ever been. He could see the magic in the air, the dark taint that Voldemort's resurrection had spread through the cemetery, the individual threads of the wards that prevented apparition. And he could feel the power waiting for him. The Mangekyo, not yet complete, hovering on the edge of activation like a wave about to crest. "You killed my parents," Harry said. His voice was calm. Too calm. The voice of someone who had passed through fear into something colder. "You killed Cedric. You've killed thousands. And you stand there talking about power like it means something. Power is the only thing that means anything." Voldemort raised his wand. "Shall I demonstrate?" Avada Kedavra. Expelliarmus. The spells met in midair, and connected. Golden light erupted between their wands. A cage of power, humming with energy that Harry had never encountered, linking them together in a battle of wills that transcended normal magic. Priori incantatem. Brother wands, refusing to fight each other, forcing their owners to confront something deeper than curses. Shadows emerged from Voldemort's wand. Echoes of the people he'd killed, their souls briefly manifested in the golden light. An old man. A woman. A ministry official. Cedric. Harry. Cedric's voice was distant, ethereal. "Hold on. We can give you time. When the connection breaks, run for the cup. It'll take you back. I can't, you have to live. For everyone he's going to hurt if you don't. Live, Harry. More shadows. More victims. And then, faces Harry recognized from photographs, from the mirror of Eriste, from the deepest chambers of his heart. James and Lily Potter. We're so proud of you, Lily whispered. So proud. Give him hell, son, James added. And tell Padfoot and Mooney we love them. Harry felt tears streaming down his face. Felt the connection straining, Voldemort's fury building as the Dark Lord realized what was happening. And felt, in the depths of his eyes, the final lock breaking. The Mangekyo Sharingan awakened. The pattern that formed was unique, had to be, for each Mangekyo was shaped by the trauma that birthed it. Harry's took the form of a pinwheel merged with a lightning bolt, crimson and black, spinning with a terrible beauty that reflected everything he'd lost and everything he was fighting for. Power surged through him. New abilities, unlocked by grief, waiting to be explored. But there was no time, the connection was breaking, the Death Eaters were moving, and Cedric's shadow was screaming at him to run. Harry broke the connection. Dove for the portkey. Felt curses flying past him, missing by inches, the Mangekyo's enhanced perception showing him exactly where each spell would pass. His hand closed on the Triwizard Cup. The world twisted. And he was back at Hogwarts, clutching Cedric's body, surrounded by screaming crowds, with the taste of blood in his mouth and the weight of new eyes burning in his skull. The aftermath was chaos. Fudge refused to believe Voldemort had returned. The Ministry launched a campaign to discredit Harry and Dumbledore. The wizarding world split between those who acknowledged the danger and those who preferred comfortable denial. Harry spent most of the summer in a haze. The Mangekyo was awake. Its abilities were vast, Tsukimi, the illusion world that could trap a victim in years of subjective time within seconds of real time, Amaterasu, the black flames that burned anything they touched until nothing remained, and deeper powers that he hadn't even begun to explore. But every use came with a cost. His vision blurred slightly after each activation. Karasu warned him that continued use would lead to blindness, the inevitable price of the Mangekyo's power. And there were no replacement eyes. No eternal Mangekyo waiting to be claimed. Harry was the only Uchiha in this world, and when his eyes failed, they would fail forever. You have to be careful, Sirius said, sitting with Harry in the garden of Grimmauld Place, watching the sunset paint the sky in shades of red. Power that costs that much should be used sparingly. I know. Do you? Because I've seen you, Harry. Practicing in the middle of the night. Pushing yourself to exhaustion. You're trying to master these abilities as fast as possible, and you're burning yourself out in the process. Voldemort is back. He's going to come for me, for my friends, for everyone I care about. I need to be ready. You can't be ready if you're blind. Sirius's voice was gentle but firm. Your parents didn't die so you could destroy yourself fighting their murderer. They died so you could live. Harry didn't respond. Couldn't respond. Because the truth was, he wasn't sure he knew how to do anything else. The Mangekyo pulsed behind his eyes, hungry for use, offering power beyond imagining at a price he wasn't sure he could afford. And somewhere in the back of his mind, Karasu whispered, the curse of the Uchiha isn't the Sharingan. It's the belief that suffering alone is strength. That sacrifice proves love. That dying for someone is easier than living for them. Don't make Itachi's mistakes, Harry. Don't let the power consume you. Find another way. Harry closed his eyes, his new, terrible, beautiful eyes, and tried to imagine what that other way might look like. Hermione found him on the roof that night. She climbed up through the window. She'd gotten better at physical challenges over the years, training with Harry and the others paying dividends, and sat beside him without saying anything. Just present. Just there. I can feel you worrying, Harry said eventually. I'm always worrying. It's my natural state. She paused. The Mangekyo. It's activated, isn't it? Since the graveyard. Yes. And it's hurting you. Every time I use it, I lose a little more vision. Eventually, I'll be blind. Hermione was quiet for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice was steady despite the tears Harry could sense forming. Then we find a cure. Or an alternative. Or something that lets you keep fighting without sacrificing your eyes. She turned to face him, fierce and determined. You're not doing this alone, Harry. You've never had to do this alone. And I'm not going to watch you destroy yourself when there might be another option we haven't discovered yet. Hermione, no. Listen to me. She grabbed his hand, gripped it tightly. I love you. Not just as a friend, as everything. And I'm not going to lose you to some curse that says power requires sacrifice. We're going to research. We're going to experiment. We're going to find another way, because that's what we do. That's what we've always done. Harry looked at her. At the determination in her eyes. At the love that she just declared, out loud, for the first time without hedging or qualifications. You love me, he said. Obviously. I've loved you since second year at least. I thought I was being fairly transparent about it. I'm an idiot. Yes. But you're my idiot. She squeezed his hand. Now. Tell me everything about the Mangekyo. Every ability, every limitation, every theoretical mechanism you and Karasu have identified. We're going to figure this out together. Harry told her. And for the first time since Cedric's death, he felt something other than grief and determination. He felt hope. Chapter 6, Susanoo Rising. Chapter 6, Susanoo Rising. 10,000 plus words. The final confrontation, set during an accelerated version of the war arc, years 5 to 7 compressed. Voldemort has grown in power and is hunting Harry aggressively after witnessing the Mangekyo's power. Harry struggles with vision deterioration, he's going blind, and everyone knows it. He refuses to stop fighting. The Order, the DA, all rally. Hermione confronts him about his self-destructive pattern, and he finally confesses everything, his feelings, his fear of dragging her into his darkness. She tells him she chose this. She chose him. The final battle, Harry versus Voldemort. Harry activates Susanoo for the first and possibly last time, a towering spectral warrior wreathed in emerald and crimson, carrying the Tatsuka blade. The Horcrux inside Harry is destroyed when he turns Tsukimi inward, entering his own mindscape where Itachi's consciousness helps him shatter Voldemort's soul fragment in an emotional culmination of their entire bond. The external fight ends with Harry sealing Voldemort with the Tatsuka blade, not killing him, but trapping his soul forever, the Uchiha way. Aftermath, Harry's vision is nearly gone. But Fawkes appears, and Phoenix tears, mixed with the remnants of Lily's love magic and Itachi's blood adoption, heal his eyes, transforming the Mangekyo into something new. Not eternal Mangekyo. Something unique to Harry. The Sharingan dims permanently, becoming dormant, only activating when truly needed. Itachi's crow speaks one final time, says he's proud, and the Sharingan eye in the crow fades. Harry and Hermione, standing in the ruins of the battlefield, alive, together. Epilogue tease, Harry, now an aura, a crow perched on his shoulder, no Sharingan eye anymore, just a regular crow. But when Harry looks at it, he smiles. He knows. Ayush, that's the full blueprint. It's designed to hit hard emotionally, escalate power progressively with real costs, and let the romance breathe naturally through shared experience rather than forced moments. Ready to start Chapter 1 whenever you give the word. Now.